To be back. To be doing Stranger
To be
Things,
back.
then Metroid Prime 4, and now Wonder Man.
Oh, wow.
It's an interesting trio of topics, isn't
They're
it?
very connected. It's pretty obvious. I didn't want to reveal it because I felt like it'd be too on the nose.
Well, there will be a very oddly, actually, a very uncanny Stranger Things visual comparison that we'll make in this show. Perhaps you could guess where.
Well, I guess if it comes when it arrives, I'll tell you if I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense, or if I'll be like, no, I never would
How
have guessed
incredibly
that.
exciting! Something to look forwards to.
Oh yes.
Yeah. What's going on, everyone? How's
Wonderful.
things going? That's good. Oh boy, we have fun here on this program.
Man,
How
isn't it great that we've
incredible
settled down from Christmas? We've all taken off our Christmas outfits, right, guys? Everybody has.
That's right. We're back to regular times. I believe we are past the Epiphany. The Magi from the East have given their gifts to little baby Jesus.
Aww.
They have marked the end of the Christmas season, and we are now back to ordinary time in the liturgical calendar, as far as I'm aware.
I enjoy your thumbnail. I like how not very detailed it is. You know,
detailed.
Just like
you
just sort of plopped there. Yeah, he's just plopped on the screen looking at Mr. Wonder Man.
Well, the story is about there's a deuteragonists, kind of. We kind of got our two main characters.
You should have done that face on the Mandarin on fake Mandarin. That would have been funny.
What's kind of nuts is the fact that Ben Kingsley has got a lot of screen time.
Yeah, I mean,
he's basically a main character.
Yeah, got POV scenes too.
Crazy for this show.
Didn't expect that, but boy, does he! Let me tell you, man, he pulls a lot of weight in this show. Just having him out there acting and talking and being a fun guy with all of his words and his lines and his acting. And
there's a part where he gets grabbed and I think he's like put against a wall or whatever, and I was watching, I was like, hey, leave him alone, he's like 80 years old. Don't be rude to Ben Kingsley.
Yes, hey, he is Sir Actor Benjamin Kingsley. He's knighted, You
never would have known, I guess, how old he was if you've been watching all of his stuff for the past 30 years. You'd just be like, I guess he's stuck in time. He's somewhere between.
He's sort of like vaguely old, but not that old. He doesn't look. He feels like he exists in that realm, and then you're like, oh shit, you're like actually pretty old.
Yeah, he was born during World War II, and he's out here acting, and he's got pretty good energy, and it is kind of wild. He's got that William Shatner vitality about him, where he just keeps going.
Oh, by the way, someone said, wasn't he in Secret Invasion? It's like, this is where we're at now, where people can't even remember anything about where everyone's from. Like, no, he's not in Secret. No, he's not in Secret Invasion. He was in Shang-Chi.
Legend of the Ten Rings. He was in that, and not a small amount in that either. He was basically there from the end of the second act all the way to the end of the movie.
Yeah, he was in more of that than he probably should have been too.
He had the little fella, the little critter that didn't have a face.
Morris.
I can't remember his name.
That was his name? Was it?
His name was Morris.
Wow.
I remember Morris's name, and not because we'll talk about it briefly. His Shang-Chi reappearance.
Where is that?
It's not his first appearance.
Where is it?
Shang-Chi and the Legend of the 11 Rings.
Be a sequel, right? So where is it? It's been 4 years.
You can't just add a ring, Rags. That would be insane.
Well, that's what you do with a sequel. You add a number to it. So the sequel to Shang-Chi would be The Legend of the 11 Rings.
That's insane.
And guess what the next one... You'll never believe what the one after that will be called.
God. Will it be Marvel's Katie in the 11 Rings?
Marvel's Katie?
Yeah, you remember her.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
You remember Morris, but you don't remember her? She was iconic.
Listen, Morris is a... I'm not a fan of Morris. I just remember Morris's name. I don't like Morris's design. I don't like the...
I remember we had a talk about, because I kind of like it. I kind of like that he doesn't have a face. It's
you
strange.
like it? I don't like it. I wish he had a head.
All right.
I wish Morris had a head. I know, I'd crucify me, but I just think Morris should have had a head.
I can't crucify you because you're already crucified for your hat takes.
my hat takes. I love hats.
Yeah, it's not about like loving hats in general. It's about the hat from Ironheart.
Ironheart?
The not
that
fine
hat
hat.
was fine.
Hat
That was a fine hat. Back me up on this, Platoon.
The hat wasn't fine. We voted. Democracy determined.
No. You can't
fine.
appeal to a vote. You have to speak from the soul. You have to let your
But
instincts
I love
take
democracy.
over. It's just like
Democracy.
Trevor. It's just like Trevor told Simon in Wonder Man. You have to let your instincts take over. You have to let the inside of you come out.
So we can't appeal to the people, but we can appeal to a character from a Marvel project. I see. Okay.
That is correct. You absolutely
Disney
can.
Marvel.
The hat is fine.
Your psychosis
I
is
think
truly
that is-
set in as you sat upon your crucifixion.
It's not psychosis. It's fashionosis, and I'm terminal with fashionosis.
I agree.
That's how I know that the hat is
It's
fine.
terminal.
Hashtag Rags was right. Hashtag fine hat. Everyone posted on your social media accounts. Because one thing I noticed was not posted on social media accounts.
Oh no.
I have not seen anybody talking about Wonder Man.
I saw a couple people accusing Disney of being racist for trying to like squirrel it away, and it was one of those things where it's like, oh, don't worry, they do this with any project that they think won't make money. It's not about.
The only thing
like...
I saw was somebody saying it was amazing how they were taking the piss out of themselves by doing the tennis ball bit in the end of the last episode, and I was just like blown away that somebody would think like that was a worthwhile observation. Oh, wow. That makes this show good, that it's aware of how shit they go about making stuff, and they're going to keep going about making stuff.
And one of the things that was driving me nuts was all the times they show him doing like an improvisational interest in the character and the script and stuff, as though that would ever even be able to happen on one of these Marvel projects with how they build them. Like,
yeah, as if they wouldn't just tell him to shut the fuck up and just say the
there's
lines.
Not even a. There's no. You remember?
They make fun of him for
Cumberbatch
first,
said he didn't know what his character's arc was in Multiverse of Madness. So you can't even.
Like you're not even in a position to talk about, like making changes or tweaks because you don't even know what the hell is happening.
Yeah.
This is like when Disney talks about how bad capitalism is. It's the artistic version of that, where it's like, all right, sure thing, Disney. Yeah,
we sure do trust you, Disney.
You can't mock the thing and still be doing it.
Oh, you mean like Deadpool and Wolverine, where everyone loved it?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Phase 5 was a bit shit, huh? Oh yeah, that was these last couple of years have been a bit shit. Not like we're going to contribute to that more than most of these movies did,
and other universes. Like we're gonna be able to
right.
do more damage than ever.
To be destroyed. Yep.
But
how excited are you guys that they're getting the writer for The Flash and Birds of Prey to make the Batman movie for James Gunn's DCU?
Funny.
So excited!
I'm ready. I'm so ready.
Did you see him fighting with people saying, well, the only reason you would not be happy with this is because you haven't actually read one of her scripts. You got to remember that scripts get changed, by the directors. It's like, what? You mean the director that you've got to make this movie?
Yeah,
the one who made The Flash? That you
the implication is the fault lies somewhere else. It's like, where, James? Where? Tell us. Where is the fault lie?
Yeah. The director that you've hired to make this movie with her?
Don't lie to us, James.
Yeah, I don't know. If
the
screenplay was so great, I would have liked to have seen that in the film, but films.
But also, I don't believe you. I don't buy that.
You don't believe lying James Gunn? What?
James Gunn often forgets that we know what lies are.
No, maybe he's just being honest but mistaken.
I see.
That's entirely possible. But I mean, it will be really awkward if the Batman 2 is expectedly like pretty quality.
Well,
and then the DCU Batman movie is dog shit.
There was a funny notion of... I
kind of am low-key hoping for that, I'm going to be honest.
I am high-key hoping for that.
I don't know if it's safe to say if it's controversial, but I'm kind of not that excited about the James Gunn verse.
With the announcement of like the Muschietti shit and the script and all the stuff to do with the Flash, I saw a post that was like, wait a minute. Do you think he was actually telling the truth when he said he liked the Flash at this point? Like, what the fuck?
And the answer is, yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, maybe he was. Maybe he thinks it's pretty good.
So sad. Remember, he shat all over Batman, the Tim Burton Batmans. He didn't like them.
That's right. He doesn't like Tim Burton Batman, but he likes the Flash that has Tim Burton. He probably thinks that Tim Burton's Batman gets better representation in the Flash than he did in his own movies.
Oh, boy.
And he's in charge of all DC projects.
And he hates the best Batman movie.
What a shame.
That is a shame. That was
In
I
other
was saying
news,
earlier, one thing that struck me as odd at it is I didn't just scrolling through Twitter naturally, quote unquote. I never saw anyone talking about this. I didn't see any promo stuff for it. I didn't see people con Wonder Man or pro Wonder Man. I never heard anyone talking about it. I didn't hear anyone talking about it. Less so than I'd say Echo is probably their least. Well, what's their most forgotten and unknown project?
it probably is Echo.
Is
Yeah.
Echo.
Oh no, wait. Werewolf by
Ironheart-
Night might be it.
Ironheart-
Ooh,
Well, yeah, but I
you're
guess we're talking about like proper, like full seasons of TV, right? But you're probably right. That is. But
thereabouts.
I assume Rags is including all things, but if yeah, that
no,
would be
that's
It's just
fair.
like
That
Disney
probably,
show kinds of stuff.
if there was a hierarchy, that is probably last, then Echo, then this. Because Ironheart, even though that got dropped all at once, which it has in common
People
with
talked
this.
about it.
Also-
people did talk about it.
It was notably terrible by like the marketing, because remember they brought in Robert Downey Jr. to do his little interviews. Iron Man loves Ironheart, and he did all that stuff because he's an actor and he could not give less of a shit. And
Look, some people are saying What If, but no, What If got more conversation.
Oh yeah,
mainly
What If
people
was talked
talking
about more than Werewolf by
it.
Night. Dude, the fact that people in chat like Werewolf by what? What are you talking about? Werewolf by Night? What is that?
Yeah. You reminded me that existed.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a Marvel Studios special presentation, I believe, is what it was called. Whereas Wonder Man is Marvel Spotlight, a just totally arbitrary fucking classification for these shows.
Well,
I don't know what any of this means.
So Spotlight, they introduced. There's a guy called. He has a stupid name. It's something like Chad Wonderbum or something. But like
Chad Wonderbum.
It's
That's
something
one of
like.
What do you mean stupid
Yeah.
name? That's wonderful.
Rhymes with
That's
it.
an
It's a
amazing
very
name,
stupid
Chad
name.
Wonderbum.
But he created Spotlight, and I think Echo is the first of the Spotlight movies. And the perspectives for it, what makes a Spotlight Marvel movie is that it is a character-driven story.
Okay.
That is what they are.
Remember
that
when
is stupid. That is very stupid.
Remember when
thing to
all
say.
things
in
the MCU were character driven? Remember that?
This one is character driven. These ones aren't.
Yeah, well, that's sort of, somebody does need to tell them. I think you are allowed to have both characters and plot at the same time in your story. Like you can do that. Echo
also,
being
Echo
an
was
example of
very
not doing
plotty.
that.
It was
very plotty.
Yeah, but the plot is it's better forgotten, I think, for Echo.
Terrible. Yeah, I think I'd agree with you on that.
I mean, I don't even remember
Echo
it. I only remember her curing Kingpin's childhood trauma, which didn't fix him.
Yeah,
so
it's
kind of pointless, wasn't it? Really?
If anything, it made him more evil.
Yep. Daredevil season 2 coming 2 months. Fucking hell. And seeing people like, oh, this looks hype. It's like, why would you say this? Season 1 was shit.
Why must you upset
It's gonna
me?
be terrible. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad for sure.
It's all gonna be bad. But after because I had heard nothing about Wonder Man in terms of really anything promotional or otherwise, I decided to briefly go and check out what people were saying about Wonder Man, and I then realized what a fool's errand that was, because people praise Marvel shows and Disney shows no matter how good or dog shit they are. Mostly the latter. And they'll scream to high heaven about how great they are and how cinematic, and it's the best one since the last one, and you guys aren't ready for the spectacular extravaganza that is this cinematic experience of whatever it is, Ironheart, Echo, blah, blah, blah. So it was completely pointless listening to random people talk about how good and meaningful and thoughtful and everything Wonder Man was. And while I would say that Wonder Man certainly has more going for it than most of their shows, you can't trust people because they praise everything. So the praise of this doesn't mean anything anymore. They've kind of devalued their own, discussion of this stuff.
Yep.
So, oh well. Wonder Man is a character, though, I've never heard of before. I will be honest. I am not a comic book guy. I don't really think that any of us are really comic book guys, are we?
It appears that I don't really know much about Wonder Man either, but it would appear that the Wonder Man in this show is very different than the comic book iteration.
Yes, they keep some similarities based on what limited knowledge I have of Wonder Man. But it was I trawled around, looked at a few things. Wonder Man was a character who was made in 1964. He's a Stan Lee character. He worked with Jack Kirby and Don Heck back then. Well, Don Heck used to have a different name, but it was Hays Code. But he was originally a villain Wonder Man, and then he became a hero, and he's in different groups of Avengers. There's Avengers over here, and this, and that, and the other thing. And he makes a number of appearances there and there. He's in a story where Baron Zemo gets a hold of him after he gets his powers, and he kind of inserts him secretly into the Avengers to be like a mole, a plant, and then through interacting with the Avengers, Wonder Man learns about the values of heroism and do-goodery, and he becomes a good guy. So in multiple stories, he starts a villain, becomes a hero. One thing I read that was kind of interesting while looking into Wonder Man's past, I think you will really like this blurb. I think this is from like the Earth 616 wiki or whatever it's called. All right. He joined the Avengers Unity Division. During his tenure, his ionic form was permanently absorbed by Rogue, but it was eventually restored.
Oh. Okay.
What? Okay. I mean, I guess. Yes, I guess that's possible, right?
Permanently absorbed,
it's not very
but then
permanently absorbed, but it was restored.
Okay, that doesn't really make sense, but okay.
Well, maybe it's on the comic book grading curve of.
I don't think that word means what you think it
means. True. He hasn't appeared much lately. Looking through comics, like I said, he was made in '64, but his last main role in comics wasn't. It was like 2013 or so was when he had his last important role. So we're looking at over a decade since he's really been prominent in comics, as far as I am aware. If there's anyone who's a lot more into comics, as like I said, I do not read comic books.
I don't know anybody who's into comics.
Yeah.
I'm very much dry on that front, unfortunately. There's no one,
if you
not
find
a guy, not a single dude.
Or a gal, of course. But if you know anybody who might be into, might moonlight into comic books and they know, maybe they can tell you more, but I just can't. But I found some lists, if you're wondering, well, is these comic books? He's not like that far away. Surely I would have heard of him, right? In 2012, IGN ranked Wonder Man as number 38th in their top 50 Avengers. So
okay,
he's a bit far down the list. And by the way,
that would put him above probably certain characters that have already been adapted, like into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, probably, right?
Who would you say is the most like the one with the least notoriety in terms of have become popular with the Marvel Cinematic Universe so
far? I think it's safe to say that not many people generally knew about the Scarlet Witch before the MCU. Compared to like Quicksilver, for instance.
It'd be an interesting question for Gary to actually answer. Like, who's had the biggest rise from comic notoriety to the films? Potentially Falcon, maybe.
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 The thing is that that's probably because we're talking about normies, not people who are sort of paying attention. Because a few people are saying Iron Man, it's like, nah, Iron Man has definitely been catapulted way higher.
Yeah, he was in like the arcade game and stuff like that.
Yeah, I knew about Iron Man before the film.
Well known enough. I'd say Doctor Strange was also kind of known enough that he wouldn't be. Basically, like any of the main guys, I would say, are exempt. Because whatever, as much as you could say that maybe they weren't as well known as like Batman, they still had some.
I mean, I appreciate the answer in the sense of awareness. A jump. Like, is the jump that Iron Man made bigger or smaller?
Guardians is probably a.
Oh, that's a that's Guardians actually probably
because they were pretty obscure, and now basically everybody knows what the Guardians of the Galaxy is.
Yeah, that's a fair one.
So that's probably because I remember when it got announced, I was like, what like what?
Okay. When you consider the quality of that first movie in particular,
I don't know.
I said before, it's my favorite MCU movie is the first Guardians movie. So going from completely unknown to being in like a big and quite good movie that people really are quite keen on, that's a huge leap.
Yeah, that's you know what? This is where I feel like I remember watching an Angry Joe video from like 15 years ago where he's talking about like Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And he was reading off a list of the characters that were being added, and the point he was making was that it was a bizarre collection, and one of them was Rocket. And when he read that, he read it as if like, what the fuck is Rocket Raccoon? And it's like, yeah, it's kind of amusing to think about that. Like in 2011, it's like, what the Rocket Raccoon in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3? What? To now, just be like, oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Also, Neurotic's in the chat.
He's voting Guardians.
Guardians. Iron Man was a big jump, though. Cap
2. For sure, because they were like sort of B tier in terms of recognition, and now you could argue that they might have actually started to breach into S tier, which is a very exclusive club. The club of Batman, Superman, and Spider-Man.
I mean, the Guardians got 3 movies, a Christmas special, and they made some other.
And I mean, hell, the Guardians of the Galaxy movies all made more money than Superman.
Also, fucker, don't be all cap in, add Gary to panel. He's a person with his own life, all right? Jesus, don't be cringe. God.
Do not be cringe. It is the worst. It's one of the look, all right, you don't want to be cringe. People can deal with other things, but not cringe.
No, cringe is impossible to deal with.
If you want to ask Gary any questions, feel free to super chat him on the Real BBC and Friday Night Times.
Absolutely. Inhumans, dude. Even they still don't know who Inhumans are. Why would
I don't know? There's people in chat right now who be like, "What's an Inhuman? Is that a mutant?"
Is that a mutant? Yeah. I don't know who they are. Is Wonder Man an Inhuman?
That one TV show that. No, he's not.
Is he? He's a mutant.
Miss Marvel was an Inhuman. But as you saw in the well, actually, nobody here saw the show except for Mauler and I, right?
Yeah, I think in the world too.
Because in that they're like, oh, mutants, dude. That was like 4 years ago. That show came out. Don't you love how many of these threads they set up over the last 4 years that have gone nowhere?
What show are you talking about?
Miss Marvel.
Oh, that didn't go nowhere though, because like Dad's in Daredevil, so like they've definitely built on the good work they did.
That was a great payoff for the whole TV show.
Why would you say that when he was in the family was in The Marvels?
The Marvels, yeah,
an even bigger appearance. I guess it's fair. Both are fair, but yeah, I guess they wanted that to be a thing, and it hasn't quite panned out. Shame. The actress seems enthusiastic. Black Bolt is an Inhuman.
Yes, he's like the leader of the Inhumans.
He's
I don't know all the classifications.
He's the retard in Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, blow his brain out.
Well, that's why he's the leader.
The king of the retard.
Only one retard can wear the crown. So yeah, if you were worried about, should I know who Wonder Man is? I wouldn't worry. He's not particularly prominent. Comic Book Resources, CBR, they ranked him in 2017. So this is not too long ago. They ranked him 15th. I'm sorry, they didn't. Listen.
How could they?
They could no. CBR in 2017 ranked Wonder Man as 15th in the 15 most overpowered Avengers list. They're ranking how overpowered
when you read the list of his abilities as listed on Wikipedia, it is enormous.
To capture it for chat, he absolutely outpowers the Headless Horseman. So we're talking, he's a big deal.
I don't know. Are you sure?
For your reference,
Headless Horseman has a sword.
Superhuman strength, speed, agility, stamina, and reflexes. Ionic energy, physiology, enhanced vision and hearing, electromagnetic manipulation. Ionic energy. Let me finish the list, damn it. Ionic energy manipulation, energy enhanced strike, virtual invulnerability, self-sustenance, power recycling, size alteration, healing factor, shape-shifting, teleportation, immortality, and flight.
Oh shit. That's pretty strong.
I like tossing immortality and flight on the end there.
I do like self-sustenance. It's like, I feel like everything that's alive can do that to some extent.
Having self-sustenance as a power raises the age-old question that philosophers have been discussing for millennia now, which is, of course, if you eat yourself, will you disappear or will you double in size? And no one knows. It's one of the great questions of the age of civilization itself.
I've told you guys before, right, that I had a friend who legitimately got himself in a tangle mentally because he was like, you can't disappear, that's impossible, but if you ate yourself, you would.
What?
And I was just looking at him like, huh? And he was like, if you ate yourself, if you put your legs into your mouth and you just ate the whole thing, you would just disappear. I was like,
Where does he think the legs go?
Well, they go away because you eat them.
Yeah, it goes. It's like the stomach is the core of you until it all wraps around into itself, then like out
like
of
a black
existence,
hole,
like Pac-Man.
It's just it's like one of those grenades from Thor 2: The Dark World that the elves have.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, there's a reference. To be clear, some of the creepy space technology they had was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Same about the movie though. The scary black hole grenades. I don't want to get hit by those.
Yeah,
maybe they go
scary,
to, who knows where they go, the poop dimension. I'm not sure. Yeah, he's not a very popular character. One other list I found that was amusing in terms of its name. This was back in 22. CBR ranked Wonder Man 9th in their 10 most iconic Avengers who aren't Iron Man, Captain America, or Thor.
Well, I mean, okay.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. But yeah, Wonder Man can begin with episode 1. So,
I mean, was it probably worth saying on a meta side that like they dropped this all at once? Nobody's heard of the fucker before this. They're struggling to make anything work, even real like big projects work. They're terrified about Avengers working. Doomsday, I mean, with every character you've ever heard of, including fucking Walter White, is going to be in there, and Darth Vader. So, something like this, where it's like guy you've never heard of, doing a grounded, character-driven story in a 8-episode television show with some episodes. Isn't the shortest one 23 minutes?
Yeah, it's short as shit.
So, again, if you came to me with this when I was supposed to be in control of like marketing or the budget or trying to make anything work in MCU, like what should we do with this? Be like, yeah, that's a tax write-off. Like we're not releasing this one. There's no point. This is just a significant loss.
It's worth noting that seemingly the show was at risk because this was affected by the writers' strike. That's how long this show started shooting in 2023. They've been, it should have come out by now. I think is well before now is what that should communicate.
If there was groupings of like projects, it just feels like this one is with Ironheart and Echo. It has to be. It's just this weird. It came from an era where they thought they could do anything.
Whereas, for as much as Daredevil Born Again is incredibly fucking annoying, including the first and last 2 episodes. You can see how those episodes were a reaction to a reality. Before that was, oh yeah, fuck the Netflix show. We don't give a fuck about that. Oh shit, you gotta get Punisher in there, you gotta get Karen in there, and Foggy, you gotta get all those references in there, right? It's like there's a clear divide between that. And you can see it in stuff like how Fantastic Four is, to some extent, a reaction to how negatively people were feeling about the MCU. Of course, the problem is that the writing still sucks ass, so it doesn't really address the problem. But there are ways in which they're superficially more aware of what the audience actually wants to see.
Daredevil Born Again seems like a really intelligent choice because it's got a built-in fan base, and it's Daredevil. He's not like a hero to sniff at. Like people care about that, so it's like, oh, that makes sense. Of course you released that, and then it was horrible and it did badly. It's just like, oh well, Wonder Man. What are you guys doing? And the thing is, with the amount of turnover that probably happens at like the mid to lower levels, there probably are people being like, "What? Why was this made?" They're like, "I don't even know anymore. I don't know. We have this. We got to do something with it."
This was kind of. I think originally it was in like 2021 or so that kind of the idea or it began to take shape, along with some.
It got started pretty early on, shortly after.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's from
the director of that was involved in it.
So it's a post 2019, pre 2024. Yeah, that's when Marvel were insane. Right? They were like, we can do anything and it'll make millions.
Do no wrong, yeah.
Which is why we've got all these remnant projects that come out, and it's just like, what the fuck was this? They're like, I don't know. Shut up.
Well, we were talking about Echo and Ironheart, and now with Wonder Man, and say what you will about the quality, as we have, but the idea that I guess they think we're the MCU, or they thought that they had, I guess, the social capital and the cred to be able to take characters like the Guardians of the Galaxy and Scarlet Witch and relatively unknown or essentially completely unknown characters and propel them into knownness just by sheer, I guess, cultural power of the juggernaut that is the MCU, a power that they definitely no longer possess. So let's bring in Echo, let's bring in Ironheart, let's bring in Wonder Man, and we'll just boom, everyone will know about them. We'll have these new characters.
To be clear, there is nothing inherently wrong with the premise of, we're going to do a show about Wonder Man where he's an actor and he wants to be he's an aspiring actor, and he gets the part in an in-universe Wonder Man movie that was a film that meant a lot to him growing up. And it's going to be like a story about him moving through Hollywood, trying to become a successful actor, refine his style, like his acting craft. There's nothing wrong. Not only is there nothing wrong with that, but if this wasn't like an MCU show, if this was just something else, I might have been like, oh, that could be cool. But it's an MCU show, so like, oh, so it's gonna suck. And that's a reasonable assumption to make about literally every single thing that they make at this point. Everything, every single project.
Just by virtue of something not being terrible would surprise me.
Yep.
The bar is so low, it's a tripping hazard.
Well, and you also get the sense that with stuff like this, they are dimly aware that they want more maybe sub-heroic. What they want is like a realm of creative production, which is outside of, well, it's not just street level. I think it's like in terms of artistic intent, they want something that isn't just, popcorn flick blockbuster. They want to be able to say,
like a real
this huge franchise there. Yeah, we've got a real television show. It's about human characters. Look, we've even given it the name Spotlight, which we're dedicating to actual characters. And they want it to seem like it gives it a bit more cultural depth to it. They tried to do that, I think, with Echo as well, in the sense that, but then because it is the MCU and as Fringy says, like, it almost guarantees that it's going to suck balls. It's like inevitably it finds some way to trash itself, and that some way usually involves a very typical Marvel style thing. So like the end of Echo, it's like, here's a serious character-led drama. Oh, but now we've got random like Native American lesbian witch magic, and we're gonna go and brainfuck the Kingpin. It's like, well, what the fuck are we doing? WandaVision, sort of similar, kind of interesting premise, interesting first couple of episodes, and then by the end it's, oh, let's fly around shooting magic lasers, and let's just be another generic Marvel superhero schlocky thing with extra crap spread on top because of the multiverse.
Slop is an infection; it spreads.
Which it's kind of funny to point that out, because this isn't necessarily true of honestly all of the Netflix Marvel shows. That, for whatever problems that a lot of them had, and a lot of them did have problems, except for Daredevil, of course. Like whatever problems that they had with the way that they went about it, they were like real television shows. If you get what I mean when I describe
with
that,
characters and drama and
like they have an intention of telling a story that actually requires several episodes. If anything, you can make the case for Daredevil that it would have benefited from having more episodes. And that it's not like the big draw. Even though in something like Daredevil, a big draw is the fight scenes, you're also actually there for the characters. Compared to in a lot of these, and you're not necessarily watching it strictly with the intention of seeing where it goes next in terms of a subsequent television show. You're just kind of in it, and they're made with the recognition that you're in it for that story. Like even Iron Fist, which is like, it's a bad show. It's not good. Like, there's a difference between that and what Marvel does now with the shows that they make.
And this, I think this is notable in the sense of, unless there's something I'm forgetting, is this not the lowest stakes and scope story they've ever come out with? As in the lowest variable?
Yes, absolutely.
And I obviously mean this derogatorily, the easiest one for them to not fuck up. This is like, and ever.
They still did.
I certainly think so. Also, on top of that, I saw this question of, isn't this exactly what you want? A low stakes story about a hero going through life? So we're well past that. This is
literally just said.
Well, not only that, but that conversation would have been more prevalent around 2018, 19, 20, and then it would have faded away. We're now in the desperation for, we need something good. It doesn't matter what genre, what style, what scope, what character. We just need something good.
Hope for their.
I don't care what you're setting out to achieve, other than to make it good. We're at a point where everything is so bad that, like, to be like, oh, can we please get something that's bad but just a different flavor of bad? It's like, no, we need to sort out them fundamental. You need to, like, make another Iron Man is what you need to be figuring out how to do. That's what's important right now, is figure it out. Make a good movie about a character who's going to be important going forward. That is priority number one.
And if you are going to persist in making TV shows alongside it, then probably having a TV show that makes people want to see more of the same story. There's a difference between low stakes and no stakes, or street level and just
or
basically no
stakes.
level whatsoever, or personal stakes. I mean, there are some of those in this show, but like this is not, Daredevil has been mentioned, this is not a Daredevil in the sense that you're particularly invested in following this ongoing journey. It's not the kind of show you watch and say, oh gosh, I really wish I could see what came after this. It exists. It's there. They released it. They dumped it. We've seen it, and then it's now it's done. I'm never going to think about it ever again after this stream. So even if just in the TV realm, we're not anywhere near where we need to be.
That reminds me of Andor, in the sense of, should Andor have been about Palpatine? Should it have been about more like spending it on this giant scope, going to space stations, or having more wars, or maybe Vader should have been in there? But it's like, well, it's just nice that it was good, guys. Like that's kind of just the first step. It had characters that we cared about, you know.
Well, that's the thing, is that kind of conversation, I think, has been in part responsible for yielding. Like, that kind of conversation is the way that silly Hollywood executives seem to talk about movies, kind of on like pitches. It's almost like the pitch for like a genre is the focus of the conversation, rather than like, yeah, but what about the actual just sort of nuts and bolts of making this story function? We don't need to be having these conversations about what high concept is or isn't going to work, because you just need to figure out how to get from A to B in a way that makes any fucking sense at all. That's what you need to do.
So for a company that's vampiric when it comes to finances, it is hilarious they released it like this. It's just, what the fuck are you guys doing?
It's hilarious that they would even go for this. But again, it was that era when they thought that they could make anything. And now they're at a point where they might not be able to make anything. Like, there is nothing available for them. Fantastic Four did not do that well.
No. Neither did Thunderbolts.
We talk about
Neither did Brave New World.
Superman. Fantastic Four did worse. Like, it's not looking good.
No. And Doomsday's probably not going to end up looking as great as they want it to. It'll probably make money.
I don't think so at this point. I think you're going to see that, because Zootopia too, what'd that end up at? Like $1.8 billion? I think when you compare that to what results they get, I think that you're going to see that some of these live action remakes, as much as it's going to annoy you guys, that Moana remake is probably going to, I think it might be competitive with the next Avengers movie.
It might be. Unfortunately, it's like it really is a hit or miss sort of gamble with live action movies. It seems it has nothing to do with their quality.
Yeah.
The other thing I was going to mention, by the way, because I saw a post about it, but I haven't like confirmed it. But I don't know if you know, Rags. Wonder Man, was he like a scientist originally?
As far as I know, that he was supposed to be an actor. He is an actor turned superhero in the comics. At least that is one of the variants that I'm aware of. So that part is based on something in the comics.
Well, I've seen like a breakdown of all of his achievements, and let's just put it this way: like all the amazing things that he had done, and the transfer in this is a bit bizarre in a meta sense. Obviously, they've got the race change, and then they've like stripped everything off him except for the fact that he wants to be an actor.
Yeah, he has he's very passionate about a very narrow, not to like underplay it, I guess, but he's very much into movies and stories and acting,
which is
scripts,
fine,
and
which is an idea.
Which is good. I like to see that. It's like an actual, like, oh, this person is passionate about this trait and this thing, but outside of that, there's not that much really happening. And I don't think that he's as good of an actor as the show is trying to portray him as in universe. But I guess that's a discussion we can have later on.
He's sort of unfortunate in being up against somebody who is a very good actor.
Ben Kingsley
steals this.
He could be reading his shopping list, and it would probably be an S tier acting sequence for Ben Kingsley.
Mm-hmm.
That was yep. Next to him, pretty tough. But yeah, there are some other differences. We'll get to them later, like when we kind of meet some of his family in that the episode there at the birthday party. Some differences between, I guess, his comic book origins and things like, oh, we're going to keep the names but change, like, basically everything else or something along those lines. It does make you feel like, why does it, if you're picking someone essentially unknown anyway, why Wonder Man? if you're gonna make all these changes, why bother? Just you might as well make someone up that's new. Is there a huge throng of Wonder Man fans who are just dying to be heard? Who are I doubt it, but I don't know. I don't know the creative process behind this stuff. It's not a decision I would have made, that's for certain.
I think
But
they probably just liked
yeah.
the premise. You know, if you read, there's there's a superhero who wants to be an actor in the comics, and say, well, we can make some, good, culturally impactful, deep meta commentary with the superhero who wants to be an actor. Let's take the premise and run with it. And actually, it doesn't really need to be about all of the many superpowers that he has. That's sort of surplus to requirements. We can just get rid of. I mean, they did something sort of similar with Echo, and the Echo's comics power set, at least as I understand it, is also absurd. She watches people for 5 seconds and learns every ability that they have. She's got, I think they call them photographic reflexes or something like that, and she's a ballerina and a karate master. She's got bullseye's accuracy. She can fight better than Daredevil. And it's most of that stuff doesn't end up making it through to the finished product. And I'm sure there were many other cases, even of the bigger mainstream Marvel characters who've had their power sets nerfed a little bit to make them work in the context of a drama. In this show, it's not nerfing them though for any reasons of power scaling. It is just nerfing them because the show just isn't very interested in what the powers themselves are. It's not what the aim or the intent of the show is to explore what the powers are.
Which is, again, fine. As a choice. That's okay, but it all depends on what are you substituting that for? Because I don't need to see some big, it's been a complaint of pretty much every Marvel show is just this need to have all these crazy, stupid action scenes. Whereas this show basically has none. Though I will say, this show still adheres in amusing ways to me to the MCU TV show formula, such as the hero gets their iconic costume in the last episode. Even this show still adheres to that formula. Very funny to me.
Also, I thought it was funny. There was a couple posts once this was out that I saw. There was one that just asked, "What are his powers?" And I was like, "Wait, they went through a whole season. They don't even know what his powers are." Like, well, I think that's fair. That's fair. Once you see it, you're like, I get why. Yeah.
All right. Let's delve into it. See, Wonder Man opens up in a movie theater. There's an audience here, and they're watching Wonder Man, the old 1980s action movie. You got this old guy, and he's got his big floopy haircut, and he's got his old silly costume, and he's going out and he's fighting up some alien guys. Very reminiscent of when Kirk fights the Gorn. Was that the name of the guy that Kirk fights, the Gorn? Yeah, it kind of has that vibe to it in a way. It's just sort of old, just sort of a bit, spoofy, actiony 80s movies. And inside the theater, we see a young Simon Williams. He will be our protagonist, or one of our deuteragonists, I guess you could probably say. He's watching it here with his kid, and as we will learn, this is where he kind of got one of his big inspirations to be an actor, is one of his favorite sort of, what do they call it? A forming
formative experience.
Yeah, a formative experience for him, right? He's watching this movie with his dad, and we'll get a couple of flashbacks later through the show of sort of this day and what it meant for him and how he looks back on it. But yeah, we've established he knows about Wonder Man as a kid.
Something to note about this film, as much as I can kind of appreciate some of the efforts they made to make it look like an old film, there were also things about it that look like some of the visual effects in the film itself look too good for the time that it's meant to be from. Like the
costumes
70s.
They've done, right? And then costumes and sort of the physical backdrop. But then whenever they're shooting lasers, if you remember, say, watching original Star Wars, I think even in the special edition, some of this is still there. Like, lasers did not necessarily go where they are supposed to go. They kind of fly parallel across the screen because you have to etch them on.
And
I mean, that was cutting edge. This is meant to be kind of like not as cutting edge. This is meant to be a little bit more, even more campy.
Schlocky, maybe,
yeah.
And it's like, almost, it looks like too much in high definition as well. I don't think that they obviously didn't use.
They put a bit of film grain on there.
Yeah, a little bit.
They did. It's better than in Echo where it was black and white, but it was like full 4K crisp, visual quality.
So we pick up in present day for our protagonist, Simon. You remember him from the last scene? Good. He's all grown up now. And he's looks like he's an actor, certainly trying to be, and he is making a lot of notes on a script that he's been giving. As we will find out, this is a script he's been given for a little role that he has, an American Horror Story. And he is marking up that page with all the notes and thoughts that he has, really trying to get into character here, really trying to figure out how it all works behind the scenes and the lore and the backstory of everything that's going on. But he is led to the set of, like I said, American Horror Story, and he shows kind of everyone there. I've got all these notes. I've been thinking about my role, thinking about the character, and he makes a lot of references to things that he's seen. Simon is a very well-read person. He knows a lot about, well, stories and backstories and the productions of movies. This will become a recurring thing with Simon Williams. He really has an intense passion for this field, and it pops up, decently constantly with references and whatnot. He is very, very interested in making sure that this little role that he has in American Horror Story comes out in all the tiny little bitty details, not just him, but everything around him, like the props and whatnot. He talks to the director and the writer on set. He brings them on, and he even gets down to like they're supposed to be, I think it's like an Aztec class that his character, who is a teacher, is supposed to be giving, but it's not quite the right book on Aztec history. It shouldn't be this book. It should be this different book by this other guy, and it's lying on the desk, and it would be more appropriate if this different book, like really, really fine little details, because that's what he really focuses on.
But it's not going over well, and
no.
and this is probably where we can already highlight, like, oh damn, so this is not going to be a good show. How is he like? How is nobody on this set able to manage him? How is there nobody here that can just actually just tell him to
they
like
don't
shut
even
the fuck
try.
up and just do his job?
It's so stupid.
Because it all ramps up to they fire him, and it's like, dude, are you serious? Like, you don't have anybody on this set who could just say like, bro, chill. Like,
yeah, bro, we get you're passionate, we get you really care, but you have this little bitty role. Just say the lines, do the thing as the director and everything wants to have happen. That's your thing.
Try. This is the thing. They entertain him for a while until they basically just get a big producer to tell him like, hey, so yeah, we're writing you off the show. Bye. And it's like, what is this? Like, what kind of set is this? That there's nobody here that can actually just like put their foot down and tell him to stop. Like one of the crew members even points out that they're not going to be able to complete everything that they need to do in that day. It's like, how are you allowing this to happen?
Yeah, because they stopped the shooting like twice, and call in the writer, and then they bring in the writer, and like, the director's here, and everyone's standing off stage, and they're tapping around, they're looking at their watches and everything, like they're just waiting. It's like, no, someone just tell them to chill out.
The one that threw me is when he asks, he says like, if we've got this history where I don't like her, I don't want it to get so close to me. And then the director says, yes, but I want your dead body to be bleeding out in the moonbeam that we have. And I was watching this, I was like, those two things don't connect at all. If this scene is that he's talking to a lady who then kills him, if she's standing a meter further back, she can still kill him the same way in that scene. Why did the director say this? And then, of course, the guys are like, we can move the moonbeam. And I was like, what is happening? Why are you moving anything? You don't need to.
Why are you doing anything for this guy? Like, why don't you just tell him to stop?
And then, there's no... I was expecting the director to be like, to be like, oh, that's a great idea. It's like, can I just talk to you for 1 second and then bring it down and be like, this is my fucking set. You can shut the fuck up. I thought they were going to do that. Like, it's been seen in other things before. It's typical. It's just like, oh, shit. Oh, all right. Like, sorry. And then maybe he continues to stand out of line, then they kick him off. I was like, that's going to be the standard paint by numbers.
He went over his warning.
But instead, it's way more sanitized than that. We don't want to actually show any real conflict on this set. Instead, it's like everybody's like kind of they're not acting like this is their job and their ass is on the line if they don't get everything done in time and they end up over budget. Like they just... They're all just very soft about it all, which is just stupid.
That gets to actually why I don't like this scene in concept then as well, because it seems that the show is taking his side in the sense of like, look how creative and inspiring and sort of invested this guy is. You'd love to have him on your project, but because of the way this sort of cynical productions going, they're even going to nuke the entire scene, the storyline, because he got in the way, which, by the way, is so stupid. But what I don't like is
not what would happen.
When you're an actor, is like you do actually need to be somewhat a team player. You can't make everything about you. You can't just take over the director and writers and producers role. You can't just be like, "Hey, I think it should be like this." What are you doing?
It's safe to say that Marvel doesn't agree with that either.
Marvel's like, never, ever in a million years had this happen. As we said at the beginning, this is impossible because they don't even have scripts. It's like, oh, what's my character doing? The fucking director doesn't know. Like,
exactly. And like there are aspects of the story that are essentially plotted out before the writer is even involved, with like pre-visualization of action scenes. And so again, it is pretty funny that it would be in a Marvel show. But yes, you're right. Like the show obviously views this as, yeah, maybe he's being a bit out of line, but God, he's so passionate. When the actual truth is like, dude, this is not your show. This is somebody else's production, and you have a role to play in that.
And I would have appreciated someone telling him that, and then giving him the warning of like enough, and then he oversteps it,
and then he keeps doing it.
Yeah, and then you could be like, okay, yeah, I could see how someone might do that if they're that passionate, and that's the consequence, and so he's gonna have to work on that. But instead, it just comes across as like he was being friendly. He did it in a kind way. He's trying to add to the script, and then he's just told they're rethinking the episode. The whole thing's nuked. I was just like, "What? It's all ready to go."
Dang, now that's some real power.
That is pretty funny, man. We're about to run over. We're not going to complete our shots in the day. You know what? Let's just cut all this shit. Oh, what are we filming tomorrow?
Yeah,
they don't know. They don't know what they're shooting tomorrow. They don't know.
They treat it as
no one on any of these Marvel sets knows.
The people who wrote this, they work on fucking shows. Like what? Like,
yeah, write what you know, right? That's what they always say. Write what you know.
It just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. And so what they want me to take from it, and then what they want to be like, hey, we're like meta commentary. I was just like, this is bad already. Like, here we go.
Because you've simultaneously made him seem way too pushy and autistic about it, and all the production people like weird, apathetic psychos. Not what they were going for.
I don't think so. No.
But apparently, Simon's audition was supposedly really good, which is how he kind of got this role in the first place. But he's kind of ruined that, very based off of everything that we just talked about. And in frustration, Simon drives home to his apartment in Hollywood, where he notices that his girlfriend Vivian is leaving. Her things are being packed up, and she is walking out. Now, obviously, Simon's a little bit confused as to what's happening, but Vivian tells him, "Listen, man, you're being too distant. You're a little bit callous. You know, you're kind of a dick sometimes. I just can't get through to you all that much. You're not letting me in." And it's too late to start caring about this relationship now. And so off she goes. What a terrible day this is for Simon already. And we've only just begun. His character was written off. His girlfriend left him. He lives in California. What could be worse?
Which, man. By the way, that girlfriend you're not going to see for another like 6 episodes. And they're going to call back on their relationship that you never saw.
Quite funny.
Yeah, she makes a brief
it's really, really stupid. How
to the point where I had to like check and see if that was her when I saw her reappearance. I'm like, is this a new character, or is this the one
an
from
older
earlier?
girlfriend? You're like, no, it's the same one.
No, all right. Well, that's fair enough. I guess she is same and also older, so you got they're going for it. Simon brushes his teeth in frustration. It's not a frustrating day, and as he does this. As he feels the frustration, that's not all he's feeling, because there's a little bit of a trembling in the apartment, a little wibbly wobbly shaking.
When you've seen the show, the idea that he had this long-term relationship where he's living with a girl in his place and she's never, like, he never would have like revealed this or whatever, but then you find out that she's like, oh, I knew the whole time. Like, I thought that was baffling as a collection of information. That one, it was never an overt thing that he obviously had to account for. 2, he never told her. I don't see this guy he's not great emotionally. I would have assumed that he absolutely would have spilled this to anybody he considers pretty close. But 3,
there's the moral angle.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. We're gonna have to get into that. I'm not a fan of this person in a moral way. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. He's not a fantabulous guy. He's not wonderful.
I would say it's funny because this show wants to sort of be like, see, you know, there's a government department, and you know, it's their job to keep on top of this. And it's like, yeah, this show ain't interested in dealing with, you know, the equivalent of the Sokovia Accords in relation to a character like this who has a very explosive potential, you could say, like in terms of his power set.
Say that.
Well, so it's worth saying now, because I can't remember when they actually say it, but it is a reality of this world. No superheroes are allowed to be involved in the movie business in Hollywood.
The doorman
which
clause.
Is really fucking strange.
Like the Sokovia Accord got repealed. And She-Hulk, we learned that from Mr. Matt Murdock himself.
So just so chat understands.
So there's no Sokovia Accords, but superheroes aren't allowed to be on television productions because the insurance would be really high.
Yeah, of course. The Accords, where it's like a geopolitical situation where we need to be sure of what power's being used in what places and responsibly and accountably, all of that's wiped out. Do whatever the fuck you want, but you can't be in movies.
Yep, can't do that. Just whoop.
It's just insane. It's like, it is a blanket insurance policy. One thing goes wrong on one set once.
Like
and
a
so
superhero
apparently
who could just...
all insurance companies have decided that every superhero of any type, anywhere, on any kind of production, all must be subjected, I guess, to the same insurance premiums. And those are ruinously expensive. As though like major film studios would not actually be more than willing to pay those, to get a fucking superhero on your movie set. I hate to say that The Boys does anything more realistically than anything, but The Boys did this, at least in season 1, kind of, it did understand that superheroes would have celebrity appeal, so not buying this one.
It's so beyond stupid. Remember, we had to deal with this, the Falcon Winter Soldier shit, where it's like, but nobody actually has any money because Tony didn't take care of him, and there's no way they could make money in any other way whatsoever. You're like, fucking Ant-Man writes a book.
Making money with a book.
Yeah.
But Falcon wouldn't be under the doorman clause because he's just a guy.
That's true. He is just a guy.
So
and they
that
would
wouldn't
totally
even be
have
an
him in
excuse
movies.
for Falcon.
If he has the full suit and he's not always working on he's a special effects fucking dream. You could get him into any movie and be like, holy shit, you could just fly around. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't know why there has to be a legal clause built into this. If the reason is that the insurance is too high, well then that's the prohibiting factor.
The studios just wouldn't want to do it anyway. Yeah, you wouldn't need the Department of Damage Control to be like overseeing the Hollywood, film industry, paying attention to like whether or not superheroes are, showing up in movies.
And also, obviously, some superheroes would probably have like really minor powers. Like, what can you do? It's like, I could manifest yogurt. And that's just like all they could do, or something like that. It's really, really minor, and nothing could possibly go wrong.
And what happened with if Matt Murdock, if he decided that he wanted to reveal he was Daredevil and be in movies? It's like, well, so your superpower is you're blind, so like, nah, you can't be in any movies. Like
that's hilarious.
How do they account for just
I have really good
those
senses,
kinds of powers? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if you could grow your fingernails real fast, I think that's a thing in some.
Well, yeah, I mean,
basically just a minor. That's basically just Wolverine, a diet Wolverine.
Yeah,
like kind of the crappy mutants, right? Like, what about the one that was a porcupine? Like, you said he couldn't be in movies. Okay,
makes no fucking sense. But whatever, it creates the foundational stakes of the season.
Pretty much, yeah, because the whole
you know what I mean? Like,
well, if Wonder Man gets exposed, he can't be in movies anymore, and that's his dream. That is like the stakes of the show.
When people tell you this is the good one, I'm not saying they're wrong, as in like by relativity.
Relatively,
yeah, but like it's like the basic shit they've got to achieve. They've already fumbled it. They've fallen straight on their face already.
The lore is askew a bit, but. At least they'll devote an entire episode of their already short 8-season show to explaining the lore in a way that I don't think really works all that well.
The Frogurt is also cursed.
Ha!
Fringy.
I mean, you can also expand it.
Fringy, come on.
I didn't hear what you said.
The Frogurt is also cursed.
It's not.
Is this a Simpsons thing?
I'm so sad. It's okay. It's bad. But it comes with a free, no, nothing.
There's a lot in Fringy's defense. There's a lot of Simpsons.
Rags. This is, you can't defend this one. Fringy's going to be embarrassed.
Sorry, Fringy. I tried.
Wait, help me out.
I can't. I haven't seen.
I feel like I've said too much already. Chat will got it. You gotta not look at them now.
Say you gotta. All right, I'm looking away. Say it again.
Okay, well, so the one clue I'll give you, it's absolutely in the classic range of episodes.
Yeah.
It's Treehouse of Horror.
But it can't. And a free yogurt.
Yeah.
And you sound like Mo, or are you doing Marge?
But beware, it carries a terrible curse. Ooh, that's bad. But it comes with a free Frogan. That's good.
Oh,
but the Frogan is also cursed.
God.
That's bad. But you get your choice of toppings. That's good. The toppings contain potassium benzoate. That's bad.
Dude, it's not appearing. The image is not coalescing in my head.
I have nothing to say.
God.
I'm disappointed.
That's very annoying. I'm going to be annoyed about that all day.
Would you want me to tell you?
Maybe.
I need to.
He will be here for a while. Give him time to, maybe it'll come to him.
I'll look it up so that I can then be very annoyed.
So after Simon's had a very frustrating day. His girlfriend has left him. He made his house shake. His character got killed.
God damn it.
Did you remember?
Well, I looked it up. Now I remember because I remember the character who says it. He's got a very distinctive appearance.
I would argue it's pretty iconic as a funny moment from Simpsons. People beat the shit out of that one. I'm surprised, very surprised.
Yeah, no, that's that one. Which Treehouse of Horror was that one from?
It's an early one, like it could be 3 or 4, maybe. Just yeah.
Okay. I'm fuck's sake. Anyway, let's continue with this fucking shit. Continue with Wonder Man.
Simon goes to a movie theater because he's had a really rough day. I think this is technically the next day. So he notices there's some guy with a British accent in the theater before the film starts. And I will say that this theater, we've all been to one of these theaters. We remember these. They don't make them like this anymore. The little orange lights on the worn out rug and the little like tapestry drape thingies they have along the walls, the kind of burgundy ones. Oh, we've all been in a theater like this. But here's this British voice. This British man's voice inside the theater, chatting away loudly on his cellular telephone. And he goes over to see, like, hey, what are you doing? Were you going to be talking? Because it's annoying to talk in a movie theater. You shouldn't take calls in a movie theater. All right? You just shouldn't do it. And he goes over and he's like, oh, wait, well, I know you. Because this, ladies and gentlemen, this is a man you've seen before. Once, twice, and now a third time. It is none other than Ben Kingsley, who is playing Trevor Slattery.
Fake fan confirmed.
Oh my
We've
God.
seen him more than that, Rags, because he was in a Marvel one-shot. They did which
one was this?
Post Iron Man 3, he was in prison. There's a little thing. Nobody saw it though. It's okay.
Oh, okay. So I'm off the hook, essentially.
Fake fan.
I am.
You're a fake fan of the Mandarin. That's what you are.
I mean, have I ever purported to be a real fan of the Mandarin?
You know what? I'm a real fan of what the Mandarin almost was, even though he was already kind of a breakaway from what the comic was going to be. But Iron Man 3, what a fuck ass movie. The original hatred before the MCU went to a different degree of evil and bad. Iron Man 3 ruined everything about Iron Man. It's not fair.
Well,
thank God Age of Ultron and Civil War recovered, but Iron Man 3 sent him. Did anyone else come out of the cinema being like, wait, they just removed the arc reactor from his chest and he's no longer got...
They just did it.
I was really confused when I watched it. I was like, so is he just not Iron Man anymore?
Detonated
like, what?
Detonated his suits, retiring. What?
Literally a year after Avengers comes out, it's like, no more Iron Man? What? You're joking. And then
Now that
like,
we've
yeah,
established there's no reason for Iron Man to exist as anything.
It was fucking insane. And then you have Age of Ultron just has to be like, anyway, like the team are back, everybody. And then Civil War actually turns it into a story of like he tried to retire, but he just can't. He has to keep on fighting. You know, it's like, oh, thank fuck. Thanks, Shane.
That's crazy how much Age of Ultron was sabotaged by Phase 2.
Yeah,
like, how many terrible decisions they made.
Man, it would just fucking suck, because Avengers as a foundation is basically like the most fertile garden. You can do anything, and then you come back and you're like, so what did everyone do? It's like, well, Shield is obliterated, Iron Man's retired, and Thor 2, nobody remembers what happened in it, but you know, it's like, go ahead.
The black hole grenades.
The best one was Guardians, and that has nothing to do with Avengers 2, so you know, go nuts.
It was a tumultuous time.
It was a better time.
Well, unfortunately, as much as you love Iron Man 3, we'll have to talk about it just a little bit to get people caught up to speed. Because, as I said, this guy here in the theater talking, this is Trevor Slattery. This is the man who portrayed the Mandarin. Simon's like, oh crap, that's incredible. You do a Mandarin. So I think we'll get into why I have questions already as to why he's just here in
walking
the movie
around,
theater.
Yeah.
Hanging out, walking around. We'll get to that briefly, but we'll set that aside to the moment, and we'll continue with this scene because we don't want to get our proverbial panties in knots. Take it slow. Simon says, "Oh, I remember you from an omnibus episode in the '70s," and Kingsley's like, "Oh, yeah, this kind of surprises him a bit." But they're here to watch a movie. They watch the movie Midnight Cowboy. They're kind of sitting next to each other. They watch it, and they're both big fans of films and acting. And after the movie, it lets out, and Simon gives Trevor a little bit of movie trivia about, hey, did you know the behind the scenes for the movie with the actors and da. He kind of knows his stuff. But then because he knows that this is the Trevor Slattery, like, oh, this famous guy, he's a big actor, people know him. He's a very recognizable person, you might even say. You might even say that he would be recognized multiple times throughout this season from random passersby and whatnot. He asked Trevor if what are you doing here? What's going on? Trying to poke him around for some news and stuff. And so Trevor tells Simon, I got this big there's a little bit of an audition, kind of a hush hush thing. They're trying to do this Wonder Man reboot, and he's auditioning for for one of the parts in it. And not only are they remaking Wonder Man, you see, it is being directed by the prestigious Von Kovac. And I was like, oh my gosh, because Von Kovac in the MCU in this universe, he's a very prestigious, well-known filmmaker. When he makes a film, everybody knows about it. It's like a Christopher Nolan or something.
Yeah, he's so famous he was in Superman.
Yeah, that's he survived being war crimed by Hawkgirl.
Oh, good
Listen,
times.
if Trevor Slattery can get a shot at a new life, I guess, then so can he. All right.
Oh yeah, I guess for reference, some people in chat like, how is Trevor doing any of it? We'll talk about it later. We'll get something on it.
We will talk about it soon. Do not you worry.
But at this point, you might already be thinking like, dude, this is like a crazy coincidence. Like, so Trevor, who was the Mandarin, it just so happens to bump into a guy who was massively inspired by Wonder Man, who also happens to have superpowers just by chance. And of course, because Trevor's this is a Marvel show, you could just be like, oh, so is this shit writing? And then it's like, well, there is an explanation for it that will come later, but it's totally reasonable to watch this the first time and go like, well, that's just some bullshit, right?
Well, even when you get the explanation, it's still kind of bullshit. It's just at least there's one layer you have to get through before you reach bullshit, whereas normally it's just surface level.
Which is a quality in and of its own, being less bad. But yeah, he tells him about this secret little audition thing about the Wonder Man and Van Kovac and hey. And Simon is like, oh, okay. So he wasn't told about this. So he goes to his agency and he goes to talk to Janelle, who's like essentially his agent and organizer and everything. And he's upset. He walks into the middle of a meeting and everything, just walks in, opens the door where they're having this meeting, all these movie execs and things like that. He's like, hey, how come I wasn't told about the Wonder Man movie by Kovac? And Janelle pulls him aside, and on a laptop, they show this interview with Von Kovac referencing how, yeah, it's nice we get a Cronenberg reference because we did, the EFAP not too long ago.
We did
How
indeed.
Cronenberg elevated the B movie of the original The Fly into his own work and stuff like that. And so it's like, oh, hey, The Fly, that was a good movie. They were both better than this. But Simon will not be given a chance to audition for this role in this Wonder Man Van Kovac remake because this was the last day of shooting. So there's no way. He couldn't possibly do there. This is the last day of shooting, and not anyone could just walk in and get a shot. So when she leaves the office, he goes around the desk there and he gets on her laptop and he starts looking through her emails.
So if she just locked it, the whole story ends. How about that?
Yeah, close the computer, then he wouldn't be able to do any of this, which, why wouldn't she do that?
But also,
why would
of course, it wouldn't matter because him doing this would be such a huge breach of trust and an impersonation that it leads to. He would be fired. Like, she wouldn't continue with him, of course.
Yeah,
of course. Of course.
You can.
No way she would keep helping him after this.
There's a way to set up a character who's willing to do this out of either desperation or passion, sure, potentially, but there's got to be consequences for it. That's the thing.
Oh, but don't worry.
Got to be consequences.
They reference the fact that she hates that he did this, but then nothing happens, so it's fine.
If you say you hate something but do nothing about it, it's really more of a minor annoyance. Really. Yep. But yeah, he starts going through her emails, clickety click, scroll, 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 and in one of these emails, he gets a contact in there, and in this contact, it's for Mrs. Bakshi, who's like this casting director. She's the one in charge of assembling all the people to do this audition for the Wonder Man movie, the Von Kovac film. So what he does is it cuts. The scene does, and he's driving towards the audition, and as he's driving towards the audition, he's on the phone, but he's pretending to be somebody else on the phone who works for Janelle, like one of Janelle's agents or assistants, and he does a little voice, and he says, oh yeah, Simon Williams, yeah, it's not me, by the way, he needs to be given a chance because there's a mix-up, and I know you're doing the auditions today, but we can call him immediately, and he can be there really, really short. It's our bad, we want to send him your way. And as they're doing this, we got the camera that's locked to the outside of the vehicle he's in, and it's showing him in there, and they got this one shot, and he's driving a little bit irresponsibly through traffic. And I'm like, all right.
I don't know why, but this shot reminded me of, like, man, it feels like there's a new style of, I don't know, color grading where it's, like, very overexposed and bright. It feels like there's a lot of stuff that's come out in the last 5 years that kind of looks like this.
I think that's why the Batman fucking blew everyone away. It was just like, whoa, look at this visual. It's like, wow,
yeah, exactly. Like, not that this looks... I don't even mind it necessarily as, like, a style. Good. It looks alright. It looks different than what a typical Marvel show looks like, but I feel like I've seen
things they didn't have to do. Which is like, oh, you're doing things you didn't have to do. This is like, I guess, interesting and good for you for doing it. I guess.
In terms of this shot itself, I kind of like, but I was more talking about the color grading.
If you were talking about this shot has like what do we call it? like attaching the camera with a brace or whatever to something that's moving. I feel like as much as I don't like the movie, Interstellar, once that came out, a load of people started copying it and it hasn't gone away. The loads of shots in that film that do this. And they're cool. They are cool shots automatically almost. I just, I get
you. There's a degree to where you want more. It's kind of like in, like F1 where the camera that's mounted onto the car will actually move in kind of interesting ways sometimes to show you different things. That's a good looking movie.
Mounted was the word I was looking for. My brain sucks. Yeah.
So he's driving through traffic. His little plot, his little scheme has paid off. And Simon Williams is given a chance to audition. So he arrives at the audition location, and as he checks in, he gets his script, and he's looking through it, and he starts making notes to that. He just can't help himself. He's just so passionate, you see. He's really got to get into character and to know it and to know everything about what the character's thinking, what they want, what they're doing. It helps him really get into the role, and he's marking up that script. while he is there, who should he also notice? Oh, sorry, he's focused on the script. He's working on it, and he becomes intensely focused on it to the point where we see that as he's got this script in his hand and he's in like this crowded hallway of other actors who are holding the script in their hands, looking at the lines, practicing, rehearsing to themselves before their proper audition. He gets kind of frustrated as he's focusing, and his eyes start to very subtly glow a little bit. Ooh, oh my goodness.
Pretty remarkable how much his powers seem to come up throughout this whole series, but apparently they didn't really in any way that ruined his life up to this point, except in very specific circumstances.
There was like the gap of 30 years where apparently nothing happened, and then all of a sudden in the show it pops up like a bunch. I'm gonna say maybe the DODC, maybe they had a point. Maybe they got a point.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't mind saying now, this ruling that sounds really stupid that heroes can't be in movies, this show, I don't know if they did this on purpose, but they end up proving that's a very good rule.
Simon's not a great, he's not a great face for the repeal of the Dorman Clause. If anything, he's an argument for it.
You might say that.
We'll see. You might. But who should he bump into? It's Kingsley. Sorry, Kingsley's the actor. Sir actor Ben Kingsley is the actor who plays. He bumps into Trevor, who's walking out of his audition because Trevor's auditioning for Barnaby. Barnaby's like Wonder Man's friend, confidant.
His Fallout boy to his radioactive man, you might say.
Oh.
Even I got that one.
I've heard of those things.
It's a little bit odd, though. Like, no, absolutely no superheroes are allowed to work in Hollywood. Oh, you worked with terrorists and a bit to, like, basically bring down the United States government? You can work here, that's fine. Come and audition. I don't believe that he would have got even through this door.
I don't think you get away with saying you worked with terrorists. He just was one. Like, you could be like, he was an idiot, but it's like, nah, but you were, though.
He worked with terrorists as their boss. But he's Trevor's walking out of the audition and he notices, oh, you're Simon. I bumped into you earlier. And when he does, he kind of takes him aside. He's like, come with me, because he notices Simon is really quite nervous. And Simon says he just can't get a hold of the character because he's seen the original Wonder Man way too much. And he can't really
Which felt like an ADR line, by the way. The part where he said he's rewatched it so many times really came across as ADR, which is strange because we could have just inferred that.
They showed the fact that he was in the cinema and he was
watching the opening of the series.
Yeah.
But yeah, Simon says I just can't separate, the old one from the new one that the script wants me to be and stuff like that. But Trevor gets there with him and he says, listen, don't think so much, all these notes and everything. Don't worry about that. You're overthinking it, right? You need to let actor's instinct take over for this audition. You need to calm down and let that instinct come out. Now, I don't know anything about acting, so maybe it's probably good advice. I couldn't speak to it myself. But he basically tells him, stop overthinking, let the instincts take over.
He said he watched Top Gun Maverick and he was like, don't think, just do. He's like, yeah, it's a good line.
He probably has seen Top Gun Maverick, Ben Kingsley.
Well, lots of people saw it. It made a lot of money. So, yeah. I imagine he might have seen it and gone, oh, it's a very good movie. Very, very riveting. Lots of exciting action.
Who's that boy? Who's that?
That's him playing the character that he plays in this show to trick Mr. Wonder Man.
Jeez, that's like 3 different levels of an impression you just did. That's impressive.
I saw another clip of the new Kermit the Frog voice actor.
Take over.
Horrendous.
That's right, yes. Top Gun Maverick changed my life. Anyway, what were you saying, Mr. Mubesley?
Just on this note of voice acting, the new Kermit the Frog is actually like life-destroying listening to him. So horrible.
Well, that feels very mean. That's what came to mind. That's why I was doing my little accent. Like,
no, I just said voice acting in general because I saw it like recently. And it made me sad.
I just feel like you drew a connection there in a way that hurts my feelings.
No, Fringy, you being green is a complete coincidence to the voice. It's not connected. But yes, the new Kermit, the frog voice is
He's
an
not even new. He's been
abomination.
doing it for like 10 years, I think. This
Yeah,
current
but
Kermit
it's
the
new in
Frog
my
voice.
heart.
No, I get you. I was listening to it, and the main impression I got is that it seemed very throaty, whereas I've always imagined Kermit as being a bit more nasally in terms of where his distinctive sound comes from.
Huh. Yeah, I can see it.
Well, I don't know. It's just not right. it's off.
When you have, it's a very iconic voice, so changing it,
Yeah, it is.
that's a really, you better get someone who's really good at that voice.
Well, he's the replacement for the guy who was the successor to Jim.
Jim Henson himself, yeah.
Yeah. Well, there was Jim, then there was his name is escaping me at the moment. But he was his successor, and he did it for a while, and then he got kicked out, and then this guy replaced him. So, yeah. So,
Trevor, after he gets his little pep talk, Simon goes in and he does his audition, and he takes Trevor's advice to heart, and he reads out his lines for the camera, and it's all right. I think that the show really wanted me to think that it was way better in universe than I think it kind of was. Maybe that's just me. I don't know.
No, it's in the same position. It's like you have to kind of consciously think what the show wants you to take away from this, as opposed to it just being conveyed by the performance. Because he does the whole exhale thing, get all the air out of your lungs and then focus and then play this new part. He's not sufficiently different after he does this from his normal day-to-day acting. So it's like, I understand what the show wants me to take from this scene, but unlike any Ben Kingsley scene, like I have to consciously make the effort to accept it. Whereas with a good actor, you don't have to do that.
Yeah, it's very much a bit of if you say so show.
Yeah,
because I wasn't sold by it.
Like he's fine, but I mean, yeah, the idea that this is some life-changing sort of audition, I do not get that from this.
Someone in the hallways, multiple people in the hallway are probably quite a bit better than him, but the music swells a little bit. It gets, it's just, everyone's staring at him and their eyes are like focused on him and they think it's a big deal. So, all right, show, if you say so. I would have tried a few more takes, but what do I know? After the audition, Trevor and Simon, they're at this bar, right? They're having a little get together. They're meeting up at the bar. Trevor says that he's 13 years sober now. So, good for him. He's having a Virgin Bloody Mary. 13 years sober. All right. Well, I guess that follows from when last we saw him. We'll get to that shortly.
Well,
do not you worry, because we have a few things to talk about.
There's a curiosity because I don't think anybody working on these projects anymore knows what the fuck the timeline is. Like, more so even than ever because of the shit with Endgame and the skip. If we saw him with,
certainly doesn't. I don't even know most of it.
We saw him with, was it Beers in Iron Man 3? So obviously it would have to be after that. And then it's like, but how long ago was Iron Man 3? It's like, well, when is this set? That's a really interesting and difficult question to answer at this point.
Yeah, because with that 5-year time jump, generally whatever you're watching is actually set a few years ahead of when you're of when it came out, like in the real world. Like the MCU timeline at this point should be in like 2029 or something. But the problem is that a lot of the shows don't even, like Hawkeye was off by a year. Like the time where it was placed in the timeline was wrong by a year. It's like, man, that's crazy.
There's a big advert for Wicked in the backdrop of a scene in this show. Not 2, and I don't think it's the stage play. I think it's the movie.
Oh, the movie. So this is
really?
That would mean that this is set before several shows that came out before it.
As far as I know, this show is set in 2027.
Wicked is very popular. Maybe it was the stage play, which will just go until the end of time. Either that, or they just filmed on a set, or it's not on a set, sorry, on an average street where there was an advert and forgot to, actually check it for continuity.
That couldn't be the case, right? Because this was shot so long ago. This was shot like over 2 years ago.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because like a lot of you could say it doesn't quite gel timeline-wise, maybe with some stuff that released before it, but then this probably was supposed to release before a lot of other stuff. Marshall Thing's Ironheart was massively delayed and was supposed to come out years ago. So I mean, fortunately, it doesn't matter because we're never coming back to these characters ever again, ever. But it's still a little bit annoying trying to figure out, like, where is this? When is this?
Like,
What's happening in the rest
to
of the
want to
world?
bank on contemporary events in our world while also having this huge jump that's fucked their timeline, but also all the technology and world-ending events that have happened. There's just like, how do you even world build? Where do you even start? And for the most part, it's just like we don't. We're just in the world as you know it. Fuck you. Like, okay, never mind.
So, based off of it looks like Wonder Man takes place. Says a majority of the show is in early 2026, like March or April, and the last half of the show is set in 2027. But some people are saying it's late 2025 to mid 2027, and there's like a lot of weird speculation on when this show takes place, but it's somewhere in that kind of period where it looks like 2027 is kind of the latest that at least the last half takes place. But I would wager that virtually no average person would be able to tell you, and they would all probably just say that for the most part it's just contemporary to whenever the film released in our universe. But I don't know, because it's really difficult, because there's a way to kind of piece it together, but it's legitimately confusing based off of the clues and the timeline and stuff. But I'll get into it briefly here in a moment. But yeah, Simon tells Trevor that an actor should think and should understand the character's backstory and psychology to perform it. And he does a little bit of his King Lear stuff, and they have some actor talk back and forth. And Trevor tells him that back in the 80s, he struggled with the role at first, but he remembered a speech from Hamlet that says nature is their job, to understand the world around us and ourselves within it. The real work isn't digging for subtext or parsing the writer's intent. The real work is living. Trevor says he has got a good feeling about that day, about the auditions that they just did, because it's a big role, it means a lot. And he says that to you, there's a fateful feeling in the air. And Simon leaves, leaving Trevor alone with his salad and his virgin Bloody Mary. And Trevor gets a call on his cellular phone device. And he's like, hey, this is Trevor Slattery. But the man on the other end of the phone says that you need to take this seriously, Trevor. Simon Williams is superpowered. He's unstable and dangerous. The country isn't safe until he's in my custody.
Ooh.
Are you sure he's buying the act? And Trevor says not to fret. I've got him right where I want him. And that is the end of the first episode of Wonder Man. Nice,
how it all
short,
makes
crisp,
sense.
less than half an hour.
Those coincidences were forced upon Wonder Man. Something mysterious and evil is going on.
That's true. There are machinations afoot. But what could they mean? Where is this going? All will be unraveled. For better or for ill, we have yet to see.
So we've got intrigue, drama, comedy.
That's right.
Editing.
Characters. Yeah.
Colors.
Editing.
So, yeah.
I saw colors.
Going pretty good, right?
It's got all the foundational building blocks to be the next. I mean, what's the best show ever made? People say it's like Breaking Bad or something like that. So it's well on its way, I'd say. Episode 2 begins.
I was curious, just you, I suppose, Rag. What did you think when you saw episode 1? What were you thinking? Like, oh, this is. I was
thinking that. I think this is like. It felt obviously better than the rest, but I think a lot of that came down to the fact that it seemed like it had a bit more deliberate artistry and like the shots and the pacing and what they were kind of going for in terms of a story. I was like still mildly interested in seeing what was gonna happen, but it was by no means something that I was like, I have to see the next episode. I've been hooked. I'm intrigued. But I was like, oh, this is. I think it helps that the bar is so subterraneanly low. But I was like, oh, this is definitely a better step in the right direction. Okay, this is, it feels more like an actual show.
I wonder whether it's like right to say it's a step in the right direction, or whether it's more just a case of like it didn't step in any direction and therefore didn't go the wrong one.
That's kind of where I'm at. It's like, I immediately was like, so this is why people are saying this is good. It risks nothing, so it's not really got a chance to fuck it up. It's But I was wrong about that, of course, the more you go along in the show. And to be fair, we've already highlighted a bunch of stuff that they've managed to fuck up, even though it is other shows, and I'm not even kidding, Avengers Doomsday, that is an extremely difficult story to make good. Like, that is a high-level challenge, veteran team of amazing writers. I don't know what you're doing to make that good. Best of luck. We're going to be getting, Marvel's attempt, so it's going to be probably pretty funny. This, I would argue, is the polar opposite. It is very hard to make this bad. I'm not saying that to make it not entertaining. There's plenty of ways to do that, but I just mean like inconsistent. That's pretty hard. You'd have to fuck up to make this that. And I feel like there's already evidence that they're doing that, but secondarily, it's like, I don't. There's nothing for me to care about. You just sort of letting the story roll out on itself, but we're going to receive more layers, and then it's going to get a little more. You could describe it in other ways, yeah. Who knows?
It is funny as well to think that if the episode length is not all that much shorter than, say, episode 1 of Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and if you compare the amount of stuff that's set up in one versus the other, like one of those is obviously setting up quite a not like a hugely intricate, but a relatively intricate story, lots of moving pieces. You get loads of background information, you get loads of setup information, world building information, main character information, secondary character information, like every scene, every second of it counts. And with this, even in episode 1, I understand that there's a guy who wants to be an actor, and he wants to play a part in this movie, and he's met a guy who I remember from another film, and he's a good actor. Okay.
I think
next.
I think a way to maybe compare this as well, because I'm not trying to be derogatory to simple premises, is something like Hot Fuzz. If you said it's about an overachieving police officer who's moved out of his department because he's making the rest of their records look bad on average, to a small village where things aren't as it seems, you'd be like, wow, that's crazy variables you got in there. But then you watch the film, you're like, whoa, like you took this project and you made it fucking amazing. Meanwhile, here I'd be like, we're not even scratching the surface of what this could be, even though it is simple.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. We're still there's groundwork has sort of been laid, but not well. But I mean, there's a lot to cover, and I think that like Platoon was mentioning. I mean, these episodes feel short, and they are short. These
they sure are.
Include. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Discord does that sometimes.
Oh, your icon changed. It's not Christmas anymore. You're just smoking.
I remembered. I took off my outfit.
Taking off his outfit had an electromagnetic pulse that's sent through Discord.
You shouldn't smoke. It's bad for you.
Allegedly.
You should just drink more to make up for it. Allegedly.
Only living things have really attested to that, so I don't know if it's true yet.
Yeah. I've seen things that are not alive smoke.
Like a chimney.
Because they're on fire. But yeah, that's true.
And chimneys don't have anything bad to say about smoking, so...
I mean, people say that. They say, that guy, he smokes like a chimney. Right? You've heard that expression?
I have indeed.
The chimney in my mum's house is like 150 years old, and it's still going. So,
I would imagine a chimney ages pretty well.
Yeah.
Also, the
speaking of
electromagnetic interference, by the way, that I was having bad enough from my literal drinks cooler, it was turning off my Elgato.
What?
While I was streaming temporarily. It would last like 6-7 seconds at the worst, so it was kind of annoying. And I noticed it synced up whenever my cooler was turning on and off, as in like keeping the temperature, as all cooling things do.
Yeah, when the thing kicks in, it hums a little bit.
And so
it was actually like fucking around with your stuff.
I did a whole bunch of Googling. It was like, the HDMI cables you probably have are not shielded enough that they're allowing that interference to shoot in and it'll like interrupt the signal. So I picked up specifically ones that were recommended in a super chat, actually, as well as 2 other backups just in case. And I put them
cables.
Yeah, one from the PS5 to my splitter and one from the splitter to the Elgato, and the problem was solved. They are shielded from such interference now. Uninterrupted wonderfulness.
Interesting. I did not know that can happen. All right. Interesting. Yeah.
It created very funny moments. My favorite, I think, was when I pissed off sort of an enemy. It was rather intimidating at the time, and it started running toward me, and then the cooler kicked in, and the screen just went black. So all the last I saw was it was running toward me, then it went, and when it kicked back in, he was literally just on top of me, about to punch me, and I was like, "Oh god!" Like it was good shit.
Fridge, you turned it against me.
Mm.
All right. Episode 2 begins with a little bit of a flashback, and we'll have our discussion on Trevor Slattery. Because he is on a plane and he's talking with a passenger beside him about how he acted for his mother as a kid. And he pulls out some old photographs of him when he was 10 and from his mom, and they're faded and old. He said when he was 10, that's when the acting bug first bit. And he said it was the least that he could do to, entertain his mom after all that, she gave for him. However, a cute, fun story and everything, very touching. I recall in Shang-Chi, this is not the background to how he started acting. Because after they escaped the Ten Rings headquarters, when they're all in the BMW, Razor Fist's BMW, and they're at that maze before it opens up, he does not tell this story to Shang-Chi and Morris and the other two people whose names I could not be fucked to remember. He says that he first got into acting when way back in the day he was with his mom and they were watching Planet of the Apes, and he asked his mom, "Hey, how did they get the apes to ride on horses like that?" And his mom said, "Oh, little Trevor, they're just acting." But he, instead of picking up on what she meant, which is that they were people in costumes doing acting, he as a kid thought that, the apes are pretending to be riding on horses. They're acting like they're riding on horses. And he said, "Oh, well, if they can teach, that's what they can teach those monkeys to do with acting. Imagine what I could do and bring to the world." And that's the story that he tells to them in Shang-Chi about how he started acting. So I think it's kind of weird that they have him essentially explaining his backstory of how he got into acting to someone on the plane here in Wonder Man, giving a different story. It's not technically mutually exclusive, but it is like weird that they wouldn't reiterate from a story that he told earlier. This is a very specific thing. Here's how I got into acting. Struck me as a bit odd, but I don't know.
I don't know if they've seen that other thing.
The Shang-Chi version wasn't quite as... Oh, that's probably the reason, actually. Yeah, they don't remember it. Like most people, they do not remember seeing Shang-Chi. Or maybe they thought, I don't know, the Shang-Chi version wasn't quite as emotionally resonant as this one. I was just struck by the idea that this man, of all people, is not on a no-fly list. Like, how is he allowed on an airplane? Pretty sure he shouldn't be.
Well,
we're about to get into...
in fact, let's talk about it. That's a good question, Platoon. That's a really good question that you and I and Mahler and Fringy and a lot of other people might have. Because once they land in the airport, he is tackled by the FBI. Trevor Slattery, you're under arrest. Get down. And now Trevor Slattery's been arrested by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So in his cell, I guess in the interrogation room, they play video footage of him as the Mandarin. And they're like, "Yeah, you're the Mandarin. You're the guy. You did the thing with the Mandarin and the stuff. That was you. Remember from Iron Man 3? The film? The really good film?" And he says, "No, it was all acting. It's fake. That wasn't really me. That we used green screen and CGI and props and stuff like that. It was all fake." And the agent says, "You never finished serving your sentence." And so let's get into exactly what's going on here, just to catch everybody up on old Trevor Slattery. So,
I didn't know, by the way, the T in sentence was silent. That's a jab at you Americans, because Rags just said sentence.
Sentence, yeah, it just kind of comes through with the accent that sometimes that kind of gets skipped over a little bit. We say sentence.
Also, just out of curiosity, someone in chat said, "Imagine being your age and still watching nerd shit." What are we supposed to be watching? And if you could just construct a list, we will be sure to check out some of them. I'm not going to promise all of them. And if lots of it is foreign, that's fine. I'll allow it. I'm just curious.
I'm not so sure about that.
we shall allow it. Citizen Kane? I've seen it.
I've seen Citizen... I've seen... Oh, my accent. The T is silent. I've seen Citizen Kane.
Citizen Kane.
It's really good. Citizen Kane. It's quite good. I've been drinking.
Schindler's List. Yeah, nailed that. I think we've done it, right? That's it. If you've seen those two, come on.
That kind of covers all your bases, I feel.
Yeah. Iron Lung, I've seen that. There you go. That's the 3. Iron Lung, Citizen Kane, and Schindler's List.
Markiplier came by and he completed the trifecta of the films you must see to be a real fan of the cinema.
That covers modern and classic, so we're all good.
I think so. There's not much room in the... You can just skip all this stuff in the middle. Iron Man 3 takes place in, I believe, 2012 in universe. So it's been a while.
Mm-hmm.
Been a while. And that is when we first saw Trevor Slattery. Because you see, he was playing the role of the Mandarin. The CEO of Advanced Idea Mechanics, Aldrich Killian.
Ugh.
Oh, what a bad guy. Aldrich Killian, he went up to Trevor Slattery. And at the time, Trevor was a struggling actor. He had a terrible drug and booze problem. He was in a bad way. He was in a bad spot. Work was, it wasn't a lot of work for a guy like him. Even with all his talent and all the drugs and everything, he was desperate. But Aldrich Killian, he said, hey, I want you to pose as a terrorist because I need you to cover up my company's failed experiments and errant explosions and mishaps because, I'm a villain in an MCU Iron Man production. I want to make some scary robot stuff, and I want to play around with fire powers and all that sort of thing. And sometimes it doesn't go right. So every time one of my experiments goes awry, and there's an explosion here or a little thing that goes on, you're going to make a video that says you are a terrorist called the Mandarin, and you're going to claim responsibility and act like it was a terrorist attack. That way, this foolproof plan will keep me in the dark, right? No one will think it was me, Aldrich Killian. Aldrich Killian.
You sure it's Aldrich? I thought it was Aldrich.
I might have... Aldrich?
I haven't seen Iron Man 3 in a while, but I think they say Aldrich.
Off the top of my head. Well, his last... Mr. Killian.
Which, by the way...
as most people know him.
It's not even just that it's like the Mandarin that's promised. It turns out to be, I'm Trevor Slattery. We also get the Guy Pearce, I am the Mandarin. And it's just like, whoa, oh, bleh. It's so bad and awful. And just, that's what you, I wonder how long it took for it to dawn on people in Iron Man 3. Because I certainly had this moment of like, man, we're more than halfway through the movie. We've barely seen any of the Mandarin. Isn't he going to be like the main bad guy? And then Shane Black was like, no, sir. And you're like, oh.
Right, Shane Black. Yeah, interesting. I'm sure he'll go on to have a storied career and wouldn't ruin anything else after this.
Hey, he's actually someone that unfortunately can make good movies, even after Iron Man 3, because The Nice Guys is pretty solid. I love Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. And then he was in Predator. But like, oh well.
That's true.
The Predator and Iron Man 3 are both pretty bad.
They're not great. However, you see, Trevor Slattery's story doesn't end with Iron Man 3. He gets arrested for his, role as being the Mandarin and his involvement with Waldreg Killian, right? And so after that, he's taken to the Seagate Penitentiary after Iron Man 3. Now, we don't see him again, not counting the one shot. We don't see him again until Shang-Chi. Oh, Shang-Chi. What a film. Where he is broken out by Zhu Wenwu. I think his name is Zhu Wenwu, who is the real guy in charge of the Ten Rings gang, because he doesn't like that the portrayal that Trevor Slattery gave of the Mandarin, and he thinks it was really unflattering. He didn't like it. So he wanted to bring him back and kill him. But, before they are able to kill him, right, as they're getting ready to kill him or do whatever, he starts to do this, like, this Shakespearean performance and quotes and everything, and they're so blown away about how good of an actor he is that they decide to keep him around, and he does weekly performances. And he was doing that for, years and years. I don't know the exact timeline on it, because I think that Shang-Chi is early 2024, and this show's like around 2027. So, I guess ever since Shang-Chi happened, because remember, he got bumped into by Shang-Chi in the gang, and Morris, and they needed him to act as an interpreter between Morris and the rest of our intrepid heroes so that they could get through the maze to get to the secret magic land to beat the bad guy at the end.
Yeah, Trevor was just there when like the army of ghost dragons started to like eat people's souls and stuff,
right? Yeah, that's right. He saw all of that. What a crazy life he's led.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in Iron Man 3 thinking, this is the craziest thing that'll ever happen to me. At least
yeah,
I can chill out in prison.
Dragon from the alternate dimension that came through.
That fucking
one of the
movie.
Many alternate dimensions.
Stupid ass Tony Stark be like, I live here, come and get me, and then they just blow it up. He's like, wait, not like that.
Could have foreseen this. That's not very sporting. So that means that after, because I don't think we don't really know what happens to him after Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings ends in 2024 in universe, because like I said, it's been like 3 years later, and Trevor Slattery, as Platoon pointed out, apparently he can fly on planes. People recognize him in the street fairly regularly. He gets noticed a lot in this show by like regular normal passersby. He has, as we will learn, he has an apartment in California that's like in his name that he purchased with old acting money. He's just walking around. And it wasn't until, I mean, we can, based off of the performance and the haircut and everything like that, up until very, very recently, he was an actual free man. And he was just walking around.
Can I just say as well, like when they recap the tape he makes from Iron Man 3, it is kind of like a fucking whiplash of. It's so weird to say. It's like, oh yeah, that's like kind of the most quality thing in this, and it's from a film I don't even fucking like. You know, in terms of how it's shot, the vibe of it, the tone, and you know how they could have made that film if they wanted to, but they just didn't because Shane Black likes to do subversive shit badly. But, you know, just seeing that, they'd be like, hello, Trevor Slattery. And you're just like, oh, right. Yeah, anyway, back to this.
So, no clue. I think he even mentions he did promotional material for Wonder Man in universe that was, like, public or something like that. I can't recall. Point being, he's like a guy with an address who has just been walking around for years that people recognize. Kind of wild that he's just out and about. The FBI, the DODC, they're not very competent, I guess. How unfortunate. So, now that he's captured, as of a few moments ago, the FBI give him two options. He is going to serve out the rest of his sentence, or they are going to have him help them capture Simon Williams. Because Agent Cleary here, who I think you might remember, who you don't remember from No Way Home, he's like, hey, we know that Simon Williams is dangerous, and we need some dirt on him so we can arrest him because he's a dangerous guy. And that's kind of all we get about what they know. They don't know exactly from where or where the trail started or why they have a particular investment in him. That stuff happens like later, and it's like a line essentially at the last few moments of the entire show. But with no hesitation whatsoever, Trevor says, yeah, option 2, I will help you get some information on Simon Williams so that I don't have to go back to prison.
It's already like, I know we haven't had very much of it yet, like that's precisely as to the why and the what and the who and the why, like why have they picked him and why have they picked Slattery to do this? What is the Department of Damage Control? It's enough for me to start saying, well, I don't think any of this is going to make any sense at all going forward. The Department for Damage Control, it's been in like a bit part in, is it Homecoming? It's mentioned.
I think it was started in Homecoming,
it's been
right?
mentioned somewhere else as well. It comes, from what I understand anyway, there is like, it's kind of a comic run where the basic premise is that the Department of Damage Control is like the administrative office type workers who have to go around clearing up the messes left by superheroes. And it's actually kind of a, like, I've not read it, so I don't know what the quality of the story itself is, but the idea has always been quite appealing, and I also would make quite a good TV show, essentially like The Office, but cleaning up after superheroes. Like, you know, pick up in the aftermath as it does in Homecoming with the attack on New York and like all the paperwork that has to be filed. And you can do quite a lot of good comedic stuff with that, which is not the direction they've taken the department, because they're just generic sinister government bods in Homecoming. But in this now, there's like, right, well, we've picked up on like this one random low-level actor guy who we believe might be a superhero. So we're going to now hire a convicted terrorist to go on a fishing expedition and entrap him somehow into revealing himself to be a superhero, which is enough for us to take him into custody because, as we find out later, like we're being complained at because our prison isn't full enough. It's like, that's kind of sinister and horrible and dystopian, actually. And like, what does that mean?
Yeah,
Does
because
the
Simon
Department for
hasn't
Damage Control do
done
this for all
anything.
other superheroes, or is it just this one? What is the
Because it's
position
not
of
illegal to
normal
be a
superheroes
superhero,
now?
is it?
Well, no, you would think not, but according to this show, it kind of is by default because they think they're
They didn't
dangerous
say
by
that Simon
definition.
did anything, just that he is dangerous. Which is like, I would understand why they have an interest in him, but why not just go talk to him and say, hey, we know you've got powers.
Well, then
and
of
they're kind
course,
of
like
dangerous.
what?
Like,
It's
what
like,
are we
oh,
gonna,
we
like,
need
what are we gonna do about this? How do they work?
we need Trevor Slattery because he's an actor, which lines up with this perfectly. It's like, yeah, because you could never plant an agent to be an actor. That's not possible. Not like they have the training that actually reflects that in any way. But then, of course, it's like, well, but why? When we got this guy, we could just control with, the leverage we have over his history. It's like, actually, I think you just go to prison. I think he's just going to go to prison. Actually, that's probably what's going to happen. And then you get someone else to do this job. It's really weird that they're like, we'll clean up your sentence if you fucking do this weird ass specific job that actually requires your acting skills. It feels like a fucking movie, which
Wouldn't Trevor say like, hey, let me tell you the crazy story about the soul-eating dragons and the crazy Shangri-La place that we went to and the maze of bamboo and there was this headless furry creature and like, do you think the DODC would want to know about all that stuff? Or But yes, they obviously, the DODC can't just knock on Simon's door and ask to have a chat with him because he hasn't done anything illegal. Actually, he just has potentially very destructive powers.
As just mentioned, didn't Kingpin make vigilantes illegal? There's no connection with the world of Born Again.
You're right.
Born Again exists in its own multi-dimensional shield. There's nothing in there.
What is the connection between the two? Is Kingpin like canonically in universe New York's mayor?
Haven't they said publicly, right, that there's not going to be any. The MCU as a whole is not going to be represented in any way back or forth by Born Again. It's like, no. You're like, oh, okay, but that's...
All right.
What?
I thought that was the whole point of this
cinematic universe.
Cinematic universe, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
The reality is none of them fucking know anyway. The world building for the MCU was in trouble in like phase 2. In trouble.
Yeah.
At this point, it's confetti. There's nothing left.
It is pointless. It is pointless. It might as well not be. It's the buffet of what we should give a shit about with every show. Normally that means an empty plate. So, yeah, as was said, the FBI's goal, just to make sure everyone understands what's going on here, because it makes a lot of sense and is very easy to follow, they are going to have, they're going to have Trevor go and bait Simon into going to this audition because he really, really likes Wonder Man and he can't pass up an audition for Wonder Man. And that's the bait, so that Trevor can get close to Simon so that Simon could maybe have, some incriminating evidence revealed about him that Trevor can find. That's the FBI's plan. Smart stuff. Now, back to present day. Janelle gives Simon a call. And it says, hey, Bakshi, the casting director you called because you went through my emails and got the contact and stuff, is yeah, we found out about your audition. And she's kind of like minorly annoyed that he did that sort of thing, which would get anyone else fired and probably blacklisted for going through agents' connections.
No consequences. Yay.
Nope. No consequences. And again, you can set up the idea that Simon can do that as a character choice. Okay, gotta be consequences. But instead, these are like anti-consequences, where anything, Janelle says that he showed a lot of promise at the audition, and she, wants to set him up with this other indie role that she wants him to do. So, in order to prepare for this new role that she's setting him up with, because he showed promise at that Wonder Man audition, we get a montage of Simon acting in front of his laptop, reviewing footage, making notes, getting into costume, and he's trying to get into the groove so that he can record his performance and send it on over. And he As he's doing this, he reviews some old recordings of acting bits at home that he has done in the yesteryears of yore and whatnot. And in one of them, Vivian, his girlfriend, you remember Vivian, right? She left in the first episode. She's kind of helping him out with some roles. And he sees Vivian and remembers that she's gone and she's left, and it makes him frustrated. And he gets nervous and he breathes heavily, palms sweaty, mom's spaghetti. He stresses out and his body convulses a little bit and the walls start to crack. His eyes glow red and purple and there's a boom that erupts from the apartment. Holy shit! It's very exciting stuff. Now, you might be thinking, well, wait a second. The Department of Damage Control, they're watching this guy, right? They're probably like, they probably got like the apartment tapped or wired, and they probably got guys outside in white vans pretending to be, I don't know, laundromat delivery people, and they got the binoculars and they're looking at the Simon Williams apartment and stuff because they know that Simon Williams, he's up to no good. He's got powers. And they want to arrest him for it, I guess, because that's illegal, or maybe it isn't. Who knows? World building's in shambles. So you'd think that this would be the thing that obviously gets Simon caught. He just made like a sonic boom. The whole apartment shakes. The windows explode. It's like it's a loud ass noise. It like sets off car alarms.
I think this would have happened before as well. You know, in his, how old is this character person?
He's got to be 40. At least? Probably 40? Because he is 13 in the fire. And I don't know if there's an exact date. Well, they were showing Wonder Man in theaters, and that was from the 80s. So he was 13. Because you could probably do a timeline thing where when his dad Sanford died, and him being 13 and seeing the movie. He's old. It's been a while.
Point being, he's had many years on this planet, and you're telling me what? This is like the first time it's ever happened. That's why nobody's, spotted it. Whatever. It's just like doesn't seem likely to me. He seems actually a little out of control.
Yeah, if this is what it takes. Remember, he was just looking at old footage of Vivian, his ex-girlfriend, help him for some performances, and it's not enough to just. It's one thing if he gets a little miffed and his eyes glow a little, and then he calms down easily without a problem. No, man, this escalates to like an explosion in the apartment. And how the DODC, like I said, they should be monitoring him constantly. He's got an address. He's a citizen. He lives somewhere. They should be watching all the time. How this isn't exactly what they need to go in and say, what the fuck happened? I don't know. But I guess we just have to act as if the DODC is literally not monitoring him in any way. They have just offloaded that responsibility entirely to Trevor Slattery.
The Mandarin, the terrorist.
The Mandarin, the terrorist. So, that's kind of crazy. Now, Trevor meets with the FBI agent at a restaurant, and Agent Cleary here, he wants answers about Simon. He's getting impatient. He wants results because his boss told him that there's going to be some budget cuts, all right? People are going to be let go, which, by the way, don't believe for a second there's going to be budget cuts for the DODC in this crazy, wacky, off-the-rails world of nonsense and magic and superpowers. Yeah, right. Seems like there's a new superhero popping up every other moment. And with all the She-Hulk stuff, they're everywhere. We have extra-dimensional visitors from outer space constantly in the legal system and all that. Yeah, like my ass, that stuff's getting underfunded. Yeah, sure, if you say so, show. But apparently that's the case. Cleary needs to bring in Simon Williams to show his boss that, look, see, we're filling up the prisons with enchanted magic superpowered people. Whatever. But
think of the
Simon
scrolls.
texts Trevor as, oh God, there's no.
No, I know you forget about them, don't you?
No,
you just forget
do.
About them.
I did. Secret Invasion was the biggest cinematic universe destroying thing that you could have possibly ever done.
A million Skrulls in hiding on Earth actively happening, like at the end of that story, and it's never been brought up again. So, and it will never be brought up again. So, I guess the conclusion is that humanity just beat them.
Cool. I guess it was a very short war. They killed all the Skrulls, and no one
except for a handful that went to New Asgard. In the Marvels.
In the Marvels, so, yeah, that's right.
That's cool. That's cool. You got Asgardians harboring enemies of Earth.
You imagine like a writer to try and
that,
make this make sense. Just says like, yeah, the government developed and released a gas that only kills Skrulls, and they all drop dead. Just like, oh god, okay, I guess that's it. Good, we're done.
I mean, the Skrulls are kind of evil.
They are evil. I mean,
a little bit.
They're very evil.
In Secret Invasion is that the majority of them, the vast majority of them, were on board with a plan to destroy Earth and turn it into a nuclear wasteland.
And not only that, but
only Skrulls could live there. Yeah.
That they'd infiltrated basically every government and every significant portion of power that someone in there is a Skrull.
And part of that involved kidnapping those people and just putting them in stasis, like for potentially years of their lives.
Yeah, they're pretty bad
from them. Yeah.
It is important to note that, like, the fundamental ability of the Skrull means that they are simply not compatible with human civilization.
I mean, it's just the reality is the Skrulls were created to be villains. Of course they were. It is kind of a villain power.
Yeah, relatively.
Typically, right? Like Mystique, it's usually a villain power because it involves infiltration and tricking people. So, but then Captain Marvel's like, no, they're actually the good guys. And then Secret Invasion's like, no, they are kind of the bad guys again. But only kind of from that show's opinion. Even though we
made a joke, right? Where it's like, the president's main advisor, they all pull a gun on him, they're like, who are you? And then someone bursts in the room, it's like, we know, he works for Hydra. And it's like, dun, dun, dun. There's like another Hydra guy in the room, and he's like, no, it's more complicated than that. He's a Black Widow. Or she, I guess, at this point. It's like, oh my god. It's like, no, there's a Black Widow in the room. It's like, they're not with us. That's one of them 10 rings fuckers. They've infiltrated. That's what this is. He's like, yeah, it's true. And it's all of them. That it's like, they punch him, and then he scrolls, into a thing, and you're just like, what?
He scrolls all over the place.
He's like, oh my god. He's like, yes, full infiltration. It's just, I'm everything.
Someone in chat's asking if Secret Invasion, is that worse than Loki in the TVA / Kang? So in a way it kind of is, but that's because of proximity, right? You can never get away from the Skrulls being everywhere on Earth and everyone potentially being a Skrull, and how it would fundamentally change the course of human culture pretty much on the entirety of the planet. As bad as the Loki and the TVA stuff is, and you know more than anyone else how much we hate that. That was like the 1 out of 10 right out of the gate with that show. But you can kind of get away from it in terms of distance for your, like, the stories that you tell. Like, its aroma is wafting stankily kind of everywhere, but you cannot get away from the Skrull stuff.
Their choices in that show made it so that no writer ever wants to create a scene for Rhodey ever again now, because they don't even know what to do or say about him. I wonder if he'll ever be seen again.
Who he is. I do wonder though whether it will remain to be true that Loki is separable after Avengers Doomsday comes out, because that could bring all of that back. And then do way more damage once again. But up until then,
time reset.
Yeah,
but I mean, it is kind of an interesting point, because Loki is like catastrophic. It basically like destroys everything. All of the Infinity Stones are like paperweights. Every single choice that any of the characters make was controlled by the TVA, because any time that they didn't make that choice, they got melted and sent to a alternate dimension where they got eaten by a purple fart dragon. And Sylvie personally created the multiverse. This is all dire, but it's kind of what Rag said, that Secret Invasions is much more localized, of like, oh, you just like destroyed Nick Fury. You ruined him completely. And then a million Skrulls on Earth. And they made it so that
Tony's final moments with Rhodey were actually with a Skrull.
With a Skrull, yeah, a Skrull that was impersonating him and has been doing since the beginning of since the end of Civil War.
It does feel like more mean-spiritedly shit as well. But then the other thing, though, against or in favor of Secret Invasion not being quite as bad as, say, Loki, is that Secret Invasion's consequences lasted for 4 months until the Marvels came out, and then the Marvels came out, and it's like, no, we're not doing any of that. So. Do you remember Nick Fury and how he was a miserable shit husband who betrayed everyone? No, he's just chilling on a space station.
Invented a wife for
whereas Loki persists for everything that comes afterward. Like, think about it this way: Sylvie created the Sam Raimi, like Tobey Maguire Spider-Man universe. It wouldn't exist in the canon of the MCU if not for Sylvie. Personally, same goes for the X-Men. Same goes for anything. Sylvie essentially created all of them personally by killing fucking Kang.
And because she was the only person in like the history of the multiverse who could outplay the TVA, whereas everyone else
and
couldn't.
Loki.
Which is remember when she was like 6.
Yes, that's right. So yeah, pretty bad. Don't forget it. Loki is one of the worst like things ever made, ever, like in all of media.
The damage was insane. But it still probably doesn't beat the damage that Arcane Season 2 did to its universe.
No, probably not.
It's a hard one to beat, that one. My God.
What a horrible season.
Every character down the drain.
So, they do a funny bit. It's whatever. Where Simon texts Trevor, and the agent's like, "Oh, you have to respond," and then Trevor's like, "No, I can't have him thinking that I'm just sitting around doing nothing, waiting to be texted." And then they wait a while, and then he pretends to, like he's doing something else, and then he waits, and there's I was like, "Oh, okay, this is a funny bit." It's okay. So, the Agent Cleary, he says, "All right, listen, we're gonna give you something here," and he gives them this ring. It's not a magic ring; it's a technology ring, and it's glowing on the inside. He says, "I need you to access Simon's laptop. So if you set this ring down on top of the laptop, we'll do the hacking remotely. We'll scan through all of his, files and everything, and we'll take care of that part. You just have to put this on the ring." So, Trevor puts
Do they
on the
need a
ring.
warrant for this kind of blatant violation of everybody's constitutional rights?
So I think what they would have to do is they would have to have like extremely strong evidence that they could do it, so that they could they give the evidence to a judge, and the judge would say, yeah, you can do this, because unprompted, I don't think they're allowed to do it. No. But the thing is, they said, like Cleary said, the agent, we know that Simon he's a special boy. He's got superpowers and he's dangerous, but they don't have any evidence. But I don't know how they know that Simon's dangerous. The show just kind of starts with him knowing that for reasons that I'm not familiar with, unless they mentioned it and I just completely blanked on it. But I don't think they're ever brought up. The whole reason that Trevor's a part of the story is because they're going to use him to get evidence on Simon. So, no. But then again, the whole idea of why they want to arrest Simon anyway and bring him in when he hasn't really done anything illegal, I don't know either. It's just like kind of up in the air. It's just given. Oh yeah, you're not allowed to be a superhero at all, which I don't recall ever being a thing in the MCU. Obviously, there'd be societal repercussions for it, but they don't get into that in this show. Oh well.
It's almost like it's more of like an X-Men type premise in the sense that they almost treat it as though there's presumptive illegality around being a mutant. They are actually suppression and persecution. Like that's the vibe I get from this outfit. But it's like it is the first time I've ever had this vibe from any outfit in the MCU, and it just doesn't.
But it's only mentioned for the acting
sense.
part. If he gets outed as a superhero, he can't act anymore. That's the only reason given. If he didn't, I can only assume that maybe if Simon was not interested in becoming an actor in Hollywood, he would have no reason to not hide his superpowers, because he never seems like insecure about it or seen as a freak or a weirdo, really. I guess there's one Tarantino-esque dream sequence where he does, but I think it's the only one. It is tied specifically to how he wants to be an actor. So I guess that's very fortunate for the story. That
Sure.
So Trevor arrives at Simon's place because they need to record this. He needs to record this. This for this role, and he can't do it at home because he exploded his house, and nobody apparently noticed this. So Simon and Trevor are going to go out so they can find a place where he can do this recording for this role. Now remember, Trevor's got to put that ring on his laptop, so he's a little bit miffed that they're not going to use Simon's apartment because of aforementioned sonic boom that no one cares about. So they go to a little self-tape place for recording where I don't know if these are real, but it seems like what a
this
fucking
feels
scam.
Like a remnant of the 80s or something. No,
like everyone has today. Have you seen phones these days?
Well, they make movies with phones. Films are shot on phones.
They make movies with phones.
Yeah, 28 years later.
Yeah, and that was a great movie.
And the Bone Temple was so great, and everybody loves it.
Is it? Have you seen it?
I ain't fucking watching that.
Mahler, have you seen the Moon Temple?
People are saying it is great. They are, but nobody's watching it, which is not even a surprise.
I asked Drinker, is it better or worse than 28 Years Later? And when he took a few seconds to think about it, I was like, well, I'm not watching it.
Oh, no.
No, it's that's a fair way to do it. There's a finite amount of time. You gotta try and make the time for those movies that are actually worthwhile.
That was really profound, Fringy. I agree entirely.
Was it
I think it's a
profound,
good
or
way to
was it
look
just
at it.
maybe? I impress myself sometimes with my witty remarks. That wasn't even witty. Fuck that. That was just not. Never mind. Anyway, so yeah, they're doing the tape.
That's right. They're doing the tape. They go to this place. So what you do, you're right. It does feel like a remnant from a distant time in the past. You go to this place and you rent out a camera and a wall, I guess. And there's a camera that's pointed at a wall, and you pay them by the minute for them to record footage of you auditioning, so that you can send that audition into people that you were in charge of auditions, instead of just using the stellar quality camera on your phone to just do that anywhere, I guess. But it's like a big plot point that they go here and it just doesn't work out. The woman doesn't read the lines quite right, or the vibes are off, or whatever. It just doesn't work.
So when I was watching this, I was struck by just like, oh, that's going to be the episode, is just trying to get this fucking take filmed, and we're going to come up with insane reasons why it keeps not happening that make no fucking sense at all. Because the first one, I blew up my apartment because I can't focus and I get all stressed out thinking about how it used to be with my girlfriend and she's gone now. Which again, like I said, just gives credence to the idea that he's fucking blowing things up all the time if that amount of stress is already getting you to explode. But that wouldn't prevent you from recording there. But if not, it's like, well, you got a phone, bro, so you can just record it like literally anywhere, as we just went over. But it's like, okay, so they go to this place. What's going to be the reason when this place is built for this that it goes wrong? And the lady's like, I've got to read any lines that aren't yours. Which I was just like, what? Why? That's
it's
so
in the fine
fucking
print of the contract.
That is so weird and specific, and also intrusive. Why would you get business?
California regulations, man.
Like you're just like adding a fucking limit on your business. Why would you ever force this? That's so strange. And then of course she's so weird about it that they're like, okay, we're just gonna go. It's like, what? And then they say like these places are popping up all over the place, and they imply though that this bad experience with her means they can't go to any more of these places wherever they may be. Like, nope, none now. It's so fucking
Very
crap.
Convoluted, engineered plot problem that they have to overcome. I'm telling you, man, phones and guns. When you're writing a plot, you have to take into account phones and guns. What was it? It was the who was the director? It was Eggers, right? Who said he liked shooting in like oldie times where they didn't have all that the technology that we have now.
Yeah, like I think the quote is something along the lines of like, I hate the idea of having iPhones in my movie. He just doesn't want anything to do with them. Which
let the man cook. All right.
Understandably.
Well, they do get in the way.
Well,
phones.
They do get in the way. Phones and guns, man. You gotta account for them.
But then in this case, there's just like nothing for it to get in the way of, because like, as has been mentioned, like this kind of just is this episode, but it's also more than just this episode, because an awful lot of this entire show is like, oh, we're going to explore how difficult, kind of charming but difficult it is for up and coming actors, but also, the message is that to be a true proper actor, it's not about over rehearsal or overthinking every line. It's about feeling it. It's an art and a craft, and you've got to have the spirit of the thing, and that's all really lovely, and isn't acting a wonderful profession? So we have already sort of had that, and it's not going to get a huge amount more to be said about it. They're going to keep saying it, but they're not going to say very much new about it. And considering how bizarrely important it is to this, basically the entire show, it was already starting to drag. Short as the episodes are, it's like, yeah, I get it. Yep. Yeah, we're still doing that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the acting. Yeah, great. Yeah. So it's only slightly elevated because the two characters they do act off each other kind of well, and I'm more interested in their personal relationship than I am in what any of them have to say about acting as a profession.
It's like pushing it toward being a somewhat coherent episode, is that you'd have him be so the whole apartment makes him think about the girlfriend. He keeps looking at the takes and they're all bad, and he's just like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't be here. It's got to be somewhere else I can do them. Go to that place with the woman. You don't need the stupid thing about the woman forcing her to do the lines. You just have them do them with Trevor, and be like, this place is too small, or it's like it's too foreign to me. Like this whole place,
cramped,
too this, to that, or like I feel like I haven't got the lines fully figured out yet, or like it's not quite right when you're reading them this way. It's just, basically nonsense excuses. Then they go to Trevor's place, and he does it for a third time. Like, no, this doesn't work for, and then lists a bunch of reasons that aren't true, and then Trevor's like, okay, come with me, and then they go have food somewhere, or they go just walk in the park. And then they just stop at a wall, and he gets his phone out and records him after giving him some solid advice. And then they do like the most okay take ever. But he's like, but the point is that he actually gets through it and he feels comfortable with it. And he's like, that's what's important. It's not about where you do this or whatever. Like some kind of thing like that for the episode.
Yeah,
but
he gets the pep talk.
Recognize there's a purity to this that you're doing, and there's no location, no it's all about your frame of mind, that sort of thing. But instead, we're just going to fuck around
Trevor
and waste
records
time.
him when he with his phone.
Yeah, we have
he
this.
Doesn't think he's being recorded, and that's what see, that was really, you didn't even know you're being recorded.
That would be a way to do it.
That was really good.
Like Trevor sets up a camera, lays it against something.
Yeah, he does it, and then he says "and scene" or some shit like that.
Yeah. But what do we know? Us
that's
losers
the thing.
Here on this podcast,
what we're suggesting, and if it were done well, I'd be like, that's fine. You know what? Thumbs up. It's okay.
All right.
What we got from them is
6 out of 10 storytelling right now.
Yeah, but this...
I didn't know you could get that high, Marvel. 6 out of 10. Wow.
It's so weird because she's not reading the lines properly, and she's questioning different things, and she's getting into, and it's just like, why did you invent this? This is so stupid. It's like, because it's like you can't get the audition. You know what I mean? And you're like, God, you suck.
Remember, for us, this is a few minutes. For them, this was at least a day of shooting, maybe more.
So things don't work out at the weird commercial rent-a-camera wall space place. So Trevor says, "Listen, how about you come to my apartment? We'll talk about it." Because Trevor Slattery, the Mandarin, he still owns a place in Los Angeles,
of course,
from that he got from some old acting money.
Yeah, it's not like his assets would be entirely seized at this point, and that he'd be borderline destitute because of the life he's led. No,
It's been over a dozen years since Iron Man 3.
And he's obviously
and
in those dozen years, he wasn't doing shit. He was just living like in the Mandarin cave for all those years, not earning any money.
Yeah, the little mansion place with the hookers and the drugs and the beer cans that he opens at comedic timing intervals.
Which, by the way,
to Tony Stark and Rhodey.
You could have had Simon be like, "Can we go to your place?" And he keeps insisting alternatives, and he keeps saying no. And you find out it's because I don't have a place anymore. I don't have anything. Okay, like I don't. If I don't get this gig, I'm fucked. Basically, you can have this whole thing for Trevor, but no, his place is actually pretty fucking awesome, except for the stupid thing that the writers throw in. Lol, neighbor makes enormously obnoxious sounds. Oh well.
At an inappropriate time of the day. Oh, I guess we can't do it here.
Ugh.
So because of the loud music in the apartment next door, they can't record there. It can't be done. So and by the way, I thought in the episode this was where Simon would be so fed up with all the distractions and things, he was gonna go to that neighbor and like freak out and show his glowing eyes or something. He was so frustrated, but nothing like that happens.
Well, once again,
instead,
just like in episode 1, we can't have them go to the neighbor and say, "Do you mind just 5 minutes, 10 minutes maybe?" Just that. That's all we need, just to get a good take. That's all. But no, we don't try that.
Also,
we just decide, there's nothing to... Well, I was going to say, they're bothering more than one person, and they would have been fucking shut up by now. Legally, they would have been shut the fuck up.
It is a comedic amount of noise. It is an absurd amount of noise coming from the apartment next door. You would be thrown out without question. But again, like I said, it's like the first scene.
So unbelievably stupid. I'm surprised we didn't get a scene where they just go to like another, place where you can just record them yourselves, and then just meteors start hitting through, and they're like, "Oh, damn it, we're gonna have to go somewhere else." Too many meteors.
Invasion.
Yeah, fuck it.
Oh no.
Oh wow, there's just acid. This place is just covered in acid. We can't go here. Damn it. That's so unfortunate.
There's black goo coming out of a dumpster or something.
Just anything. It's so crap. But as was mentioned, the only thing that keeps you going is just like these two just having a chat sometimes can make you feel like it's real people, maybe.
Ben Kingsley is really carrying the interest in the show on, the
Well, I
back
will
of his
say,
acting, and the character he's playing.
Ben Kingsley is such a legendary actor that he's and they have a few of these, right? They have done throughout all the MCU actors who they can just say anything and you'll be happy for the most part, and you'll be sad that they're in it. But you're just like, oh well.
Kind of, yeah. He's above this. Is just the case. He is just above this because there are scenes, and we'll see one a little bit, and they happen here and there where Kingsley playing Slattery, when he talks about acting and what it means to him and how important it is, and he recites lines from things or lines from books or plays or whatnot.
Yeah.
You could just listen to him talk because it's him doing it, and there's like semblance of him actually being a character in this world who is sort of reformed and is getting back to his core of I love acting and I want to get back to my life and all that. And you're like, see it. I see the thing. I see it. It's all the shit surrounding it.
You wonder how much of that was inputted by him, I guess. Maybe in the script it was just like he talks about acting, and then Ben Kingsley was like, perhaps I could, say something. Yeah, I could just totally imagine him asking for the citations.
Real world experiences, yes.
But if there's any room for that to happen, it probably would be on a project like this, where they're just kind of like, it's whatever.
There's a bit of room for it.
Avengers Doomsday, they've probably got 10 billion producers all saying what needs to happen.
Yeah, and they have 7,000 characters to shoot, so Kingsley would get his 7 seconds in a.
When he says, do you mind if we can? It's like, no, yeah. On the green screen with your tennis balls, off you go.
So Trevor says that, well, you know what? We can't shoot it here because of this music, and there's nothing we can possibly do about that, unfortunately. But I know someone that we can call where we can go to shoot this audition tape. Enter Joe Pantoliano. Joe Pantoliano. Sorry, Joe. Yes, the Joe Pantoliano.
And he's playing himself. He's not playing a character.
Yes,
he's just
in universe.
And he won't be the only one doing
Joe
that in this
himself.
series.
Nope.
He is, yes, the famous actor from The Matrix and Bad Boys.
Yeah, I always remember, like, Cypher would be probably the main thing, but I still love him as the Chief in Bad Boys 2.
He's got that, the man's gonna have my ass.
He's
energy.
great. The energy is
really,
top notch.
The man's gonna have my ass.
Nailed. Though specifically, the film that they referenced that he was in is Baby's Day Out. That's the
right.
one that they keep referencing,
do.
Which is kind of like a. There was a poster on his wall.
Above
has
the
anybody
toilet
seen that movie?
in the bathroom.
Have any of you guys seen that movie?
I've only heard it's terrible.
Yeah, didn't Red Letter Media do a Plinkett on it? I think
they did.
I've seen that video, but I have not seen the film.
It's like I would have seen it a long time ago, and all I recall is that it feels like it exists in that Home Alone sort of bracket of movies,
wacky hijinks kind of movie.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't remember anything about it though.
Okay,
but except that I guess he's in it, which I didn't even remember that he was in it.
I only know he was in it because of the Red Letter Media video.
I only know it because of this episode of this, because I just again, it's very much The Matrix and Bad Boys.
Well, also Daredevil. He's Ben Urich and
he is Ben Urich. That's right. And dude, that movie is like better than people think it is. Like the director's cut of Daredevil is like a good movie. That's a good movie.
Better than Born Again.
Absolutely, it's better than Born Again.
I haven't even seen it, and I agree with you.
It's like actually pretty thematically coherent and cool. That movie, the director's cut specifically. If you're talking about the theatrical cut, you actually lose a lot of important stuff.
Gets chopped out, and it's kind of sad to see.
It is sad because if it was all in there when it released and the only reason is I think the director's cut was only like 2 hours and 10 minutes. It wasn't long. But by movie standards back then, that was considered long. now it'd be considered a short movie.
Michael Clarke Duncan is awesome in that movie, but then a lot of people are.
Oh yeah,
so it's all good.
Mm-hmm.
Like an inverse Kingdom of Heaven. Interesting.
Colin Farrell's bullseye is still cringy though. It's hard to get over that. It was a choice. His bullseye,
He was just silly. He was a goober.
He's just being funny and silly. Just so funny and silly.
They make a couple Babies Day Out jokes in this. This is the first one where the Babies Day Out poster and Joe Pantoliano, I get that confused. When Joe Pantoliano's, and you can't just call him Joe or Mr. Pantoliano. You have to say them both.
Well, that's
But,
that's the meme in the show.
In
Everyone
the,
refers to him with both names, yeah.
Above the toilet in the bathroom is a poster for Baby's Day Out, and it's played as like a little sight gag sort of thingy that gets noticed. I'm like, oh, okay, so we like to make fun of ourselves, don't we? Okay. But Joe's character is essentially, and this is a little confusing because he's playing himself in the movie, or like the in-universe Joe Pantoliano in this MCU show. And as he talks about his with Trevor, he talks about the role on an old show called South Shore Hospital, where Trevor was going to be like the star of it, but Joe ended up getting the role because Trevor was high a lot at the time and he had a drug problem and he couldn't handle the stress. And so there's obviously some like history between the two. And Joe talks a lot about acting as just a job and the money side of it. And there's no artistic passion or drive there. It's just a thing that you do. He's more interested in talking about like real estate money and stuff. And so I'm thinking, oh, is this actually Joe Pantoliano saying stuff like this? Or is
I
this?
assume it's just him having fun taking the piss out of himself. That's the impression I get.
Yeah, I guess it's just weird. It's just weird. I was like, oh, this is kind of weird that he's saying this, but all right. But yeah, there is a scene that I actually kind of like a little nod where Joe mentions that because he's done so many roles, he mentioned that if he was British, he would have been knighted, and then the camera kind of pans to Ben Kingsley, who gives a little look because he actually is knighted back in like 2002 or something like that. I'm like, oh, okay, it's a fun thing. So Joe says acting's just a job. It's a great way to make a buck. But the minute you try and get anything else out of it, like fame or validation, you're screwed. Joe tells Trevor that he envies Trevor to finally be out of acting and showbiz now because he doesn't have to worry about his appearance or his weight. And this makes Simon upset to hear this coming from Joe. And he's like, hey, that's not true. And also Babies Day Out was a shitty movie. And so he leaves.
He just gets
Trevor's.
So yeah, I'm gonna say I have a bit of a different maybe take on this then, because I agree that the whole like he's making fun of himself somewhat probably by being in this, but I don't think he said anything rude or out of pocket at any point in this whole sequence. When he said don't think of acting as anything more than a job, that's an almost disagreeable statement, but he does go on to say specifically, don't do it for the fame, the validation, or to get even with your parents. So I don't think within what he's talking, like if you said, oh, I see it as an art, he'd be like, yeah, sure, that's fine. It's an expression. I don't get the impression from this character that he doesn't have any value on the expression side of things. They never get to clarify that. They just say he's an asshole. It's like
he doesn't speak against it, just how his view on it is and how he kind of engages with it.
And that he's apparently such a big asshole that you're going to confront him like directly and plainly.
It's really strange.
While you're in his house.
Welcomed into his house, and he's treated them pretty well. And then, of course, you have the thing about
really nice food and his chef. And
Trevor's been lying about the show they were on together, about what happened on it, and he like clarified it with him in a pretty, considering their history, if it is true, he said it in a nice way. Like, you kind of ruined everything, but that's fine. It was.
He doesn't like blame him for it. He says he was like you were. At the time, you were like addicted to stuff. It was the substances that drove you to be like this, and like in a way, it's almost like pity, but it didn't come across as being like the bad kind of insulting kind of pity. It's like you were in a bad way, man. Back in the day, this would have destroyed you.
Weird. They don't give him a chance to sort of like, like the whole like, oh, it's good. It must be nice for you to be done with acting. Tee hee ha ha. And then he's like, no, he's not actually done. He goes, oh, that's terrific. And he's like, wow, you're just saying that to be, and they just rip into him. I was really confused. Like, he's kind of been a nice host for the most part, and he was giving you what he considers genuine advice about acting. It's like, don't get so up your own ass about it. It is a job, which there's a discussion to be had, but I just didn't agree with the scene's perception of him at all. I was like, he's mostly chill.
He never disparages acting.
No.
But after Simon gets like really upset at that suddenly, to the point where he doesn't just give him an odd look or roll his eyes or have like a polite disagreement or maybe offer a counterpoint to it himself. Joe, like, he raises his voice, he kind of gets a bit upset and he leaves. He's like, we're out of here. And
he says like, you suck and you're not funny, you know? It's like, holy
Babies Day Out sucked. Yeah. As if it's probably something he's very aware. He has the poster over the toilet. You saw this. He does not think highly of Babies Day Out. It's a joke. We get it. But when he leaves, Trevor, this kind of prompts him to say that acting isn't a job. It's a calling. He says it's the single most consequential thing anyone could ever do with their life. And then the both of them leave.
Which it feels like the correct perspective on acting would be between the two that were just stated, right? Like, it's just a job, or it's the most important thing you could do.
People, yeah. How people engage with it, it's like, everything else.
It's kind of what I mean, though. The show doesn't do the normal storytelling thing of having someone have a compromise or whatever. It kind of just takes Trevor's side more so. But it's such an absurd statement.
Yeah.
Like, acting's the most important thing. You're just like, okay.
I mean, yeah, it depends on the person. It's how you engage with the thing. But the pair have a somber ride back to the city, back to Hollywood. And at this point, Simon says, "You know what?" Simon says, "It's like the game. They can go to his apartment and shoot the tape." So that's what they do. They go back to his apartment. There has not at this point. There should be police there, and they should be getting questioned about the explosion that happened and the broken glass and the loud noise and everything that happens, but let's just act like it didn't happen, because I guess that's better for the plot, I suppose. They go inside and they do their shoot, and we notice in the living room, by where he had his little sonic boom freakout explosion, he has covered it up in like this big blanket, this big sheet, so you can't see that the wall is basically, well, we could see the cracks on the edges, but we can't really see the big damage beneath. So they go back, he reads out the scene, he does the, recording and everything, and Trevor says it's an amazing audition, did a great job, send it to Janelle, right? You did it. So Simon, he's kind of uplifted to hear this, because he wasn't too keen on the recording at first, but with that out of the way, he goes to use the loo, and says he can order them a pizza, and while he's out of the room, Trevor slowly and hesitantly begins to slip off the little spy ring that Agent Cleary gave him earlier. That is gonna super mega hack the laptop.
Is there any wonder now?
It's like on top.
I think we all know what the story's gonna be. It's like he's gonna get closer and closer to nailing Simon, but then he'll be like, "Oh man, I don't want to because I kind of like you." That's it.
Yep. I mean, we clearly see the hesitation in him, and he's looking and pauses, but still goes through with it. So yeah, I mean, the trajectory
of the whole season, it's like angle. I wonder if they'll offer anything more than that. It's like, not really, no.
Nope.
Oh, spoilers.
And it is a testament to the quality of Kingsley's acting that I didn't, even knowing so far in advance where it was going, it wasn't as annoying as it otherwise would have been, I think, because you can still pull a lot of things from like their interactions and the way he's portraying the scenes and everything.
But it's a workaround.
No, except that but that is very much just the actor doing his level best to elevate basically the most boringly functional script idea that you could have.
Thinking of all of the crazy cameos of amazing actors they've had throughout all of these films, including but not limited to people like Lawrence Fishburne, who people don't even remember was ever in the MCU, or Anthony Hopkins, or Bill Murray, all these pop-ups are just like, oh shit, that's you, and that's you. It's like, this is one where they've got a legendarily good actor for a whole season of TV, and he's a main character, so yeah, it's good that he can help you out.
He is an actor. Yeah, you can tell 100%.
Well, yeah, he's kind of like the original idea was that they wanted to do a Mandarin TV show, so he was going to be the main character, and then they respected it over time to make it a Wonder Man TV show in which the Mandarin remains the main character. I don't know. I almost would have been more interested to see what they would have done if they had actually just focused on him.
don't fucking care about Trevor Slattery. It's actually the Mandarin that he plays briefly in a few seconds of a video that would be like, that would have been interesting to see that guy, what life he led, or what, how his story ended, sort of thing. Oh well.
So he puts the ring on the laptop as it's left open. The moral of the show's moral is don't leave your laptop open and unattended around other people. All right, gonna bite you in the butt.
And they've shown that twice now.
But he puts the ring. That's right. It's thematic. It's about cybersecurity. It's OPSEC. So as he puts the ring on the laptop that's open, the screen like glitches out and everything. It does real hacker stuff.
Right? Yeah, it's getting hacked. Stuff. The mainframe, man, it's getting hacked.
He's bypassed the mainframe. He's accessing the firewall. I'm in. Click. But while he's waiting for the download, weird hacky stuff to happen, he just like leaves the ring on the laptop and isn't ready to sort of grab it really quick whenever Simon comes back. Instead, he wanders around the living room and he kind of pulls away the sheet that is holding that's hiding the explosion remnants on the wall. And he sees behind it and he notices that the wall is severely damaged. Well, it's at this point that Simon comes back into the room. And he sees that clearly Trevor has noticed the rubble of the wall there, the fucked up piece of wall. And it's kind of weird that they play it off the way they do, because he was asking what kind of pizza flavor he wanted. And Trevor just says, oh, pepperoni.
What the fuck is pizza flavor?
It's pepperoni flavored pizza.
On to describe it as flavor rather than toppings.
Hey, Free, what toppings do you want in your milkshake?
Whoa, that is a valid question. Do you want like chunks of Oreos that are kind of ground up, or do you want caramel on top, or do you want like M&Ms?
Holy shit.
Pizza flavor. That's like a fucking Rich Evans.
Run away, milkshake man. The point is here that this should be like Simon is realizing that somebody else he's only just recently met has discovered the destruction source of his apartment. And he should be extremely worried about this and very, very concerned about it. However, all it simply takes is Trevor saying, oh, pepperoni, with a little smile, as if he doesn't really care about the wall rubble. And that's just where the episode ends. I'm like, oh, I feel like they would have this is kind of a weird thing, right? That this guy in your apartment has kind of uncovered this on the wall and is looking at it.
Nah,
it's fine.
But I guess it must be fine. Episode 3. The stakes, they are being raised. Flashback. Simon's childhood when he was 13. See, he's at a doctor's office, and his clothes are kind of burnt, and he's sitting up on the table as this doctor is examining him. Apparently, he was in some sort of a house fire, and it, like his clothes are burned and everything, but he seemed completely unharmed. The doctor says, yeah, he's totally normal. There's no burns, no smoke inhalation, no skin irritation. He is totally and completely fine. And Simon's mother's there, and she's like, oh, thank goodness, my kid. Oh, he's okay. I can't do a Haitian accent yet. And he's like, he's fine. And oh, okay. So I guess this implies he's got some sort of power. He's very, very resilient. But also, there was some kind of there's a fire that happened? Did anyone get hurt? I don't know. You see, it alludes to a greater mystery behind the scenes, the mysteries of which shall be unraveled as we proceed. Because we go back to present day, and Trevor is meeting again with Agent Cleary, and he's looking over whatever information he got from that hacking ring on Simon's laptop, because Simon never noticed the ring and the screen freaking out and everything. But he didn't really get much information from that hacking ring. And he says, listen, Trevor, I'm going to need some more information, all right? And if you don't get any information from me soon, you're going to go back to prison because of all the stuff that you did in Iron Man 3. And we're not going to talk about the Shang-Chi stuff because no one talks about that. And so he gives Trevor a wire because this is like espionage, it's like a spy movie, right? You're going to wear this wire to Simon's mother's birthday party, and you're going to do some digging about that fire when Simon was 13, because I learned about that fire from the files I stole from the laptop. You're going to talk to people there, and you're going to find out what you know about Simon's childhood. That might be the evidence that I need to capture this guy and save the department or my job or keep people safe.
Bear this in mind, that he really wants this, and he is going to proceed to not follow up on this for 3 more episodes.
Well, it might get in the way.
Like, you would not think that there was any sense of urgency from this guy on trying to pin Mr. Wonderman. Like, he doesn't seem to actually give a shit, based on the way that he acts, of just being pretty hands-off and laid back and not on Trevor's ass, like, all the time, hounding him. It's just really funny. Like, you'd almost think that this isn't... Pardon me. You'd almost think that this isn't, like, relevant to the story at all, but this is, like, where the stakes of the story come from. Without this, there are no stakes.
There's no betrayal. Like the entire motive and movement of the plot comes from this. I mean, they will give you one scene, not in this episode, I don't think, might be the next one, where he's staying late at work, and like that's supposed to tell you, hey, he's definitely working hard on this case. He's working so hard, he's staying up all night to do it, and he's doing nothing. He's just sitting at his desk.
He's sitting there in his office, just getting more hours on the clock. Just sucking Uncle Sam dry in that office. I do think, though, there is something amusing about the idea that he frustratingly, the Agent Cleary, he only got a little bit of information to go off of from the laptop which was sitting inside of like the destroyed Sonic Boom apartment that they should have been monitoring, that he apparently has no idea about. There is something amusing about that. But I guess we have to owe the bad writing to that little laugh. So, yeah, Simon's mother's birthday party. Gonna be happening soon. But Trevor needs to actually kind of like have a reason to be taken there.
And he does such a slick job of this one. It's really clever how he weaves his way in.
Oh, can I come? It's like,
can I come? I've never been to Pomona or wherever it is that it's taken place. Oh, it's kind of like here or this other place. Oh, I've never been there either. I'll go with you. I'd love to go with you. And I'm like, okay. Yeah. And he just says, yeah, you can be a buffer for me. You could just, be a wingman of sorts. Not that he's trying to, it's like my buddy there. I'm like, we're going to be thick as thieves, you and I. But don't say anything about how I got kicked off of American Horror Story, because my family doesn't know. All right, just play it off, play it cool. Don't tell anyone I got fired. Now, before they have this chat, though, they have one of these little scenes where you have Trevor and Simon talking in the apartment, and Simon tells him that, Trevor tells Simon that the work of an actor isn't getting jobs, it's acting. You can always find a way to act. And so Ben Kingsley kind of goes into a little bit of a performance here, reading some lines from Shakespeare plays and some lines from books. And it's a nice little like, oh, this is good acting. It's a shame about the story and the plot and everything. It'd be really nice to see you actually being able to do this sort of thing. And again, Simon, the actor next to Ben Kingsley, it's really, really tough because I think he does an okay job. It's just like, man, like, Kingsley's really like the character and his performance is so good. It's tough next to him. So they go to the party. They go on out. Miss Williams is there and greets him. That's his mom. And then we meet the brother, Eric, Simon's brother, Eric, who recognizes Trevor Slattery. He's not the first, and he won't be the last, because this is the Mandarin. And obviously, Eric is a little uneasy about Trevor Slattery, the Mandarin, being here at his mom's birthday party, who just kind of shows up with his brother.
That's only person weird. Who maybe has a semi-normal reaction, but even then I'd say it's not enough. It would be like, dude, fuck you, get the fuck out of here. Like, that would be the normal reaction. Because it's worth remembering, like, Trevor doing the Mandarin thing was part of, like, a big plot to, like, take over the world. It was not some inconsequential, silly thing.
He's not a minor celebrity. It's like, it will be the equivalent of like Osama bin Laden walking down the street and people going, "Oh, hey, you're that guy from the TV. Can I have a selfie?" It's like, I don't think people would do that. And so, and like you're right. So the brother is like mildly put off, but mild is not really enough, and everyone should be way more put off. It shouldn't just be like minor celebrity getting recognized. It should be
he's considering being
villain.
mildly put off. He's not quite there yet.
Well,
Because he just like raises a brow and that's that.
He just does a little peepo sus, but then he shows him inside the house. They like give him like a tour.
Yeah, Miss Williams is like, "Oh, you have to show him the kitchen," and they goes in because there's a big kitchen remodel that they just did, and they're really happy and proud of it, because it's a nice kitchen. They got a new island put in, and there's like a little cutting board that you slide off. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a fan of the cutting board that slides out, because what happens to all the little cuttings and stuff that kind of get pushed into the slot there? And what if you're cutting something that's a little bit higher than like the slot thing? And how do you like wash that? You can detach it, I suppose, but you're just adding more nicks and crannies for little food and bits to get cut. I don't know. It's not for me. I'd rather just have a cutting board that sits on the countertop that I use. And also, you don't want to have just one cutting board because you have to separate it by the vegetables and the meat, especially if it's chicken and you got to wash it in between. Ideally, you have two different ones.
Have you seen those?
That's just me.
Those tables they have, the like modern ones where you can. There's no sink. The tap is like, it just opens up onto the table, but the table is sort of etched in a way where it all drains into a hole and it doesn't come off the table.
Never heard of
like there's a rim around the entire table that catches all the water.
No, I think what he means is like if you pour it, there would be like little holes in it that allow the water to seep through.
It's got a topography that draws all of the water away from the edges of the table and then just cycles into a I guess, a drain.
That feels like some
that
just
sounds
fucking around.
weird.
I don't know, like a hole in the table seems like a pretty good
well,
way
when
of
I saw it, I was just like,
water.
God, what a hideously awful modernized table.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
I'll see if I can find an image.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
That reminds me of
I don't think I've
the
seen that
joke in
before.
Silicon Valley where they get like a smart fridge and Dinesh says it has like a screen that shows you what's inside, and then Guilford just points to a fridge that has like a glass screen so you can see through it. It's like, no, it's made better if you've got like a little camera that shows you what's inside.
It's just like cars, man. I don't want my fridge to have 17 electronical components that can break and go bad.
It's a good joke because like the fridge talks and it's like, oh, you forgot to scan your food, and then it gets scanned. There it is. And Guilford is like, it's bad enough that it has to talk, but does it need fake vocal tics like It's like, yeah, because it's a fucking computer. Why does it need to sound like a person? But this just feels adjacent to that. Silicon Valley's a great show. If you haven't seen Silicon Valley, that's a funny fucking show.
She does actually have a kitchen that I like. She's got a really good like faucet that comes down over a really big basin sink. It's white. I really like those, the big ones, and those are quite good. I'm a fan of those. I like my kitchen design.
Are you looking for the picture of this, Mubes?
Yeah, the problem is I don't know what keywords to use because I don't know. Like it's kind of hard to nail it down. When
I'd love to see it because it sounds so bizarre.
Yeah, because it's like, what are the keywords? Countertop, tap, water goes into
drinking,
the countertop.
water, drain, like.
Yeah, like it's one big, very wide but very narrowly steeped.
It's just
sink.
awful. When I saw it, I was just like, God, that's just so awful. I hope I can find it.
I'd love to see it. Yeah.
I guess in the meantime, let's continue.
Yeah, Trevor asks about the when they're given a tour of the kitchen. The new island that Miss Williams is very excited about, as she should be. It's a very nice kitchen. Trevor kind of asked about, there was a fire.
I found
it. Tell me about that. Oh yeah, do show. I'm so excited.
Good God, I hate it.
I have to see this abomination of a kitchen.
See this shit?
What the fuck?
Oh, I have seen that.
Oh, the faucet like spits out a. Is that the faucet top on the north?
What
bit?
the what?
Like...
What the? Why?
It's like the table is lumpy, so that it doesn't.
Oh, that's way worse than what I thought you were going to show.
Yeah, this is way. I thought there would be like a faucet, like kind of in the middle-ish.
I thought it was going to be like seamless almost, like it just sort of drains through the surface. Not that it drains into a little fucking hole. That's what the hell?
It was.
This can't be for
But doesn't it just seem so like why are you solving a problem that doesn't exist?
This looks like a scientific. Like, this is like something you'd put a body on, and then you'd use the spout to drain all the fluids away off the table.
It doesn't even drain all of the water. Some of it's still left on the table. It doesn't even work. You have one job, drain the water, and it can't.
This doesn't look like a kitchen. This looks like a science lab.
And you're sure this isn't AI? Is this some fucking AI?
Oh, I've seen this table well before AI was going nuts.
Okay, all right. Jesus.
The design, yeah, I don't know, but what if I need to get water on something that isn't the table, God forbid, like wash a vegetable or my hands? Am I just like...
Yeah, like if you were trying to... How do you wash dishes? Like
you rub it on the table to get it wet?
Also, yeah, even if this were AI...
How do I wash my hands?
What a horrific concept, even if it were AI, right? Like, if it were done as a sort of, hey, you know, we could make tables like this. It's like, why?
Sink designed by the WoW.
WoW was better than this.
All right. Yeah. All right, that's bizarre. I've never seen that before, and hopefully I never see it again. I want to get that off the screen. Awkwardly, Trevor kind of like asks about the fire that happened. I don't think it's awkward
at all. It's weird. It's very weird that the brother's like, why are you asking about that? It's like, why are you asking about this fire that you brought up? That is an unusual thing to happen to anybody. Like, they treat it as weird that he would ask about the fire.
It's the way that I think he says it. The way how he just kind of like looks and bends forward. I think it's entirely
defensible, like that somebody would ask that, and the reaction is very weird from the family.
All right, yeah, fair. I
was closing off the tabs and just wanted to refresh that Ian McKellen accidentally reveals Magneto destroys New Jersey in Avengers Doomsday.
What?
Quote, oh, perhaps I shouldn't have said that.
Magneto destroys New Jersey.
No, Magneto.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
So they have a talk, and then the guests start to arrive. And, the bash kind of starts to happen. A lot of people show up from the family for Miss Williams' birthday. But during the tour of the kitchen, Eric gets, like, really upset at Simon for the cause of the fire, so saying not knowing how a stove works. He just kind of brings it up. There's clearly some bad blood between them, or they don't get along for him to bring up, because Simon, he didn't know how a stove worked, and the fire happened, and he was 13, but, Miss Williams tries to be like, calm down. She doesn't want there to be, any fighting or arguing or anything like that. So the guests arrive. Big bash, big Haitian birthday party. And during the party, Trevor is, he's doing his job. He's trying to go around asking people here and there about Simon's childhood, asking for stories and things of that nature. What can you tell me about Simon? Simon growing up, he's such an interesting guy. I wonder what led him here, and things of that nature. And he's talking with this one woman, and she just kind of mentions it briefly, something about how Simon wasn't as outgoing as some, other, as his brother. And he says, I wasn't asking for your preferences, Esther. Just some Simon stories, bloody hell. And I'm like, geez, oh my goodness, he really wants to get this. Holy shit. So as they sit down to eat, Eric, who's Simon's brother, he wants him to work at his insurance company. Don't be an actor. Because he's a second guess his ability to get roles, like, a callback, so a chance to get a job, things of that nature, right? Eric says Simon says this is what he wants to do. He doesn't want to go into insurance, but Eric's like, you need to make something of yourself. You need to get this job, steady money and all that sort of thing. Now, originally, Wonder Man in the comics, their father, Sanford, was abusive. And as a result of that abuse, Eric would be abusive to Simon because Eric was the older brother. And apparently the father had an insurance company as well so I guess it's one of those things that, like, you kept that bit, but you got rid of, like, so you kept the insurance company bit. You completely changed the family dynamic with the abusive father and everything. So it's like, it's the buffet of the kind of things that we take from the character's backstory. We'll take Wonder Man, the name. We'll take the insurance part and the acting bit, but we'll leave all that family dynamic stuff away and all the other things. It's like a pick and choose, It's like, why are we doing this? It's just, why wouldn't you incorporate it? Not saying, obviously, it's an adaptation thing. It doesn't have to be that way, but, you wonder what's the thought process behind what you take and what you don't want to take. So, all right.
And I guess in this instance, if they're changing the father from, abusive dickhead to
very
kind of the very, not only supportive, but the person who gives Wonder Man like the inspiration to be the actor he wants to be. They figure that change is more in line with like the optimistic take on the show that they or take on the character that they want to give you, which is fair enough. It would be kind of hard to explain how he got this desire to be an actor based on an abusive father and an abusive older brother, I guess. I mean, you could write your way to do that, but
come up with something. But there's a lot of stuff you could have come up with. It's just that element of you take this, don't take that, take this, don't take that.
It's a shame they didn't, come up with more, because my abiding memory of this sequence is basically just like, I mean, no one has anything interesting to say about the lead character. And obviously they're making a point of that. He's like, he was quiet, he didn't have many friends, and he kept himself to himself, and nobody really seems to want to be very open about, his childhood and his backstory. But like, this is an opportunity where we could have learned a lot more about the nominal protagonist of the show. And we don't. It's just Ben Kingsley going around saying, what did you know about him? And they say, well, he was really quiet and he had no friends. Okay, what did you know about him? Well, he was really quiet and he had no friends.
Yeah, it seems like a missed...
What did you know about him?
Chance for some interesting back and forth by doing it that way, but really want to make it so he's struggling to get the information he needs, I guess.
Yeah, he needs to come up with something, because he's going to go back to the clink if he doesn't. Trevor slips away to the house while everybody's eating outside, and he just kind of looks at some photographs and tries to find evidence about Simon. He like opens up a drawer in the back room and kind of rifles around through it a bit. And while he's doing this, Agent Cleary calls and pressures him again. You better find some stuff, or you're going back to prison, Trevor. Ooh, I'm gonna get you. Now, Trevor comes over to the kitchen, and he has a talk with Miss Williams, who's kind of alone in there, and she's just doing the dishes as she goes, having some quiet time. And she tells Trevor that Simon, what do you know, never had friends growing up. He was a bit of a loner.
Kind of unloads a lot of personal shit to this guy she doesn't know anything about, really.
Yeah,
who's also a terrorist. Kind of... Just FYI in this universe.
Well, alleged terrorist. Who really knows what a wacky world it is? Who knows what the truth of everything?
I think he was convicted, Rags.
People know. I mean, he was convicted. I would be curious what the trial, because surely it would come out in the trial. He would say, "No, this was just acting that I was put through for this guy. I wasn't actually a terrorist."
I don't know that matters at that point, as in. Oh yeah, you weren't the one you were pretending to be on the TV, guilty. But you're still a part of the terrorist organization trying to blah 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 blah.
Yeah. But it's like the Mandarin, I guess, persona, and that it wasn't actually him doing like the specific stuff that he claimed for, and what are the I guess what do people think of him and all that sort of thing? Because
so me personally,
between movies,
I'd be like, oh, so you were acting, and he's like, yeah, and I'd be like, you're not welcome in my house. Like, that's horrible that you did that for money. And then you could be like, no, I didn't really understand what was happening. It's like, you didn't understand what was happening? Really? You didn't understand? And the whole time, no, I don't think I believe you. Not even a little bit, actually. You can leave now, Ben Kingsley, which I would never say, but, in this universe.
Ben Kingsley, you can come on every frame of pause anytime you like and talk about your amazing career of filmography.
This is the whole
Wonder Man,
the shooting a man thing, and he was like, "It's squibs or whatever," and it's just like, yeah, I don't think I buy that. I don't think anyone buys that actually at all.
Will they be able to prove it if the guy was dead or not?
Well, the video goes out as like a legitimate threat, and the guy does not turn up ever again. It's like, just
like, oh, he is dead.
See what I mean? Like,
either you killed him there or off screen.
It's not even just that he's a piece of shit. I'd be like, oh, you're like a liar too. I guess that's less down the list, but at the same time, I don't believe his whole like, I'm actually a good person who got wound up in a bunch of awful things. Like, no, you're just an awful person, actually.
Well, not only does she not say any of that, she does the opposite. As you say, she tells him there's obviously a spectrum of personal stories a mother can tell about their kids, especially if the kid does something really amazing or good and she wants to share that because she's proud of their kid. This is the kid being very vulnerable and alone and stuff. the kind of story you'd really tell about your kid to essentially
just
a
a
stranger
rando.
terrorist.
By
the way,
it was just said in chat. Presumably, it was Guy Pearce who unalives the people. We don't really ban people for anything. If you say unalive one more time, I will ban you. Okay, kill is the word. Kill. Murder, all of them.
Kill, murder,
could you imagine George Carlin doing a bit? Because he did the bit on softening language, and he was talking about people saying passed away instead of died. Could you imagine him now with people saying Robloxed or Minecraft? Like,
some of them.
I hate it. I hate the sanitation of language.
Well, I hate that too.
Doesn't even
but
do anything most of the time.
Well, I was gonna say kill. You're allowed to say kill. You'll be okay. You'll be fine. No one's gonna come after you.
Well, as Nicholas DeOrio said on all of his streams, he's like, you can say rape. You just do it. Rape, rape, rape. It doesn't do anything. He gets monetized all the time. It's you can say it, but it's like it's this constant. Because I see it in memes too on text where like kill or dead. Or like gun even has like a word or a letter that's just like covered up and censored when it's just like a picture of a meme in text. It's gotten insane.
Dude, when I first saw suicide, like, I'm sorry, what? It's like, well, you can't say suicide.
Oh, for suicide?
Yeah, suicide.
PDF file.
That one. That one's ruined. PDF file is like you can't even say that anymore. It was I don't know what stream I was on where someone said they had a PDF file, and I was like, good God, it's been so long since I've heard that in its correct context. Holy shit.
Oh, someone brought up another one. A-H-H. Instead of ass, they say ah.
I didn't even know about that one.
Just like say it and type it. Yeah, have you not seen this around? Instead of saying ass, they say ah.
I probably have seen it, but didn't even realize that was what was happening. Like they were trying to say something else.
Isn't it crazy to think about like how long it takes for language to develop throughout the history of humanity, and just how rapidly language has disintegrated in like
retards
in 10 years
set it back
just because of the internet?
Well, this is how rapidly as well it responds to effectively arbitrary enforcement, which is where a lot of this comes from. It's like because so much like online communication is in like moderated forums or moderated like YouTube, for example, by an AI or at least a system of moderation which is never explicitly laid out, such that like everyone does this by default. It's a reflex because you never actually know if what you're saying is wrong, but you're going to act as though it presumptively is just in case the system decides, yeah, you're not allowed to say that today. It's like when YouTube updated its guidelines and said, no, you're now allowed to swear within the first 10 seconds, maybe. Like, well, that's fucking useless. What am I supposed to do with maybe? Like, you can swear as much as you want within reason. Oh, what's within reason? I don't know.
No way. Okay.
I'm probably have to carry on being careful then.
You just said his chats don't show up if he says kill. All right, not to spam, but can everyone type kill, please? I just want to see if it actually stops you.
I could see one on the screen right now.
There's just no way. Kill is so much of a standard word. It's there's just no way they ban it for that. Or
be
shadow
responsive to like
hiding
different channels, right? Because you can turn on different settings, like heavy content moderation, mediocre, or no moderation for comments. So like if you interact with lots of channels where they have default the at least medium setting on, then maybe you do get kicked off.
Like there's so many movies that have kill in the title. Kill Bill. Like what are you supposed to because people say, how do you say killmonger? It's like unalive monger. You have to say that now.
Unalive monger. It is immensely frustrating. I hate it, and I want it to die. And
people are saying that some of them are actually getting filtered. That's insane.
I see plenty of kill and killed.
No, there are, but they've seen like 4 people say that they're getting filtered by it as well.
Maybe it's a user setting that has to be.
So yes, as people in chat have pointed out, if you were talking about Kill Bill, you'd have to call it unalive Bill in order to be okay.
Krill Bill.
So fucking stupid. Well, in any case, I would prefer at least to keep the word as intact as possible by trading a letter for a number or something. I just hate unalive. It drives me nuts.
Didn't they actually throw that into the Minecraft movie at one point? So we're going to unalive you and stuff. Actually made it into dialogue. And it's like,
maybe I can't remember. A lot of that movie's dialogue, if it had any, has been flushed.
That's
going to
get a sequel,
brain.
and it's going to make a lot of money too.
Yay!
Yeah, it's going to make a lot of money. I can't wait to see what other celebrities they'll add into it.
Well, yeah, because they're adding in not Steve, the girl Steve. What's she called?
I don't actually know.
Alex?
Yeah, that sounds about right. So it's like,
I don't know why I know that.
I wonder who that's going to be. Exciting in the post-credit scene for that movie, because all movies need post-credit scenes now.
Killiam William.
Killian William. Comes from an upper class family. Killian William. Let's maybe and I bet this censorship might be different between like stuff that is in super chats and just the regular chat, maybe, but I'm not sure.
You never know.
Weird nebulous rules of YouTube. But what Miss Williams tells the stranger terrorist is she thought that growing up Simon didn't mind being alone because he had all his movie posters and DVD collections and he had his acting and stuff. So she thought that that's what, that's just what he liked. He liked being alone. But when he hurt his knee sometime, he really said that he wanted to, she realized how, alone he really was. And she's very glad that Simon finally has a friend. And we know why we have that scene. Because it's going to be so sad for later. Simon's got a friend who's really getting connected with him.
You wouldn't want to betray him, would you? Because that would be sad.
Nope.
Oh, also, just so everyone knows, the chat on screen, I don't even know what filter it has because I don't choose it. It's YouTube does it automatically. It's taken from a URL that all three can come from, as in top or regular or live or something like that. I think those are the three options. But I can't set it to live even if I wanted to. Or at least I don't know how, if that's a thing.
So after the party's kind of wound down, Simon gives his mother a present that she likes. It's like a little ice cream mixer maker sort of thing. And Eric's there, and he's kind of frustrated. He says, "Oh, that gift looks awfully expensive." And Eric points out how she still helps to, help Simon and gives him money. But Eric is the one supporting her, and he's the one who paid for the kitchen renovation.
Or at this point, Trevor is here. He's just like standing here, and his brother has just decided to start this argument pretty rapidly, like escalate. Like it's not. It just doesn't play out the way that you feel like it would if we were writing these characters.
Yeah, if it was a natural, it doesn't emerge naturally.
We at EFAP are big fans of dinner scenes in good stuff, because dinner scenes are great for just generating horrible social tension until they usually erupt. We've gotten plenty of good ones in all kinds of things. Remember the Succession one? Oh,
yes,
season
that was
2.
what I was about to mention.
That show was good. When the story ended at season 2.
Oh, that's incredible that they made 2 amazing seasons.
Dude, I was so hyped. I was so hyped at the end of it. Anyway,
the basic format is that you have a bunch of characters and they're all having some fun, and you got normal social dynamics, and then you get some jokes, just a few jokes or a few jabs pointed in, and then one person takes a little more offense to the thing than was expected, and so they reply,
the other person,
levels up. Levels up, back and forth, until someone steps over the line, and then boom, you have a problem. In this scene, they just skip. They're like, fuck off, I hate you, and everything you've done.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa!
Here's a gift, Mom. Oh, fuck you.
It's very lame.
Trevor's just sitting there, just awkwardly listening.
It's so funny. The camera keeps panning over to him as though he's part of the conversation, but it's like this family having their whole history out, and he's just there like, hello. Hello.
Hello.
I'm the Mandarin.
Hello, but I'm not sorry.
I was the Mandarin, but I'm not sorry.
So Simon's getting angry. His brother is up his ass, being a real jerk, especially in front of his friend. So he starts shaking a little bit, and his eyes kind of begin to glow, and he's getting really frustrated. And then he just can't take it anymore. All of this rage has got to come out. And he's so angry. And he takes his hands. And Simon smashes them down on the new kitchen island. And it shatters into a bajillion pieces.
That was pretty fucking rude, Simon.
Yeah, that was...
Imagine if a bit of shrapnel... Not even imagine. A bit of shrapnel actually hit one of them.
Which you could easily do. Very easily could have happened.
It basically would, I would say.
Yeah, that's
especially
fair.
with how it's presented.
There is he has shattered the kitchen island.
It's really funny.
Right in front of everyone.
That's an amazing amount of property damage, and he just leaves. He's like, bye.
Yeah.
Yep. He just leaves. Everyone else is kind of stunned, quiet.
Is it that easy to make him lose his rag? Then the authorities didn't need to do any of this. Just call him in for an interview and ask him mildly annoying questions. And then...
Not only did they not need to do it, but they're in the right to actually get him. Like, he is pretty
this
dangerous.
goes beyond the stupid movie DODC rule shit. This is like, oh, you're like an actual menace. You're
a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, this is really bad. His poor family.
And plus, like...
The whole scene ripping into him, and then he just proves it, you know? Like, why they should be ripping into him. Petulant little child.
Trevor's just left there awkwardly after he leaves, too.
He's a prick. You can't do that to your mother's house and then just be like, I'm out of here, bye. Fuck you.
Yeah, it makes him a real jerk. And if you think that there's a scene where he calls back and says, I'm sorry about the kitchen island. I'm sorry about this. I'll do what I can to make it up to you. And they have like a heart-to-heart or anything. No, just to be clear, she's no longer a participant in this story.
He could have unalived them.
Neither is Eric, really. He could have. They could have been Killian Williams right in the middle of the scene. But yeah, this isn't going to get any resolution between the family and everything. At the end, things are just sort of okay again. But this just no follow up on this. When this is a big deal, your son's destructive supernatural powers that destroy the kitchen. Not good. In the car ride home, a quiet, somber ride. We have a lot of those in the car in this show. Simon says that nobody outside of the family has seen that side of him before. And he wishes that it could go... Yeah, at this point...
He was a fucking teenager at one point.
Los Angeles knows. Yeah, what happened if he got bullied at school?
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I just don't buy any of it. It's all bullshit.
It's too easy. It comes out way too easy. It would come out for all sorts of reasons. He wishes his powers could go away, and Simon says that he'd never work again if anybody found out about his powers because of DeMar Doorman Davis. We'll get more on him later, and boy, will we get more on him later. Simon laments that he needs a break with his career. Something just has to pull through. Something needs to happen. He needs good news, finally. Because he sees a parade of talentless fools getting job after job and dumb faces on deadline day after day. Trevor, thanks, Disney. Trevor tries to encourage him, but Simon says, maybe it's never gonna be me. I'm no Wonder Man. And Trevor's really sad, watching Simon kind of have his Dark Night of the Soul moment here in the car as they stop by the side of the road, and But Trevor says he needs to go pee, and so he leaves the car, walks away, and he breaks the data card on the wire that he was wearing in his pocket to record everything that night. He is not going to give this evidence to the Department of
Damage Control?
Damage Control. I was having a blank there. So yeah, Trevor's on his side now. He's made a choice. He has chosen to not tell them about this destructive man who's basically a bomb ready to go off at any moment. Like, if anything, I'd be like, oh shit, this is rad. You're right. These guys were right. This guy is dangerous. He's going to get someone hurt or killed.
Nearly killed his own family.
However, yeah, he almost did. If that's what it takes, his brother making fun of him a little bit. I mean, maybe not more than a little bit. It's very personal attacks, but still, you're a man. You got to be able to control your rage. Emotional maturity is an important part of growing up. Now, Simon tells Trevor that Janelle has messaged them back. They both got callbacks for Wonder Man.
Woo.
Some good news. Hooray. Now, episode 4 is, look, I don't mind a show that has an episode where we cut away to a sort of side story in the universe or side story in the story to explore a character who's referenced or to establish backstory or lore or to kind of help set up a bit of explanation for why things are the way that they are. provided that you have not cut out important information from the rest of the show that we need and it's left lacking, and provided that the actual little side story episode that you do is a good one. I think one of the examples of this would be is in The Mandalorian season 3, right? Where we get the whole episode on Coruscant with the doctor and the old ISB or the old
the
Imperial agents and
rehabilitation
everything.
program.
Yeah, the
That was good. I
rehabilitation
think that was the
program.
one that like a couple of Andor writers wrote for. So like naturally,
Yeah.
it's the only one that's sort of tolerable in that entire season.
It was a nice little
bizarrely
story.
out of sync with the rest of the season.
Yeah, the way it was shot, acted, the story that they wanted to tell, its pacing, it was like, oh, this is actually a good story. I'm liking this, and it was bizarrely placed in the Mandalorian. It basically had nothing to do with the Mandalorian, but it was like a little drink of water in the middle of a desert. It was like, oh, look at this, it's an actual show. I wouldn't compare it to the I guess the flashback backstory episode at the near the end of the penultimate episode, I believe, of Bly Manor, where they explain the story of the curse and how everything just got sort of set up and why things are the way they are and how it happened. Oh, and that was my favorite episode. I loved it. I love that. Oh, goodbye, Fringy.
He really hates Bly Manor, so
that.
he got upset when you said that.
He does. We've talked to him about it, but he just won't see the light of day.
No,
We can't. But episode 4, Doorman, is it's one of those sort of side stories. So if anything, the story of Wonder Man is really only 7 short episodes, not 8, because this episode is about the just recently named character Damar Doorman Davis. This is why that clause is there. This is why superheroes can't get a job. So
it's annoying. This episode probably annoyed me more than the others did, even because my interest in the show was very, very low going in and was becoming less and less each time. And then we get this, and when you first enter it, you think, okay, I get it. Flashback. We can probably explain the backstory for this doorman thing in a flashback, and then we can get back to the main story again. But no, we have an entire episode dedicated to what this rule is and why it came about. The only other thing it seems to want to do is like to give a vague parallel with the protagonist in the current day. But then the parallel doesn't seem to be the one it intends, because the parallel just says, yeah, actually this rule is probably necessary, as opposed to, no, this rule is a bad thing and we should ignore it. Otherwise, but is there anything else that this even does besides the parallel and the explanation?
What happens in this story doesn't justify the rule. It more so it's just like, yeah, superpowers are like concerning, just generally. It has nothing to do with movies, really.
Superpowers can be dangerous.
It feels like it only happens because a thing goes wrong on a set, whereas it could have happened at any time in this particular story.
And obviously, it would be very, very specific to the nature of the powers and the set and how they're being used and what's going on. And is this even legal to deny? We don't even want to ask the question of, is it legal to deny someone a job based off of their superhero abilities? Is that
seems like prejudice?
Discrimination laws?
It's a protected characteristic.
Exactly, it's an immutable characteristic. I don't know. That's a big talk. It's something that a show could delve into.
Yes,
maybe a legal show, but we didn't want to do that.
Josh Gad does feature heavily in this, and he is essentially American James Corden. So it's just, you got to tolerate him, I'm afraid.
You do not want to be known as the American James Corden. That is...
Any connection to James Corden is terrible. Those two should make a TV show and just pack all of the horrible in the world into it so that it draws it from other places and everything gets better around it, I think. That could happen.
This entire episode could have been neat. Like I said, if this episode was good and well written, even if it wasn't really connected to the rest of the show, it'd be like, oh, well, it was a good episode of TV, so, I mean, I'll take what I can get. But, let's foray into it. This is an entirely black and white episode. And I don't mean thematically. I mean actually. This is a black and white episode.
I don't get it. Why?
But why? And the only thing you can come up with is like, well, it's in the past. Okay.
But it's not that
the other
far
flashbacks in the episode.
What is that far? When is it? I'm not a fan anymore of the choice because it seems so fucking generic to be like, if it's not present time in the past, then that means we go black and white, and it's just like, that's such a lame artistic choice. Do you have any reason for doing this otherwise?
They've already established in their other flashbacks weren't black and white, and those go back way further. The flashbacks to Simon when he was a kid with his father.
But this one's about the movie industry.
Sure, it is.
That's why it's
about the movie
artistic.
industry.
I guess you just don't understand cinematic language. We can get
It
you
is
a book if
autistic,
you
I
wish.
agree. Well, we our protagonist for the episode is Damar. He's a bouncer essentially for a club. Now, Josh Gad shows up in all of his glory, and he goes inside. And he says, blah, blah, "Come on in if you want to do that, whatever." He's being a doorman. Now, after the shift, Damar goes and talks with the manager after things kind of calm down, and he says, "I like working here. The money's good. The energy's good. I can kind of be myself. I can talk to all kinds of people." He's very content. He's happy with what he's doing, and he tends to do it well. He likes where he works. Right? Very enviable position in a number of ways. Damar seems to have it a-okay. Now, he was asked to take out the trash, and so Damar leaves to go take it out to the dumpster, but their dumpster is full.
Even still, though, so with something like this, again, basically 0 variables. You can't get this bad. Like, you can't fuck this up. It's just a doorman walks inside and talks to his boss. How could you fuck it? And already I was just, like, taken by how the dialogue was very over-explanatory to the point of I need to know a lot more context than these two would ever express to each other. Like, she says he's been working here for 3 years, and she also tells him, employees don't stay here for that long, usually. Like,
it's like a stepping stone job.
He would be the only person, like, he'd be the main person who'd know that. Out of this whole bar, if you're telling me that the turnover is so high that no one has ever lasted 3 years, that means he's seen everyone leave. Friends, right? Co-employees, peers. So she's telling him, like, "Oh, I bet you didn't. People don't actually stay here for that long." He's like, "Yeah, I know. We've said goodbye to so many good people throughout the years." Just weird dialogue, and
it's very expositional.
Never feels authentic to me. And they do this all the time because they're like, "Well, no, but we got to get this, across to people." It's like, it's so easy if you just try to remember what it would feel like to speak to a person in real life. You'd be like, "Hey."
Yeah, how this would happen is he bumps into someone at the door, and they're like, "Damar, you're still working here?"
Yeah, you could do that.
Something. And he's like, "Yeah, I am." It's like,
this could also be his 3-year anniversary of working here, and be like, "Holy shit, the amount of people we've seen come and go. Like, and you just, you're a rock. You've always been here. You always do the job well.
Can't imagine this place without you, Damar."
Yeah, that's sort of. There's so many ways of doing it, and instead it's like,
instead of.
Hey, didn't you know, Damar? You've actually been here the longest. Everyone else has quit or left or changed jobs. And he's like, "Wow, that's crazy." Like,
I like my job for these reasons. And I am happy.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just okay. Off to a bad start.
Received. So he's got to take out the trash. He goes to put it in the dumpster on the side of the building, but alas, the dumpster is full, and you couldn't just put it on top. You couldn't do it, right? But he notices the dumpster next door. I don't know why I said next door. The dumpster next to this dumpster, like the dumpsters are neighbors and they have jats. The dumpster
different flavor
right
of dumpster next to it.
It's a different flavor. It is, to be clear, it is a very different flavor of dumpster.
Every dumpster is going to be a new flavor, yeah.
Absolutely. Italian, the dumpsters behind Italian restaurants are going to have a way different flavor than the dumpster behind like a Chinese takeout place. Now, this second dumpster, it's a little odd. Because there's like this weird black goo that is oozing out of it and kind of pooling on the ground on the cement.
What is this?
This was such a
goo portal.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This doesn't get an explanation, right? This is just
no explanation. No,
there is
never
goo,
comes up again. It's never referenced.
Goo seeping out of a dumpster that creates a portal to another universe, basically, or temporary pocket dimension, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Why not?
And it's pretty weird, pretty strange. Can't wait to learn more about it. Never. So yeah, it's like this weird, pure black goo that makes this portal puddle on the ground. And Damar, being an entrepreneurial spirit, being an adventurer, a brave soul, he like just sticks his hand in it.
Yeah, because he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, because he's a fucking moron. Not what I would do.
Also,
when I see goo oozing out of a dumpster.
He's a notably bad actor. He might be the worst actor in this whole show, by the way. I'm putting that out there now. There's 2 major things we'll be highlighting, but the one has just already happened on screen. This is awful. He should already be terrified of this happening, but it's not until all the doors appear that he starts doing. What the fuck? It's so bad.
He appears in one of this was the Stranger Things reference there, because when it opens up, it's got like, it's black and it's got like the liquid watery floor, and I was like, oh, he's gone to the 11 upside down vision realm.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, is this a Stranger Things reference? In 2026, can you imagine someone referencing Stranger Things? It already feels like it died years ago. Like that shit died so hard.
Yo, by the way,
a bunch of white doors show up, and he goes, "Whoa!"
So Fringy let me know that he thought this was possibly deliberately bad.
Yeah, I figured this was like an in-universe movie.
That was like
Number
bad.
one, the black and white came across as like otherwise arbitrary, unless that was the case. And the fact that the scream was like, "No!" It's like, dude, this can't be. This has to be like some bullshit. This has to be like deliberate. But it is not. Like, this is. It's not. This is real.
And I don't know why they hired this guy. He's pretty bad. There's another moment that we'll be coming to that I'm going to highlight. Something very specific about the way that he acts. It is just so awful.
So yeah, all the weird white monolith doors apparently. Oh my god! And he wakes up suddenly in the floor of his apartment. Oh my! What happened? What was that strange experience? What is going on? He's confused. He doesn't know what happened. He was in the White Door dimension. Isn't there a band called the White Doors?
Well, there's the Doors.
Anyway,
White Stripes.
And the White Stripes. If you combine the two, it's a supergroup.
I don't know. I don't think I combine them. I think I specifically, something's making me think. I don't think I mixed the two because I'm aware of them. Wait, did they do that song? It's song. Who does that? It's Doves. Okay. A Black and White Town, a song by the Dubs in 2005. I like that song. Anyway, moving right along, he wakes up in his apartment, and he hears his dog. He's like, "Oh, dog, Chance, come here, boy." And the dog comes to touch him, and then when he touches the dog disappears, like teleports. Holy shit! What's going on here? This isn't normal behavior for a dog. But he hears Chance barking downstairs in a different apartment. So he runs down and he opens the door, and there's just like a woman showering there, and the Chance the dog is there too, and she freaks out. It's like, "Oh, get the fuck out of my apartment, you're a terrible actor." And she throws this glass at him, but then the glass like teleports through him and like shoots out into the wall. Very, very strange stuff. This is abnormal. Something must have happened to him when he went into that Black Goose Stranger Things dimension. Well, oddly enough, we get a bizarre cut between this happening and him being back at work. Because I guess nothing else happened of note in between these two moments.
Just highlighting more of his awful acting. God, that's just such a bad take. Like, oh my god, oh Jesus.
He doesn't know, he just doesn't know where to look, does he?
Oof.
It is kind of weird. Like, it's like, oh, what do I do with my hands? Oh, what should I be looking at? But yeah, apparently nothing noteworthy happened between this event and him being at work later on that day. And I imagine he does a late shift because he's a bouncer for a nightclub. So he goes back to work and he returns to the mysterious goo dumpster. But would you believe that it's not there anymore? It's disappeared.
So, I thought it was really funny because it's like, oh, if only the goo was still here so I could... What?
Just maybe tell somebody about
collect up the goo and ask for help from the science, or to jump back. You would just touch it again.
He might just jump. He might hold his nose, like in the cartoons. He'll hold his nose and he'll jump straight in, like it's a cartoon puddle, like a Tom and Jerry episode. Little black goo droplets go everywhere. Who knows? We'll never get to know. Because we're never going to see this goo or this guy again. They're gone.
And for those,
because apparently Doorman is like a character, but from the comics. But
for those, obviously, since we mentioned Josh Gad, everyone's been saying, please, is there at least a singing section with him? Because he's such an awesome singer. Yes, you're getting that. It's so great. Yeah, here it comes. Everyone's been asking in chat. Everybody.
Back of the front door. I don't think we could play it for moral reasons. Crimes against humanity or something. But, I mean, it's up to you. Look, I wash my hands of this. For the next few minutes, this is your podcast purely. I have no stake in this if you want to show him singing. But later that night at the front door, DeMar's told by the manager that they're at full occupancy. You can't let anybody else in. Fire code. No more people. Uh-oh. What a weird... So, there's a performance inside. Josh Gad is singing his heart out. He's having a great time, and he's not scaring everybody out of the building for some reason. But there's some electrical issue. Some curtains and stuff catch fire. Oh no, a fire? What a terrible thing to have happen. Well, they try to get out the door, but the door is stuck. Oh
But
no,
why?
I can't believe the door is stuck. Because it just is.
Damn it.
It is stuck.
Well, then try the other exit.
By the way, everyone. No. Actually, this is the part they get right. So one of the scariest and most terrible things that I kind of ever learned was I watched some video talking about I think it was for work years and years ago. They showed us a video about like fire hazards and stuff, and they were showing like some examples from where people died in fires, and people tried to crowd around the main door because people will like very instinctively run towards the door that they came in with because that's the door they're familiar with. They run out the way that they came in, but everyone's got that idea and they get trapped and people get trampled and it causes, it clogs up the front door. And so they were showing like where all the bodies were found after a terrible fire. And there was like this huge, massive bodies that were by the front door, even though there were like clearly marked exits everywhere that people just didn't use because they were just in such a panic and they all tried to go out the door that they were familiar with. So remember, everyone, if there is a fire, look for exit signs. And fun fact that might save your life, if there is a fire in a restaurant or a place that has a kitchen, kitchens are mandated to have exits. Every kitchen must have an exit out of the building. So if you run to the kitchen, there's always going to be an exit. Boom.
So first of all, that does not mean they got it right. There's going to be fucking staff at the very least there, but that doesn't mean every human is ever going to do that in every scenario. I certainly fucking wouldn't. I'd be like, you got to check.
Well,
there's always fire exits. I think this is just retarded. Like,
if you had listened to Josh Gad singing and then a fire happened, didn't factor that into it.
Well, I would be obviously mentally like it would be sludge, but there would still be enough to work with, I'm sure. But like I said, it's just remarkable as well that the one door they all try is just not working. Quote unquote. Like, did they ever give a reason for that?
So very earlier on in the episode, when he was going outside to put out the trash can, it was slightly sticky. Like the bottom of the door was kind of scraping against the floor a little bit, but he just pulled it like had a little bit of resistance, but he just pulled it open.
Well, you figure that like 10 people pushing against the door would probably be more effective than one person doing it, but
you'd think, but maybe he's a strong guy, and these people aren't going to try and fight against this door for their lives or anything. But
it's not like their lives are on the line.
Nope. So the door's stuck. He and the manager are outside. They're trying to get in to open the door, and people are pounding on the door from the inside because it opens in whatever. But she goes to get help to call the fire department, and he frantically like phases through the door trying to open it up. And he just passes straight through the door and he falls in it. And you might think that there'd be like dozens of people pressed up tightly against the door trying to get out. But it turns out there's actually a lot of room on the inside, and he just goes straight in and he plops down in front of everybody and they look at him. Oh, this is a weird thing that just sort of happened. This guy came through the door. In fact, it's such a weird thing that everyone just forgets there's a fire that's about to kill them all. It becomes very
they're having like
bizarrely placid,
a casual chat. And the controlled fires on the set are very... Because they'll... Once you know... Because I don't know what behind the scenes it was that I first saw it in, but they have a lot of line fires. They're about a meter or two long, and they're in one line, and they'll just be placed at random parts, and you can just totally make them out, and it's like, well, yeah, because we're not going to have a real fire. And it's like... Yeah, but the problem is when your actors start behaving like as though it's not even on fire, it's just like, I'm not believing this shit anymore.
Yeah, you want to try and sell it to me, right? With the acting and the props and all that. But he tells people to go through him to get through the door. And they can phase through the other side. I don't know why he thinks that's how his power works based off of him phasing through the door. Well, the dog, like, it kind of went, like, if anything, it teleported into the bottom apartment.
Yeah.
But I don't know how it got through the layers of the floor and everything. Because there's obviously, like in this scenario, there's a door behind him that's solid wood or whatever. So when they go through him, I guess, I don't know how they materialize. First off, they never show it. They do not show things materializing out the other side. He can pull things, like, out of his chest from who knows where. But the doorman's powers and abilities are very amorphous and ill-defined and poorly explained, and I have a lot of questions because I don't know how he would know how they work. And
and he would know where the fire fucking exits are
based off what happened.
So is why we wasted time with jumping through it. But yeah, whatever. This universe, there are no fire exits. Don't worry about it.
But he tells people to go through him to get out. And again, like, it's bizarre. Everyone's, like, quite calm and collected, and they very orderly one by one, with Josh Gad leading the charge. So much for women and children first. He just, like, goes through Damar, and then he gets out the other side and is like, woohoo, I made it. And then he sticks his head back through Damar's chest and tells everybody, come on, everybody, it works. But I don't know how he got back through if he went through the other side, because for his perspective, there's just a door. You know what? Just don't think about it, because there's nothing to think about, because the show doesn't explain how it works. We're just going to have to take the show's word for it, that this is how it works. So everyone goes one by one through the door and they escape. Oh, hooray. He saved the day and saved everybody. That's awesome. So afterwards, Josh Gad thanks him for saving his life, and he says, hey, you can have a job watching out for me. I give you a lot of money for doing it. And so Damar takes on the new job, and he uses his powers as the doorman to help Josh Gad escape the paparazzi and all of the people who were just lining up around the block and screaming to see Josh Gad. Is that Josh Gad? I've got a crowd around him. Oh, yeah, I'm sure that happens. People really, who knows? So that's Damar's job for a while. And he's on the news. Everyone's saying, hey, there's this guy, Damar Davis, and he's got these weird powers, and he's using them to help Josh Gad. That's kind of weird. But he kind of gets a bit of a reputation because he has superpowers, and in this world, obviously, in any world, that would be really special and crazy that you can do this. Oddly enough, though, the Department of Damage Control doesn't really seem to care about him at all, or have any questions for him.
Or just, where the fuck are the Avengers? Do they still not exist?
Well, can we just be clear here, right? So, he's the doorman, and his power, you can let people go through. Is like, that's like a secondary element of your power. Your power is you can go through walls. You can go through anything.
Pride-like powers.
It's an amazing ability that everyone all over the world would have use for.
Nah, they wouldn't care. Nobody would care. It's kind of like a fun gimmick.
Incredibly fucking stupid.
It's an immense power.
It's contextualized that way. Well, yeah, like the only
invincible.
The only real thing that he can do, like being known as the doorman because people go through you or whatever, is just like, don't you think any government would? You're invincible for one, by the way, because no one can kill you if you can just make everything go through you. Secondly, like you can go anywhere in the world with no one stopping you.
You pass through walls, yeah.
And
also he can
drain you.
He pulls things out of himself, but from where? How do you know? How do you pull a thing out of you? Was it in a location that you can access?
It's like the portal, it can lead just directly through him, but the portal can also lead like elsewhere to like almost an alternate dimension.
Yeah, but he doesn't get. No one seems to care. The governments of the world don't seem to care. It's just like a little catchphrase, like, oh, it's a little cool little trick that he can do. Very, very weird.
Well, it just feels similar to how in She-Hulk there was like a shape-shifting elf. And that was just kind of like, whatever. Who cares about that? It's like, what do you mean, who cares about that? Why do you not, like...
Undermine the trust of civilization?
Even in the MCU universe is presented as a world where people are like unbelievably desensitized to crazy things that happen in their world. You would think it's just the normal world, but simultaneously that they don't give a shit about these insane occurrences, like a dude who went to an alternate dimension and is now invincible. And they're like, ha, doorman,
Well, it took until Captain America Brave New World for them to even mention the fact that there was like an old frozen god sticking out of the planet.
That's poking out of the earth.
Hey, She-Hulk acknowledged that. It just did it.
Yeah,
Almost.
on a little article, right?
Yeah, there, a little article in the side of a screen as an Easter egg. Isn't it funny? There's a giant dead god sticking out of the ocean. Anyway, back to the plot. And yeah, Brave New World comes along and does it. But then you've got like Thunderbolts as well, so that you've got like a faction who are maybe interested in going around recruiting alternative superheroes for nefarious schemes. But I guess they didn't care about this chap either. And the more they do it, the more they go back and introduce like, oh yeah, more superheroes than we ever mentioned during phases 1 and 3 were around the entire time. The more problems they run into, it starts slowly recreating the big problem that Superman had, like failing to account for the heroes it tells you do exist, but have just not yet been shown and that don't interact with the rest of the world they're a part of. The MCU, every time it does this, creates sort of more of that same problem. It was just about cogent and coherent from phases 1 through 3. There weren't that many of them, and the important ones you always got to see, but now it's like, oh yeah, no, there's actually sometimes people just randomly touch dumpster goo, and they get powers too, and then other things happen.
I suppose what's crazy is that from the perspective of Marvel, they believe that this is the right way to do it because of the whole, oh, people don't want to do homework. It's like, dude, the homework is detrimental. The more homework you do, the less it makes sense. But they've almost have this attitude of like, yeah, no, it should be that they acknowledge each other less and less and less. But all it does is create these problems for the people that do watch everything. It's like, oh, wait, what about here? Oh, wait, doesn't that contradict this? Wait, how come they haven't accounted for this event? And now it's at a point where it's just like, yeah, there's just this guy who's now got Kitty Pryde powers, but we just don't care. Doesn't matter. Except when she eventually shows up, and then it'll be like, oh wow, that's actually really important. It's like, wait a minute, what about the doorman? It's like, oh, what? The doorman. And then if you ask the people who make this stuff, they won't even fucking remember. They'll be like, the what?
The guy who started the legal precedent and the papers and regulations and stuff?
Yeah, and then they'll have a character just show up on like a commercial or something. Are we to conclude that Captain America couldn't do his you remember in Spider-Man Homecoming, the physical fitness videotapes? Would that be
so you're in detention?
No, like it's like for when they're doing PE, like physical education classes, okay. Where he's doing the thing of like, oh hi, I'm Captain America, and you need to, and this and that. But that's another thing that if you ask them, they'd be like, wait, what? These people don't even know anything about the universe that it's their full-time job to contribute to.
Also, this is another. We're close to this bit, but I'm not highlighting it for story reasons. It's just if you keep an eye on the way this man acts. He can sometimes move his forehead and eyebrows. Most of the time has to move his mouth just for the sake of speaking. But it's his eyes. If you keep an eye on his eyes, there's no life there. He's not...
How do you do that?
Oh my god.
It's very... Well, I mean, this has got to be a common criticism for directors to actors who really, really give a shit. It's like, I'm not seeing it, man. You don't care. Like, you're not into this. Like, the eyes are so not moving. They barely... It's kind of remarkable, even.
Yeah, I'd have to really try and focus on not moving my eyes like that.
You see, like, the micro movements and then just locking focus on different things and stuff. It's just, like, so normal. This, however, I would assume, can't speak to it too much because I'm not a director, would be you're so focused on maybe even not moving your eyes too much, so you're not moving them at all, and they almost come across as though you're just not even there. There's nothing behind them.
He's staring at the inside of his own head, trying to remember the script. Then, forgetting that he actually has to emote and look at the people he's speaking to. That's why he seems to be looking through the person as opposed to at them.
You're not trying to be a dick to this guy, but as we've said, this show is pretty much carried by two main characters that do have actors attached to them, and good job. But this one, even Josh Gad, as much as I find him annoying, it's like I don't. It's not his acting.
He's acting the character.
Yeah, he's doing his job, but it's just this guy in particular. I was just struck every scene like, oh man, you're
weird to build
so
a whole
awful.
Episode around him.
Yeah,
because this is his episode. This isn't like Wonder Man's episode. This is all about Doorman.
And for me, dude, like when if we did a practice scene of him going, oh god, when he's at the door place, I would have just been like, I hope that was a joke. In terms of
Yeah, but for real, now that we've done your face stretches, let's do the real take.
Like, that was so bad that it's borderline disqualifying. But no, they made a whole episode for him, so cool.
Now in the and actually seeing that you were highlighting with the eyes, he's talking to Josh Gad, maybe that explains the eyes, who works in movies. He's in the industry, and he wants to give Damar a bit of an acting role for a job using his powers in the movie. He says, Josh Gad says that he has charisma and charm, which may be an in-universe lie, I don't know, but he's got neat powers to become a doorway, and, it could be cool. You could do it. You could be an actor. And Damar accepts. So they do this movie where they're thieves stuck in a vault, and the doorman comes in to save them when they get locked inside of the vault to be a door for them to escape.
Which I know it's a movie in universe, but like that was already not said. Wouldn't he be on the team, like getting you into the vault? We wouldn't even open the vault. You just have him go in. It was, and then create the door. You understand what I'm saying? Like they call him as like, get us out of here. It's like, wouldn't he just be on the team?
Why wouldn't he just be involved? Like, why wouldn't you just get him to phase into the wall and walk like parallel to the wall so that he wouldn't be, like he'd be invisible to any cameras because he's literally
inside. Wasn't this in The Incredibles? Yes. What's to stop Violet from walking into a bank? Isn't that a specific line in Incredibles?
Well, it's in everything that has some person who can walk through walls.
Violet can't walk through walls. She goes invisible and creates force fields.
Who was it? I forget the line specifically.
Are you thinking of like something in Incredibles 2?
No, it wasn't.
I'm not sure what you could be talking about. Like nobody.
We don't reference that movie here.
No, I know we don't, but I'm just wondering.
It's not an X-Men thing in reference to Kitty Pryde, is it? I'm sure there's a government guy there.
I could have sworn you're probably right that it is X-Men, but I thought they were talking about Mystique rather than Kitty Pryde. No, you could be right though. X-Men 2, maybe.
I think it was. It was something about specifically.
Was it Brian Cox?
Like powers that would let them walk through walls. And some of them, what's to stop her from robbing a bank? I really think it's Incredibles, though. I can I see it in my head,
It's definitely not Rags. I'll tell you that it is not Incredibles.
No, because I'm pretty sure it is. Because as chat as well as X-Men 2, but I can't remember if it was Stryker or if it was.
That wouldn't be the Juggernaut then. That'd be
no. They were talking. I'm pretty sure they were saying there's a girl in your school who can walk through walls. So and then obviously referencing Kitty Pryde. You do see her in that movie.
Yes.
But that's probably it. Yeah, it was either her or Mystique. I can't remember. Which, if it was Mystique, that would be the irony of the scene because Kelly is Mystique in that scene. X-Men 2 is pretty cool, guys. This is a good movie. Anyway, back to this superhero thing.
That's right. So he becomes a big movie star. Everyone loves the movie. He shows up in TV shows and he hosts movie awards. He gets celebrity judge appearances. He's getting famous. He even goes back to the old club he used to look at, and things get quiet as he kind of talks to his old manager. Oh, look at you. Things are really, turning out good for you. And she asks him if he's happy. Yeah, she asks if he's happy. And he says, I just got a big commercial deal for lots of money. And that's his way of answering. So he's already got money.
But the thing is his trajectory, is it looking good, or is he like the Hawk Tour girl, where the 15 minutes
tour of superheroes?
Yeah, kind of.
Doorman is.
Kind of. He has his own little catchphrase. Well,
so far, it's more meta than actually in stuff that we see. He seems like he's normal and he's just being happy and he seems all right, but you can kind of tell where they're trying to go with this. So they even show him where he's reading Twitter posts talking about the doorman and his ding dong. He's got a catchphrase, ding dong, I'm the doorman. And he reads some mean tweets about him and he gets upset. But then he sees someone saying something nice about him. How doorman makes him smile. He's on Twitter reading tweets, but the nice tweet makes him smile. He's
need to make sure this is delivered to chat correctly. Okay,
something nice.
There is a scene, chat. He's looking at his feed on Twitter. There's mean comments, but then there's one nice one, and he says thank you.
He's really glad that he's brought joy to someone's life.
This to me is one of the worst moments for the writers, showing you how they feel about social media. If you could all just be a little nicer, okay?
They keep doing it. They did it in She-Hulk as well, didn't they? Where it's like
Yes.
the bad guys are Redditors.
Yes.
Like it's
Saying mean
just-
things online. Stop it. You gotta say nice
It's
things.
so pathetic. It's so lame.
So DeMar goes on to an interview with a late night talk show, comedy show, and the comedy from this guy fucking sucks. I don't know if that's even intentional or not, but the host makes some door related jokes and stuff, and DeMar, they say you need to be able to laugh at yourself a little bit, not be so serious. But DeMar wants to be taken seriously. He's like an actor. He even says he's taking classes and everything like that. But he's not being taken seriously, right? People just think he's a ding dong doorman guy. Now, DeMar he's starting to have some money troubles because he's apparently in this universe. They're telling me it's just a one note thing that he does. All he does is say ding dong and his magic powers. He only has some magic powers, and people are getting really sick of it. They think it's old. They think it's played out. And apparently he is short on funds. He's paycheck to paycheck now. Things arenn't looking that good.
Yeah,
He's
he
in a
made
bit
some
of a
bad
slump.
purchases. He bought like a massive car stupidly, like a dumb person buying a car that's really expensive with massive debt. Do you know that apparently you can get 72-month loans on cars now? Isn't that
Car
crazy?
loans are a fucking
6 years.
scam.
Can I get a
6 years?
1,000-month loan? Like, I'll pay it
Well,
off. I will.
it probably. I think
until
I
death.
saw a video that said that like car debt in America is like it's some ridiculous figure, like some insanely high figure for the amount of like car debt that exists in America right now. But it's just, in any case, look, he's made some bad investments because he didn't get good advice. So things are looking bad for him.
I looked this up not long ago, and I think as of like the end of last year, the average monthly car loan payment, it's like $750 for a new vehicle.
For a month, right? Per month?
Per month. Yeah, that's the monthly
Dude, that's
car loan
crazy.
payment. That's insane.
That is so much fucking money. Holy
I
shit.
hear that and my brain explodes. Like, that's the average. How the
Average,
fuck are
which
people
means
just doing that?
How many people have bought a Ford F-150 and are paying like $2,000 a month on like car payments or something?
Wild to me. There is no way that if I'm spending $750 a month on something, you bet your ass it's not on a new car. I don't know. So clearly people live in a different world than me because people just do that, and I think it's insane that people do that.
It is insane. Yeah, it's just a terrible idea. It's just a horrendous use of money.
Anyway, he's in financial trouble. Things aren't working that well for him. But Josh Gad says, "Hey, we're gonna do a sequel to that movie that you starred in, Cash Grab 2." So yeah, that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Finally, a break for old DeMar.
He would never be in trouble, by the way. He's got a power that every government in the world would pay him immense money to take advantage of.
It's the Ironheart. Yeah, it's the Ironheart problem, where it's like there's
Stupid
no
as
way you
fuck.
can't not be filthy rich constantly with what you've got at your disposal. That's insane.
Also, that conversation with Josh Gad is awful in the car, dialogue-wise. There's no sense that they have a history, which they had before all of this happened, by the way. Like they knew each other, but it's very like, hello, friend. You know, what is happening?
We are doing a sequel. Get ready. Yeah. Are you in?
You know, there's my best friend. I miss you. I miss you too. There's a new film sequel. There is? Yes. You sure? Yes.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Yes.
Okay.
Hang up.
I will do film.
It's so plot writing, not at all.
And he's just sitting in his Hummer 3 on the top of like some parking garage.
Is that what it is? Is that the car?
That's an H3. Yeah, that's an H3.
He's wearing a bunch of gold chains. Why doesn't he just get rid of some of those gold chains if he's really? No,
and that's admitting defeat. If you sell them, then that means you've lost.
Exactly.
If you sell that and buy, I'm just trying to think of just
an H4.
It is just like what shit dialogue. What a bad idea for an episode this is. You only have 8 episodes. Why are you fucking around with this?
8 short episodes.
Oh
these
no,
episodes are like 30 minutes.
It's actually like for actual screen time, it's like 27 minutes, 25 minutes, not counting intro and credits and all that.
They show like an unbroken version of his awful acting. I forgot about this. Look at this. Isn't it great? I don't even need volume.
Look, to the audience at home, it sounds exactly like you think it sounds. No!
What I don't get is that the editor could have showed anything. And do you think they were fucking with him? They're like, I'm going to show this again.
Maybe, I don't know. Or maybe they thought it was really good.
Maybe
this was the best take. Imagine all the ones that they rejected. Oh my god. Can you imagine?
Like, what is his jaw doing? Why is it moving that way?
He needs a director to tell him how to act because he doesn't know how. This is not it.
He needs a human to tell him how humans move.
And it is particularly ironic given that this is a show all about acting.
Well, so
it is. You're right. It is
almost the solution for him is to convince him he's in a normal environment, not filming anything, just chilling out with some friends, and then to actually terrify him, and then record it and show him what he looks like when he actually is terrified.
Like, it just inflate like a brown paper bag and pop it behind him, and then just like, do that. Just do that.
See what you did there?
They did not use the Neil Marshall method of scaring the fuck out of your actors. In the Descent. All right. So, Damar, while recording for... Hello?
Now feels like you could have just made a bit of how long could the silence persist before you think that your internet dropped out or something.
I thought it was... It's a thing we did, all right? It's fine. Fine, good film. Very good film. Better than this. Damar is on the set of Cash Grab 2. Oh, my goodness. But before he goes on, here's where I think they kind of really fumble with the play. One of the things they fumble here is I don't think they do a very good job at all sort of showing his escalation into, I guess, alcoholism is what they're trying to imply. But all the way up until this point, he's been completely responsible.
I didn't know that was what was happening.
That proves my point. It proves my point.
It was alcoholism. That's what happened.
I did not get that at all.
I thought something just went wrong ultimately, or something.
No, there's two different places where they specifically show him taking alcohol. Like, people offer him alcohol and he takes it. Specifically, they have shots and lines to show him doing that when he's at the old club where he works at. And right before this, he specifically goes to the desk beside him in his little dressing room area thing, and he says he'll get a little bit of brown, and he pours himself some whiskey or whatever. But every time they show him having alcohol, it's always in a responsible fashion, in an appropriate setting. But they specifically show you him getting alcohol. And then here, when they're walking down the alley, oh, you're showing it good. So they've got him like being a little weird, but he's a terrible actor, but I think he's supposed to be like drunk here.
Oh man, yeah.
So no, I think
you're right that because he's such a bad actor that just like this is just bad acting. It's not intended to convey important information about the story.
But they're setting up the idea that he has this escalating descent. That's an odd pairing of words. An escalating descent into alcoholism. He can't handle fame and stardom, and so he's collapsing, but they do it so terribly, and he's such a bad actor. It is like legitimately confusing even to me, and I was clued into it.
Well, Rags, what are the consequences of this alcoholism combined with his movie filming moment here?
Only positive things, Mahler. Only positive things. Josh Gad is supposed to make his escape from the heist on the truck, and then he throws himself through and disappears. And Josh Gad is never seen again.
He's gone forever.
He's gone forever without a trace.
Doorman vomits, and so I almost wondered, like, is that meant to be like Josh Gad?
I thought that's what happened. I thought he turned Josh Gad into a bunch of liquid.
Vomited him out. But no, he just disappeared. The vomit was unrelated.
Josh Gad returns to his primary form. That's where he
also, is that
the primordial
CGI?
Ooze? Yeah,
CGI? Oh, it is. I think that vomit is CGI. Wow.
You can't just have actors throw up.
You can't just attach a tube to like... Well, if you want it to be the way that it looks, you can't just attach a tube to like the side of his face and then shoot it out. Like, has to be CG.
Oh, that's
him,
you can really tell it's CG when they show the close up.
You can see it right at the end when he closes his mouth. That's CGI. Yeah, look at that.
So bad.
And the way that it comes off his lips when they go to the close up.
You can tell it's animated. You can tell.
Like, guys, come on. We've been doing this for decades and decades.
How did they do it before? I was thinking about, I don't know why, just Apollo 13. That's a great movie.
Isn't that insane?
The scenes where they're up in space and they're floating around and stuff, and it's like, yeah, because they actually went in the plane that does the parabolic arc that simulates that. And it's like, dude, they would just not do that now. They'd be like, nah, it's too expensive. Just put them on some wires. It's good.
By the way, CGing this, it's like, you could just do this. This is very easy. Yeah, it's not even projectile vomit at this point. It's just a bit of liquid coming out of his mouth.
No, at that point, you can just have him, like, just spit it out. But again, the projectile one, just... Movies did it before.
Do how they did it for decades.
Just attach that. How did they do it in Team America with little puppets? Yeah. Get out of the street, you fucking bum!
You gave up on life, didn't you? What a hero that woman is.
It's so excessive, all the vomiting and how fast it sprays out of his mouth.
It just keeps going. And then there's spots where so much has come out that it's almost run out, and then it just shoots out.
The fucking speed. I hope that there was some kind of fun fact of the pipe was breaking or something, and it just made that happen.
I mean, maybe, because the production of that film was a nightmare. It's the reason why they don't make movies anymore, which is really unfortunate.
Well, it's a shame, because it's like one of, if not easily just... I mean, some people might vote for the number one comedy of all time. Just saying.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest of all time. It's I actually kind of rate it higher than the South Park movie.
I don't think that's really that controversial. I like that movie, but
it's
I think Team America's better.
But I do... Yeah, well, I guess it's because South Park is like one of my favorite shows, but yeah, I mean, it's the Team America is just such an awesome movie.
What I will say about Team America is it's got a benefit too of aging amazingly. Watching it even today, you're just like, holy shit! All the the Film Actors Guild shit, like in the
Film Actors Guild.
And then the part where they blah.
It's just really good shit. Yeah,
Tim Robbins pouring petrol on them. I'm sorry, Team America, but you see, we must live in a time of peace. As he's preparing to set them on fire.
They're heading down Bakalakadaka Street.
Susan Sarandon is like, wait, she's acting. I am not. The others signed me up because I wouldn't go along with their plans. Your skills are fading with age, Miss Sarandon. You shall die a peasant's death.
Everybody has AIDS.
Everyone has AIDS.
AIDS. And then the iconic last AIDS is the best one.
AIDS.
Now suck my cock. Wow, now I have seen everything. Have you ever seen a man eat his own head? No? Well, then you haven't seen everything, and neither have we. Oh, God. We should do a recording of that movie and release that at some point.
We should. I would love to record my first viewing of that film with my dear friend.
I think that's a brilliant idea.
That is a good idea.
Oh, I want what would the people pay for that sort of privilege?
10 billion.
See all that recorded for all
units.
Time. God, think of the plushie sales. So, I hope we've gotten through. There could Now I'm just thinking about that movie.
This is amazing.
Right. It is. It's pretty darn good. So, because Josh Gad, instead of being instantly declared a national hero and given the Medal of Honor for making Josh Gad disappear into the black void from which none escape, he just disappears. Months go by, and the Department of Damage Control continues to monitor Damar for all his life. At least that's what they say. How's that even
possible when he can just phase through stuff?
I don't know, man. They got their method. They always keep someone on the other side of the wall. They always have another side of the wall agent just ready, just in case he does. So, this makes Hollywood adopt the Doorman Clause, which makes it virtually impossible to have superheroes on movie sets because of the astronomically high insurance.
Okay.
And then we see Simon walk out of a building, and that's the episode.
Didn't need
so I'm
to be an
glad
episode.
we've.
No.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. If it was a really good episode about the tragic downfall of a normal good guy who gets powers and he can't control himself, or he gets lured in by the temptations of Hollywood, there's a story there. Could have been a good episode. Wasn't. It's kind of funny, actually. Pretty bad. Episode 5. How exciting. Simon and Trevor are celebrating the fact that they got the callback call at the restaurant. Simon's kind of worried that Trevor Simon's worried about. He's just nervous, It's a big deal. It's his breakthrough, his biggest role of a lifetime potentially. Trevor kind of calms him down. Cleary, the agent from the FBI DODC, he calls Trevor, wanting an update, but Trevor doesn't answer. Uh-oh. And now, yes, we get our first action scene, our first real fight. Oh, I'm so excited. This is why I watch Marvel shows, for the action, for the fights. You see, a bunch of thuggish ne'er-do-wells, some rapscallions, if you will. They recognize Trevor, because of course they do, because he's the Mandarin, and everyone on the planet probably recognizes him. How could you not? And they go up to him at this bar that they're sitting at. He's like, hey, you need to come with me. And it turns out these are some drug dealers that he owes money to, because 13 years ago, he had a drug problem. And these drug dealers, they remember this guy.
They do hold a grudge, those drug dealers, apparently.
I'm telling you.
In the previous 13 years, I guess they didn't get around to it. Well, he was in prison for part of it, but then he did escape.
Yeah, they went to ancient
China. How much did he owe them?
Must have been a lot, because boy, you're right, they do hold a grudge. But then again, you let one guy get away with it, and what kind of message does that send? That you're a doormat and people can walk all over you? I think not. So they start to rough up Trevor, but then, this makes Simon really angry, and he goes Hulk mode. Not really. He has just sort of these energy powers and super strength that he kind of uses, and then he beats up all the drug dealers. Boom, bam. All right, that happens. We have our fight. Yeah.
It's very much like taking all bets on how they can create an episode that gets just a filler slot done. Basically, what could possibly take place to cause that to happen. And this fight, it would be really bad if someone saw it who shouldn't. But it would also be really bad if that same person recorded it as well, because that would be really bad for Simon.
And they had a specific problem that they needed someone with superpowers to help them out with.
Basically, look, Mando and Grogu, they gotta go get some milk from the store, and they're gonna have to
essentially, yeah. This is a side quest episode.
Dude, and they only have 8 episodes, and they just fucked around with episode 4.
7, really. 7 short episodes. Again, after credits and everything, these are like 25, 30-minute episodes of actual content. They're short. But this is a side quest episode. Essentially, there's a guy on a scooter, and he's got a GoPro on his helmet, and he's been watching this fight the whole time, recording it, and they just notice that he's seen all this superpower usage, and you know how bad that is, because if they figure out he's got superpowers, he can't act in Hollywood no more. Well, they try and track the guy down in their car, they get stuck in traffic, oh, isn't this funny? But the scooter guy, his name's Jaden, as we'll find out in a moment, he lets him be seen by Trevor and Simon, and he leads them into a bar through like this weird back secret entrance door that I don't know why they did that. I don't know why he didn't just go into a normal bar or restaurant. It's a very strange thing. They set up some sort of intrigue and it means nothing. But anyway, the scooter man here, Jaden, he's sitting down and he's waiting for him because he knows that this guy with the superpowers, he won't cause a scene in a public place.
By the way,
this Jaden guy is really smart.
Just to be clear, halfway through the episode already.
Yes, this one flew, and that's not a compliment.
No, it was just like, wait, there's nothing in here. Holy shit. We just started and we're already halfway. It's like, whoa, what the fuck?
Well, this Jaden guy, because it's a side quest episode. Is a side quest episode. Jaden, the scooter guy, says, All right. So I've got all that footage and I've scheduled it to go live on YouTube if you don't help me out. He blackmails him. Uh-oh.
Oh,
He
and for
says
some
that
reason, that's like a point of contention. Is it possible for him to schedule a video to go on YouTube?
Well, specifically, is it possible to get it from a GoPro to YouTube directly? But that's not a question you need answered because he could have done anything with that footage by now. He could also have handed it to a friend that could do this.
Yeah.
Well, he might not. Yeah, he wouldn't have the time, but he even says he hid it someplace. He doesn't have the actual camera on him.
It's not impossible that he could have done it in the time that they took to chase him down to this location.
I guess there's like a
I don't know why. I don't know why it's even like a point of. Well, I know why because it's relevant later, but like it's just a weird and stupid thing to have as part of the stakes. Oh, is it even possible that he could have done this? It's like, yeah. Yes, it is. Why are we even bringing that up?
Well, yeah.
So
just solve it at the end.
Jaden says, if you don't help me out with this issue, that footage is going live onto YouTube. And then instead of you becoming super famous and everyone thinking that you're cool, you're gonna have to keep that a secret, I guess, or something. You beat up those
it's really unfortunate that a massive asshole has just stumbled across and is willing to ruin his life just to get a bike back.
I sure hope it's wrapped up in the next 10 minutes.
Oh boy, are you in luck, Mahler? Oh boy, it's your lucky day. So he says, you got it. There's this guy named Esteban. He stole my motorcycle. Go intimidate him into giving it back to me. And so they do. They go up to the three of them, walk up to Esteban's door in the morning, I guess. It's like the next day at this point. I don't know what the timeline is. He said like 9, but whatever. So they go and there's like, hey, they walk up to the door. Esteban, give the... It's not really even worth talking that much about what happened. There's like this gag about how they make candy. Yeah. And Trevor really thinks that the candy tastes really good. And he's just like eating it. And then the drug dealers follow them to Esteban's house. And they threaten Jaden's life because he was waiting in the car. And then he slides the GoPro through the mail slot. And they have someone else in the house with Esteban and his cookie making operation in the kitchen to make sure that the footage is deleted from the GoPro. And then the cops show up because a woman saw the drug dealers, waving a gun around. And then there's a gunfight in the front of the house. And everyone escapes out the back door.
The drug dealers and the cops shoot at each other. And it's like comedically sold.
Shooting. Meanwhile, Wonder Man is on the phone finding out that he's got to go to Von Kovac's house to do another audition while this is happening, and they just scurry out the back door, hop in the car,
it's treated as like a fun, wacky adventure when we've likely got several dead, including police officers.
There's probably injured or dead police officers. The drug dealers are dead. Esteban's house now has dead people and blood and stuff all over it. And he got dragged into this, and we don't know who's right.
Because that some of them inside of the building could have been hit because bullets will go through.
That's right, because walls are not bulletproof, nor are cars or doors.
So that was
episode 5.
Yeah. And that's the episode.
That was the entire thing. It's so aggressively pointless.
It's such a what the fuck was that?
This is an 8-episode season with only 30-minute episodes, and they are content to waste, just outright waste 2 of them, and generally waste a lot of time in the other episodes we've already talked about and will talk about. This show probably cost a lot of money. Not as much as a typical one, but it probably cost a good amount of money.
The budget was people about 250...
No way. No way.
Well, hold on. Let me finish. So, don't worry. It says that the budget, according to Wikipedia, was what? That can't. No, that's the Metro Golden. Okay, that's a movie from a long time ago. I saw it said 1.5 million, and I was like, that can't be true. And sure enough, it wasn't. According Destin Cretin reveals that Wonder Man could have been a tax write-off during the strikes. Producers fought for the continuation of the series.
Why?
And 200. Oh, I'm not sure. 100 mil. Yeah, I'll have to look up it. I think they were asked what they would do with a $100 million budget.
Yeah,
So
I think
I'm
I
not
read
sure.
that.
I'll have
Like,
to look
what
into
would you do if you were given $100 million movie? Which means that like this show did not cost anywhere near that amount, which is sensible because
It
what is the
probably
money
still
being spent
costs
on
too
here?
much. It
Probably,
probably
yeah. But
still costs too
then
much.
for a show this empty, any amount of money is too much money. But
No, but yes, it sounded like you were going to say 250 million. Like before, it was like, there's no way. That would be insane.
What the
But,
fuck
like,
would they have spent that on? Like Ben
I
Kingsley?
don't know, but I mean, I'm not sure, but I assumed that it was definitely too much.
Yeah.
Which again, it's kind
It
of funny.
always
It's like
is.
you have to learn from like that show 911, which I assume is relatively low, but wow, maybe it's not. Boomer television shows on like ABC and NBC. You gotta learn from those how to make money. They know how to do TV shows that are successful.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd be curious to know because I can believe that despite its relatively quite grounded and simple amount of sets and lack of like CGI, vomit aside, the budget for this is still horrifically inflated because of modern
Probably.
Hollywood and modern Disney. So, episode 6. Got a little bit of a flashback where Trevor's auditioning for, the Mandarin,
I thought it was
before Iron Man 3.
fucking hilarious. They want to convince us that when he was 70, he had this full mane of hair, this pitch black, and the beard. It's just like, I don't think so. But of course, they have to keep it in line because in the modern day, it's just the same sort of look, but like lighter hair colored. I doubt Trevor Slattery is as old as Ben Kingsley is, which I understand because Ben Kingsley is deceptively young,
Deceptively
old,
old.
whatever.
Deceptively old.
He's
You would not think of him as an 80-year-old
Yeah,
man, which
Ben,
is what
give
he
me your
is.
secrets. What's your diet? What do you do? What's going on, man? Give us your secrets. You and Shatner need to write a book on how to live forever.
They really
please.
have committed to this whole, because I guess I think it's kind of Iron Man 3's fault, but like why the fuck would Aldrich Killian have hired some random to play?
Well, the reason
you don't need him to be a good actor. You don't even need that. You just need someone to be
terrorists
threatening
aren't
and
necessarily good charismatic actors.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? Like, you have real events in the world that have happened, so you can just work with that. You don't actually need him to. You don't need Ben Kingsley level of acting.
You just have real people who hate America and will gladly, do propaganda for their group.
Exactly.
But it is implied that the reason that he got Trevor specifically is because of his drug and alcohol abuse problems, and he could use that to. He specifically says he gave him the drugs that he wanted in order to do these roles, so that's kind of how he controlled him.
Oh wait, that's actually triggering a memory. It was just mentioned. Did they mention a thing about he had like surgery in Iron Man 3?
Plastic. Yes, he did say that he got plastic surgery from Killian. He got a yacht. He got drugs, booze. He was with hookers when Tony Stark found him.
Well, does that make sense then? That he doesn't? He's what? He had the surgery before the audition.
I don't. Probably not. Surely you'd audition first. But he looks like how he looks, so we know he didn't get. Maybe the plastic.
No, wait, yeah, because he had to have plastic surgery in Iron Man 3 because otherwise people would recognize him as Trevor Slattery, the actor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
So they fucked this up.
So we never see him before. Yeah, he shouldn't look like he should look different. He should look like kind of a different person.
Yeah, you wouldn't give plastic surgery to all the auditioners. That wouldn't make any fucking sense.
That would be a little psycho behavior, but
who would sign up for that? It's like, yeah, you could audition for this role as long as you get plastic surgery.
Get the plastic surgery first.
Hey, and then, we'll plastic surgery? Who would say no to that? You don't have to pay.
No, you gotta do it for yourself. You gotta get it sorted yourself and then come in.
And that could have been a good gag. They could have had a different, like, well-known actor come in for just this part or something, like John Travolta.
Yeah, like an obviously different actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Steven Seagal comes in for a little bit part. Someone who's way bigger, like obviously John Goodman comes in.
He's not big anymore.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Apologies to John Goodman. I still think of him. I still think of him as a Chungo, but he isn't. But you're right.
He got Ozempic.
Oh, did he?
I believe so. Yeah.
I think that's I hear that's the new thing.
Which,
all of a sudden, all those.
I will say, as long as Ozempic doesn't do some horrifying medical thing like blind you or ruin your bones, it's probably better in his case, since he's like fucking 60, 70 or whatever, to not be, 500 pounds.
I mean, it's cardiac, cardiovascular stuff that kills more people than anything else, heart issues. So if you're a big guy and you're kind of getting old, you probably shouldn't weigh that much. You need to give your heart an easier job, Keep your ticker kicking.
But like, I'd be a little terrified of Ozempic myself after the stories of the bone stuff and the
what?
The osteoporosis, the lady who got,
God.
Yeah.
Just a bit worrying.
What?
I'm not making any claims. I'm just saying, like, it's a little untested for now, right? Or at least not 100% sure of all the
you know what they
problems.
say about if something's too good to be true.
Even that, did you see that? Did you see the report of, like, I don't know if you saw this, Friggy? It said something like Ozempic has saved certain airlines like as much as $500 million or something. Because...
I saw that. Because of all the fat people who are thin now, it's literally less weight for the plane.
Nah, that's pretty funny, actually.
Maybe Ozempic was the hero we needed all along. Maybe a little osteoporosis.
Losing a bone here and there is worth it, or something.
Honestly, it might unironically be better to have a bit of osteoporosis than to weigh 400 pounds.
It probably is. If you've got obesity as like one of the largest killers of men over 50 or whatever the statistic is, and then you get over the people who use Ozempic, 0.1% of those risk developing severe osteoporosis, then actually, the balance is decidedly in Ozempic's favor, even with the small risk it introduces. It's like the small risk of osteoporosis is way less than the massive risk of being massive.
I like the memes of
Red
the
Letter
fat
Media
people.
can make a funny episode about
the fat people who are like, fat is healthy, fat is a way of living, that's fine, be okay with it. The second they get Ozempic, they're like, actually, fat's bad. Like, I'm thin now.
Who is the big flute player? What's her? She was an aunt.
Lizzo.
Lizzo. Yeah, she started losing a bunch of weight and stuff after.
She lost all of her fat fans. They were like, "No, you're a traitor."
Who's the singer who is a bit curvaceous? Who did Titanfall? Who did Skyfall?
Something, right?
Oh, Adele.
No, that's Adele,
right?
Yeah.
Didn't she slim down quite a bit?
All traitors. It reminds me of when. Did you ever see that post of the guy who was a part of like the incel community? And I don't mean that offensive. I mean like literally the incel community on Reddit. And he said he got a girlfriend. And they were all like, "Fuck you! Like, get out of here! Like, piece of shit! Like, that's not you're not supposed to be doing that. You like betrayed us. As you fucked up." And he was just like, "Oh man, like, I'm gonna miss you guys."
Sided with the femoids over us.
Well, he made his choice. He made his choice.
What a swell bunch. If any of you guys get a girlfriend, not likely, of course. Me neither. But just on the off chance that one of you gets a girlfriend, I will be happy for you. I won't kick you off the podcast for associating with a femoid.
There will be a trial, though.
So, there will be a trial, but it will be off screen, like Trevor's trial in the MCU. So, Trevor and Simon arrive at the Kovac mansion, and there's other actors there who also got callbacks. And Kovac splits them into pairs so that they can, do, because they're there for two roles, Wonder Man and Barnaby, the sort of sidekick pal buddy. It isn't really explicitly said, I don't think. Because there's going to be a big scene where Barnaby betrays Wonder Man, and it's very sad and dramatic. So Trevor and Ollie, they're a pair. And so they do some of their audition, and they walk around as they rehearse the scene. And then you have Manuel and Simon who do theirs next, and they rehearse their scene in the kitchen of Von Kovac's opulent estate. And I will say this was a bad move. Simon takes some glasses and plates from the table as part of his rehearsal, and he breaks them on the floor. It was really... Even when I was watching this, I was like, ooh, I don't know, man. The energy here, I don't know about that at all.
And wasn't he like reenacting a scene from was it Pretty Woman? Is it like, I think it was that. Because the premise is that I was going to call him Gurkos because that's his Superman character. Whatever the fuck his actual name is in this show. He's like, you got to improv all of this stuff, but then like Wonder Man doesn't, like, he doesn't seem to know how improv function, so he's just stealing scenes from other places. And it's like, I detect that you are trying to make a point here, show. I'm not entirely convinced I know what the point is, but I know you're trying to make it. So keep going. Maybe I'll get it eventually.
You would think that they, maybe the MCU, maybe they should take the lesson of try and do things that much better films do, and hope that some of it sticks onto your project. But yeah, Von Kovac he's disappointed in Simon. Is just a scene from Pretty Woman, and also you've broken 2 of my glasses in a plate. Someone has to clean that up. That's a very rude thing to do. That was a bold move that didn't really pay off.
They were gonna go a particular direction with the like making him, when they do the intro scene of him explaining what he wants from the movie, and he seems like he might be wacky, but then it kind of makes sense, and it's trying to just sort of chill. Yeah. He's kind of actually normal, even borderlining on something I kind of like, trying to give his actors random scenarios and see how they deal with them or whatever. And I thought for sure, when he smashed the plates and started yelling bullshit, the director was going to be like, wow, that was sublime. And I was really glad that he was really unimpressed by the breaking shit.
I was too.
I was like, thank fuck.
There's a scene earlier on where he plays CCR's Midnight Special, and he's sort of describing the scene and setting the tone and everything. And he clearly has this vision that he's trying to get through to people, and he knows what he's looking for. And I like this Von Kovac guy. He strikes me as this. Yeah, I mean, look at his hair, man. Like, come on. Yeah. There's something just weird and wacky about him, but he's a visionary, I can believe that in universe, he is a famous and highly decorated, and prestigious director. I see that. But yeah, I do agree. I'm glad that Simon got cut down for that bizarre, bold choice. Well, yeah, obviously Simon, because he got... because Von Kovac said that wasn't very good. And Simon's really nervous, and Trevor tells him to keep it together. He's blowing this. But Simon's kind of snaps back at him, and Trevor walks away. And he goes to talk to the other actors in one of the living rooms. So one of the actors is asking Trevor about his role doing the Mandarin, saying he must be carrying around a lot of baggage and stuff from living inside the role in the way that you did. But then the next series of auditions begin, and there in the living room, Von Kovac comes in, and he says he wants to give Simon another chance. So Simon gets paired up with Richard, who's another actor there, and so they begin to rehearse a scene from the film for this little audition in front of everybody. And during this what the fuck? Oh, my timer just went off. I never used my PC timer, so that actually scared me. So they rehearse a scene where Simon is just getting called a freak by Richard, this other actor. He just starts going into saying, oh, you're a weirdo, you're a freak. They know your secret, and people are talking to you behind your back. And the way that he says this to Simon makes him his fists start to shake a bit. He's getting really anxious and nervous and frustrated. Richard is really cutting through him into his soul or something. And Simon gets so angry, suddenly he just fucking punches straight through Richard's head in this weird fucking Tarantino moment in the middle of this show. And you see the inside of his face, and he's got flesh bits squirt out everywhere. And everyone goes, what the fuck? And the camera pulls back, and there's a hole in Richard's head, and he falls over. What is happening? Holy shit, show. That was bold of you. What's happening?
I mean, I didn't have that experience. I was just like, so it's a dream, because there's no way this would happen. They don't have the balls to ever do this.
I was being a bit theatrical, but it did shock me just the fact that mostly it was just that they showed that in particular, I suppose, so suddenly it felt very
his head was a little crumbly, like it was made of rock.
Yeah, it wasn't gooey. It was pink and crumbly. It was like asbestos left in the sun too long. It wasn't like a gooey, red, squirty, punchy kind of thing. But it's fun, but whatever. It wasn't real. It was all a dream. Simon was snoozing because he's been sleepy and tired. He's dozed off. So yeah, there you go. Shock moment is done. He's awoken by Kovac. He's like, oh, are we boring you with?
By the way, better acting from Von Kovac's actor here in this screenshot.
Yeah,
Look at that.
He gets freaked the fuck out.
That's how you look terrified.
You compare this with his face when he gets dropped by Hawk Girl. I wonder how they compare, because I can't quite remember side by side.
Well, compared to the doorman, I'm just saying, there's a way to do this sort of thing. Whoa.
He's a prestigious director and an actor.
Sure is.
He knows what he wants. Don't trust a director who can't act. Those are the words that I live by. I've said that a lot. Basically my catchphrase. Anyway, Simon walks outside to take a bit of a breather, and Trevor comes out to join him. And Simon says, I think it's not right, man. I'm way too nervous. I can't turn it around. I'm tired. I just can't do this. Von Kovac wants to see who people are underneath. But I can't show him who I am underneath, because I'm a superpower, and it means I'll never work in this town again. If I show that I'm a superhero, that would be bad, or have superpowers. But Trevor says, listen, the real you isn't this condition. It's the sum of all your experiences. The loss and the joy, the sadness and heartbreak, wanting something so badly you could burst, hurting someone that you care about, or being hurt by someone that you love. That's your life. That's who you are. And when we share our pain, our grief, our joy, the audience is less alone in theirs.
This is fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
This is all right.
What's funny to me, of course, is it's like Simon's kind of a psycho, is what we've learned.
Yes.
And so it's like, let the real you out. All the experiences, like, I don't know, you should be careful, man.
Nah, I totally chill on that, but I mean, still,
I just had a nap where I murdered someone, so I don't know, man.
But I mean, this is essentially the reason why this show ends up. It's like, right, you're not fucking up as bad, but still kind of as bad. But occasionally you'll have a bit where it's fine.
Yeah, there's a heartbeat in there.
That helps you a little bit relative to everything else, but still, this show is pretty bad.
So yeah.
Yeah, I
they
mean,
start to rehearse the scene. I mean, no, it's like if it wasn't Ben Kingsley doing this, you do wonder how it would be received.
Yeah.
The man's a knight. He's Sir Actor
imagine it was the doorman doing this.
Every time you say doorman, I think about Deadlock. So they start to rehearse the scene where Barnaby betrays Wonder Man in the movie, and they do this in front of others and Simon's got this sort of second wind of energy from this pep talk that he just got outside. And then, afterwards, Von Kovac takes them aside after the others have kind of departed and scattered, and he tells them that Simon will be Wonder Man Simon will be Wonder Man, and Trevor will be Barnaby. They got the roles. They did it.
Wow.
They're cast in the movie.
Amazing.
Hooray! Triumph. So off they go. Simon drops off Trevor at his apartment that he has. But once he drops him off, Agent Cleary and the FBI immediately scoop him up in their SUV, ready to take him back to prison because he hasn't been returning the agent's calls.
Which was a big deal.
Was like a plot line. There was an FBI agent.
They said it was desperate.
Forgot about it for a while.
He was on the cusp of being sent back, and it's a really big deal. And he's not even he's worse than ever. And the consequences are, catastrophic. And once again, because they do this throughout the season, Ben Kingsley's just like, no. And then they're like, okay, it's fine. Yeah, carry on.
So I have a little. This is a place you never want to be, surrounded by federal agents in the backseat of a black SUV. Try to structure your life in such a way that you do not end up in this location. However, Trevor is in this location, and he says, the agent's right. Simon is dangerous. He is unstable. He's seen it. He's seen it with his own eyes, but he needs a bit more time to get some proper evidence for it, but he can do it. And so the episode ends.
It's just like, yeah, okay.
I mean, the context of this discussion is you've been fucking up completely. We're on a deadline. We explained to you. You've got nothing. It's over. Then he's like, no, it's not. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, he basically just persuades lightly that, but he is dangerous. I've seen it with my own eyes. You're totally right about Simon. I just need a bit more time. Yeah, but surely you'd be texting him back the federal agents or calling them back when you had a moment.
Yeah, why'd you ignore them? Why'd you do that?
What happened to the wire that you were wearing?
Don't worry about it.
He tells him that it broke.
Away?
He says the data.
It just broke.
Yeah, he says the data broke. That's all he says to the agents. Oh, it broke. It busted. So, yeah.
For the record,
episode 7.
Chat, we are 75% complete on a season of television. Does it feel like we've described that to you? Because it shouldn't.
If it does, it's because of our incredible ability and skills at storytelling, and for long tangents into Team America. I'm so sorry. I have an MCU brain. I almost called it Captain America. Holy shit. It's seeping through my soul. So, episode 7 begins with a flashback to Simon's childhood. His father, Sanford, has taken him out on a school day. He says, pretend to be sick. I'll take you out to see a movie instead of taking you to school. So, parenting. Now, this movie that he takes him out to see is Wonder Man. The father says that he heard what happened while they're in the theater about some tussle, some fight he got in yesterday with some kids at school. And he says that kids can sniff out if someone's different and pick on them for it. But sometimes being different can be great. So that's your flashback done. We're really establishing the root of Simon's, personality or something. They think they are. We're not really getting much other than his, I guess the basis of where he got acting and some.
Would it still be the case though in the universe as it currently exists? So this is the universe where superheroes are a thing, the Avengers are a thing, they've saved the world multiple times. Surely anyone who presents with superpowers is not going to be bullied for being different, because in this world everyone looks up to and idolizes superheroes.
You'd want powers. Then it's like us. We'd want
everyone.
Powers.
Yeah. You pretend to have them in real life as a kid, and in this world you actually can have them. But then that you can just ask run-on questions from that. Like in the universe where the Avengers exists, would somebody with superpowers not treat being part of the Avengers as a higher calling than being an actor? Like there are all kinds of it just doesn't. I don't think they've embedded this weird sort of self-doubt about his condition properly. It was a very convenient excuse to get the show off the ground, to say oh yeah, superheroes for some reason are not allowed to be actors and he wants to be an actor. But would he still want to be an actor? Why would he want to be an actor? Do we learn that really at any point beyond that? Oh, his dad took him to watch Wonder Man that time. It's not a very strong emotional hook.
I think we're only going to get one flashback left at the beginning of the next episode, and that'll be essentially everything to set up the establishing why Simon wants to be an actor. Not super strong stuff. I feel like even, and maybe this is just the performance speaking entirely, but I just feel like the story, even in, well, I mean, I don't know. It's tough to compare because it's just kind of really weak and barely there in a show that's already this doesn't have much to it. But no, I mean, it's the we jump back to present day. Simon's in his really nice trailer doing some little practice and stuff for his role of Wonder Man, and goes out on set and he meets some of the people on set, and Trevor's there getting fitted with his outfit for the movie, and they bump into Kovac there on the set of the movie production scene place. And Simon, he has got a writing suggestion for just one line. And then Trevor's there in the background, and he makes the suggestion for what they could change the line to, and they all say it's a good change. And that's all that sort of happens. I don't know what they're really trying to tell us, other than Trevor's kind of watching out for Simon, I guess.
By the way,
he's watching out for him, and obviously he's stopping him making the mistake he made when he first got fired. But even then, that comes sort of at the expense of this famed director, because he comes at him with a line alteration suggestion for same. And the director is he goes along with it, and then even says something maybe we need to open up the entire concept of forgiveness or whatever it was, redemption. That's the one. And it's well, that is a nightmare. I've worked with people who do that, and it's funny, but it's also terrifying when people come out with, oh, why do I need to break open every single concept in the script now? But it kind of makes him the butt of the joke in a way that undercuts what he's supposed to be in this universe. I thought this was the visionary director, not the guy that you sort of make a suggestion to and then hope he doesn't take it too far.
Yeah, because they try and explain why the line's the way it is, but then when Trevor makes a suggestion from behind, they just are like, yeah, that makes sense. Very casually, yeah, that sounds good. And that's the line now.
I was going to mention, by the way, because I don't think we brought it up, but the actor playing Wonder Man, this is his third comic book adapted, superhero type story thing that he's playing. Because he was the Black Manta, which he'll never be able to play again now, because the Aquaman in that universe is all dead. He was also Mr. Dr. Manhattan in the Watchmen season that everyone hates. And now he's also...
I've only heard terrible, vile things about that.
He's also Wonder Man, who's probably not going to show up in the MCU ever again. So he's like...
He's a bad omen, man.
He's 3 for 3 on playing characters.
It needs a better agent.
Yeah, not...
Hey, I mean, I guess if he keeps getting jobs, maybe the agent's doing really good, just keeping him bouncing around to different roles.
True.
Yeah, that is kind of one. That is odd to think about, huh? Yeah, and I think he's fine. In this, he's okay. I don't think he's, particularly great. He's all right. Never really wowed me with anything. But then again, like we said, you're next to Ben Kingsley for a lot of this, so it's gonna be tough. So that night, Trevor and Simon and Janelle, they meet up with a bunch of studio executive business types, and they pitch him a place in a new show on Netflix. But Trevor, who he has brought along, suggests that he focuses on Wonder Man first. Don't spread yourself out really thin and get ahead of yourself. And they're a little weird that Trevor's here, all these execs, but Janelle says, oh, Simon wanted to bring him, and they're a pair, and they kind of work together and stuff. But there at the table, Trevor very openly encourages Simon to do theater to flex his chops. And Simon loves the idea. He wants to do theater, plays and stuff. And the executives and Janelle, they want him to do bigger stuff, really big things now that he's got this role, do this big Netflix show. But then they end up, changing the subject a bit because Janelle has set them up with an interview. Kathy Friedman, an interview in the New York Times. But Simon's worried because he looks up some of the interviews and he says, oh, Friedman seems like a character assassin who's going to be really brutal in this interview and look into everything in my life and try and pick it apart. So he's really nervous about that. But the next day on the set, they meet Simon meets Friedman at his trailer. And she says, I'm just going to follow you around all day, see what your normal life is here on set. Just pretend I'm not here. And she takes notes on stuff that he says and stuff that he does. And they have a bunch of awkward interactions where he's trying to be normal, but he's trying to act like he doesn't want people to get him food and stuff like that, trying to be overly humble. You'd think that a really good actor, especially in universe, would be quite good at this sort of thing, but they play it off as if it's just like really awkward. And isn't it kind of funny that Simon can't quite, he's just too nervous with his woman watching over him, taking notes.
And again, when this was happening, I was sitting there like, episode 7, guys. Yeah.
We are almost at the end.
You want to have some story?
Things up next episode.
We're gonna do any story, or are we gonna... Okay, that's fine. We got another filler episode, I guess.
It is obviously quite fillery, which feels like we've moved... Because we're on set to make the movie Wonder Man. You're like, oh, things are relatively... on the scale of the plot, they're ramping up. They're actually shooting the movie that he's wanted to be getting into. So, things should really be taken off.
I will say, but I would have had more fun with showing more scenes getting shot, and having more interactions with actors, directors, and different challenges.
I thought there'd be a lot more of the movie being fun. About making the movie. I didn't realize that we were actually going to see none of the making of the movie.
Yeah, virtually none. We get more in the first episode than here.
Yeah,
it feels like the easiest shit in the world. If Wonder Man is really important to him, what better way can you achieve that in this story than the process of him making the fucking movie? And if you wanted to actually lean into not doing the superhero shit too much, you could just not even have the Department of Damage Control as an element of the story at all. Just fucking get rid of it. Just jettison it. Just make it about them trying to, work out the movie. It's only causing problems, that Department of Damage Control being a part of it.
So that, but before they depart at the end of the day, Friedman and following Simon around, she says that she spoke with Vivian, Simon's ex. Remember her from the first episode? Yeah, she talked with Vivian. Yeah. And obviously, this makes Simon worried because he's worried his ex would say really bad things about him. So Simon meets with Vivian. I guess he calls her up or whatever, and they meet at a nice bar to talk with her about the Friedman interview. And she says she's working on costumes for Severance. So it's a Hollywood place. She's got a job. Look at her go. So they talk for a little bit, but essentially he just says he's trying to be more open and less self-centered. But she says that don't worry about the interview. All right. I didn't tell Friedman about his secret because Vivian knows that he has superpowers. She says, yeah, I lived with you for a long time. I know. You can't hide that from me. I just wish that you trusted me enough to tell me. Like, oh, all right. And she says, hopefully you can find somebody that you can trust, someone that you can really be yourself with. And then she just leaves.
Bear in mind, we did not see this relationship.
None of it.
We saw the end of it, and then she showed up to just exposit the nature of their relationship and what she observed as the sort of omnipotent observer who just makes true statements about this character, and then leaves, just fucks off.
It is an oddly short meeting, which kind of took me out of it. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, it was like 2 minutes long.
She got dressed up.
It's bullshit.
They went to a bar. They have a minute of conversation, and then she just leaves, and that's that. Like, it's purely designed specifically for her to say the important character thing about he needs to find someone he could trust and be himself with, obviously referring to Trevor, and then leaves, and that's it. They don't actually have like a human conversation of, hey, let's catch up. You're working on Severance? I got Wonder Man job. Let's talk about that, and talk about the interview that Friedman had with me. But no, it is pure, just like boom, boom, boom. You know the reason why this conversation happens, and it's obvious. So the next day, Simon and Trevor, they're at the movie studio. Simon's mother calls and said Friedman interviewed her and interviewed Eric as well. And Simon's worried because he thinks Eric, hates his guts. And from what we've seen, yeah, Eric's kind of a weird, angry guy sometimes, a bit unprompted in his escalation. He tries to call Eric, but he doesn't, answer him or anything like that. And because he is so frustrated that Eric isn't answering him right now and that Friedman talked to Eric, he starts he's starting to get angry. Simon, he gets the glowing eyes. Oh no. But luckily, Trevor is there to kind of calm him down with a breathing exercise. So that's good. Holy shit, Simon is unstable. This is wild, how the little things that will set him off into becoming destructive.
Yeah, a little bit. He's kind of someone that maybe the fucking torment policy or whatever is perfect for. In fact, it should probably extend to all life, in the sense of he shouldn't be allowed in any public area.
It's allowed in films.
You shouldn't be allowed near plants. You'll kill them all.
It's not a rule that you just apply to. No, this means you can't act in movies. It's like, no, this probably means that you need to be on some kind of registry.
You need to go live in the desert so that no one can be killed by you.
At the interview, the interview proper where they sit down and talk to Friedman, Trevor and Simon are there. Friedman tells him, "Oh yeah, I talked to Eric, but he only had good things to say about you. He's the only good stuff." And obviously, this relieves Simon quite a bit. But she begins the interview by talking to Trevor, though, not with Simon, and she asks a lot of questions like, how weren't you arrested at the airport by the FBI?
Why don't we just pause there, because when I was watching this I was like, oh, so this will be how, because we're near the end of the show, we've got to rustle it up. Yeah, and so now that was a very overtly public event that Trevor would obviously be aware could come up at some point. So I was just thinking, it's like, what is the basic way to what's happening here? If you're familiar with stories, is she's going to bring up that he's been arrested and it's like, oh, this will eventually lead to suspicion over the damage control ship, probably. So like, you can't let that come out. You got to keep it secret. So how do you do it? And it's like, well, you just say, yeah, I was kind of I don't know if you know this. I'm the Mandarin, or I was the Mandarin. So yeah, big old problem with me serving time or me doing this, that, and the other thing to sort it out. And so she would follow up, obviously, with like, so how are you here? What did they do? And you'd be like, I can't talk about that with you.
I can't. Yeah, like,
duh.
Obviously,
I'm not legally allowed to talk about this stuff and how I'm out and what I'm doing.
It was a complicated process. I've cooperated thoroughly, and I'm happy to be a contributing member of society. That's all you need to say, and it would be fine. No one could ever say anything about that.
And I mean, like, this is something that he should in character excel at, because he's a very
he's a good actor, apparently.
It's like, no, I didn't do that. No, that's
first thing he chooses to do is deny that it ever happened, which is like, bro, it was very public.
Like,
what are you doing?
Why do you think that she's saying this unless she has proof that it happened?
Yeah, she shows him a video. He even says, "Oh, that's not me," for some reason.
It's like,
He's a
what are you
pretty
doing?
conspicuous guy.
Just own it.
But he doesn't just like stumble through his answer like he hasn't thought about this at all or been
Nope.
prepared to answer this question in any way. He gets so upset that he leaves and says all he wants to do is be an actor. And he fucks off. He leaves the interview.
Yeah, it's almost like he's
And
yelling out that I have a secret that you really want to know, Wonder Man. Simon, you really want to know my secret? You sure do. And then all it takes is just tell me a
message
secret.
Received. Yep. Simon goes and talks to him, and he spills it. Yep, he says everything. He's like, "Oh my gosh, you've been working."
But he doesn't really explain relevant stuff, which is that he obviously changed his mind. Like he doesn't make that very clear.
And by the way, this scene has been done
through this conversation
in about 1 million stories. The relationship that's built on a lie, and then the other person finds out, and we have the second act low point. I mean, it's equivalent where it's like, oh, it's all come crashing down, and then the scene later where it's like, no, we rekindle because what we had was real. That sort of shit. I just don't give them much of a score for this. They didn't do a very good job of how the secret fell apart, and the chemistry they've built across this season is pretty eh.
Well, yeah, compared to, I mean, God, you think about...
It feels so stilted to even say that it's a season.
You think about A Bug's Life, which does this payoff in considerably less time, in a much more logical way, in a more dynamic way. In a way that is, like, directly significant in terms of the stakes of the story, dealing with the grasshoppers. And that's pretty basic. I mean, it's A Bug's Life, right? It's one of the less well-regarded, but still very well-regarded, because it's Pixar films. It's a payoff that's been done in so many things, like you said. So it's kind of crazy how they just completely fumbled it. This should have been effortless.
And they fumble the resolution of this conversation, where Trevor has things he could say. The things I did for you, I didn't give you up. I didn't tell them about this. They told me to wear a wire. I didn't give it to them. I changed my mind. He even begins to say that, yeah, when I first met you, we weren't friends. I just met you. I didn't know who you were, but now we are. My whole thing has changed. And he could really probably sell this to Simon potentially, but he just doesn't. He's not allowed to by the writing. There's things he could say.
Even though he's an actor.
Yep. In and out of universe. He is an accomplished actor.
Then the best
Trevor
thing happens.
Says that, yeah, this is the best thing that could happen, I guess you could say, especially if you're the DODC. So Simon is so pissed off by this revelation that Trevor has actually secretly been trying to get dirt on him this entire time. He goes into one of the warehouses where they have a whole bunch of stuff, like set materials and props and all kinds of stuff. And he goes, blah, 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 and he releases his rage. And there's like a big blast, an explosion, and the warehouse gets like totaled on the inside. Holy
if somebody
shit.
was inside there with him, they absolutely would.
And there's no way he'd know that it was empty. There's no way he could have known.
No,
that.
He clearly wasn't paying attention because he was so in his own head and so mad. So
it deals such significant structural damage. There's no reason to think it wouldn't also crumble apart and potentially kill people outside. It's insanely reckless, and he needs to be arrested at this point.
Yeah, like it's seen as oh no, poor Simon, when it's like, oh dude, you're just like kind of proving the case against you.
I just don't understand. How is this not a villain origin story?
They were mean to me.
He just wants to be an actor.
I exploded.
That's why. That's why it's sad. He just wants to chase his dream, and other people keep getting in the way. It's not like he's getting in his own way.
He's fucked too, because there's going to be surveillance throughout this whole area, and it would all just show him walking to the area, and then he'll be leaving after. That's all they'll see.
Yeah.
He's screwed.
There's a big, massive Hollywood production. Everything will be monitored. I'm surprised he even got into the warehouse.
I mean, there'll be people. There'll just be people around. There will always be people. There'll just be people there.
Yep.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't be able to leave the actual warehouse before someone will look in.
Without signing out or something as well. There would just be like a clear...
Oh, I just meant like so immediate. That he
well, yeah, people would come running towards him and they'd see him. They would see him.
And he's covered in ash as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess he's doomed. Damn. What a way to end the show.
How to possibly get out of this one? They really have to explain how he's not tracked down immediately.
I will say,
and, ask some questions.
What they come up with might be the funniest thing for the season to get him out of this. Because I was like, how the fuck could you possibly get him out of this? And it is it's pretty funny.
That was episode 7, and we're on
the finale,
the final episode of the first and only season of Wonder Man. Pretty exciting. We've taken a long short path to get here to the final episode. We've watched, I mean, not really all that much. This is season 8. And we take 7 and 6 basically, they don't count, or 4 and 5 don't count as episodes. One's a side quest and one is just not related. So we've only gotten, in terms of hours, like 2-3 hours total ish, maybe, of this story period.
Yeah, about that. Yeah, I think 3.
Much better stories have been told in much less time. All I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So, our last flashback is how episode 8 begins. Actually, if you don't mind, let me take a slight break. Let me use the loo real quick, and I will be right back. Talk about pizza flavors.
Well, so the Avengers should be coming to get this guy, but unfortunately, we don't even know who the Avengers are right now.
Well, I mean, we saw, timeline-wise.
The new Avengers could get him.
The new Avengers with his Z.
Which is funny because let's go through the new Avengers team. How would they fare against him? We'll not do Sentry for a second, but it's like Winter Soldier's like he would lose. Yelena, she would lose. Red Guardian, I think he would lose. He's strong, but like, you know, I guess what I'm saying is the new Avengers would mostly all lose except Sentry. But that's only if he's really sad.
Pretty much. And then you have the actual Avengers, and that's Captain Falcon. He might not lose because his suit
because he's super overpowered.
Now. Yeah. And Thor, I think he's on the team now. Shang-Chi, for some reason, is on the team.
Think of the chemistry. It's gonna be so crazy when Doomsday finally drops. Where it's just like we see a room full of current Avengers, and you're just like, oh god. Have any of you met each other before? Do any of you know who anybody is?
Who else is on that team? I'm trying to remember now off the top of my head.
Well, like
Thor, Captain Falcon, Shang-Chi. Hulk, he's probably back, right?
Right. You'd think Doctor Strange would be, but we got no confirmation on that, right?
I don't think we do, no.
Benedict, I don't think he's coming to the party right now. I don't know.
But like, given that Thunderbolts did establish that they are kind of in competition with each other, you would think they'd be falling over each other to find like the next best recruit, so they have the best version of the Avengers. So like this, but then you'd also think there'd be some kind of official pipeline. Whenever they do detect people with potentially dangerous superpowers, they assign them to the Avengers for training, so they don't blow up.
You mean like how Tony was keeping an eye on heroes like Spider-Man, like he was?
Something like that maybe.
But he's dead, so nobody can do that now.
Well, who cares? He didn't take care of people anyway. He didn't give them any support.
Yeah, that's right. No pension, no nothing. Just you're on your own.
That damned Iron Man. No one likes him. Even though he's coming back. He's
definitely coming back.
Oh, boy. You know, there are people out there who have big hope for Doomsday, I'll have you know. They do exist.
I mean, they do exist. It's not even a surprise that that's the case. These are people who... I don't know what to say if it's like... I mean, it's almost like long-term memory loss. You know, it's like once the new thing is coming,
without changing anything about what you know is coming, what like piece of marketing do you think would make the biggest difference? Do you think it's going to be actually good?
To me,
yeah. Like, what could happen that would make you go, oh shit, okay?
Man, it might be practically impossible to do that. Because I'm trying to think about what it would actually be in almost in a conventional sense. Because essentially what it would need to be was something that proved to me that they're actually like interested in telling a story for real, and that it might be like a bold and daring story, and I don't know what that looks like.
The stuff they've done so far, you've got the several character trailers. I think most of those are just unremarkable. The closest one that gets to being like, well, at least this isn't total fucking bum cancer is the Thor one, because it's kind of, you know, we're not doing stupid Taika Waititi Thor.
Maybe,
and it's not,
you know what?
Which is not to say it's going to be good. It's just to say then they've abandoned that terrible idea and they're trying to treat the fact that he has a daughter as a serious point in his character growth, as opposed to just oh yeah, we found her in Love and Thunder and then forgot about it.
You know what might actually work, and it doesn't even really say much about the writing, but it could work, is if there was just a trailer where, like, Doctor Doom very violently killed one of the heroes, like, violently beyond anything that you would have seen in any of these movies.
Yeah.
Violently towards
that
like making the movie R-rated, or
because they ain't gonna.
Yeah, pretty much. That it would need to be something, and it's kind of like a bit. It's like, oh shit, like, oh god,
Like
almost
Multiverse
like
of Madness sort of thing.
No,
or?
more kind of like when Kingpin split that guy's head open. If it was something like that, it would just be like, oh shit, okay. And I don't think that would make me feel like if it was
would that do?
No, it needs to be something like like a Sub-Zero ripping a head off with the spine like dangling out, because that would be like, oh shit, you're like willing to alienate people. That's what that would tell me. You're willing to alienate people who wouldn't want to see that, and it's like, oh, that's kind of like that's something. The only reason I say it is because I don't know what else could happen that would actually convey that they're interested in like coherent storytelling, and even this probably still wouldn't be enough, to be honest with you.
Well, they ripped the skin off Johnny Storm.
They did.
Yes, but that was like goober. That's like that is like kind of a goober thing. It needs to be something that's a little bit more like visceral, I think, to sort of show maybe a level
Which
of
is funny because you referenced Mortal Kombat.
No, I know. Because Mortal Kombat.
What
is
you want
like
is Predator.
Violence. Yeah, pretty much. Something that indicates like serious, I genuinely can't think of like anything that would actually work.
Well, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, even if we had that trailer, I would just be like, that's
well,
crazy that they're doing that, but it's going to be garbage.
That's kind of the thing. When I think about Kingpin, it's like, yeah, but that didn't work in that. Like, I hated that, but that was because it was the end of the show.
I think,
and I'd already seen the whole thing.
For me, it would have to be some kind of description of the Marcus and McFeely guys. Like, they actually created the script over the course of 2 years. An interview
where they say, we went back through every single Marvel movie to figure out, like, all of the threads that are available to us, and the best way
and if they acknowledge in these interviews the phases 4 and 5 and 6, whatever the fuck, if they actually said, this has been difficult, the continuity has now been so stretched and is all over the place and different creatives, diplomatically basically saying pulling this together has been an incredibly difficult task, and we asked that Marvel gave us a full year committed solely to writing, and we did commit to that script, and then we passed it through all of the actors that are involved, like Ian McKellen or something like that, to make sure they felt their characters were given the proper respect. If they said something like this, I'd be like,
I guess the thing is I thought it was like stuff that was in a trailer, which is like much more limited in terms of
marketing, so like even just
if we count that, yes, something like that would be somewhat reassuring, because it's kind of, I don't know what could be put in a 1 to 2 minute trailer that would actually work.
It's
because
unfortunate, isn't it? Because the marketing material, or the stuff we have heard about how it has been written, is kind of the opposite of everything you just described. So yeah, we started shooting without a script. Most of the characters have never even been on set together. Nobody really knows who they're acting against in many of these scenes. It doesn't fill one with confidence.
No, I mean it's going to be terrible. Is the reality.
That's one of the surest bets we've ever possibly made.
The real question will be, which will be worse, that or Man of Tomorrow? Which one will be the worst movie?
Well, what's funny, by the way, is I was just thinking to myself, what is the surest bet we ever would have made on a piece of media being bad? It's probably Rise of Skywalker, right?
Like that it was almost a guarantee that it was
like, how could it not be bad? And Doomsday might be the biggest one in history. I don't think it's ever going to be beaten for, like, it's so obviously going to be awful.
Probably. It's just the fact where it exists in the MCU timeline after the last 5-6 years that everybody recognizes was a failure. The fact that it has to try and
surprise us.
It'll, I'm sure. It probably will. But I think Maul is right that it is kind of very competitive with the Rise of Skywalker for just like, it's gonna be bad, and we all know.
So those who don't know, Gary spoke about this on, I think, one of the recent FNTs. I was giving it a little listen. He was talking about things he may or may not know, and he did say that the film is going to open with and I'm just gonna say this as simply as he did, because it was a very amusing reaction from his chat, and I assume you guys are going to feel the same if you didn't know this already. Going to open, meaning at least Act 1, the X-Men are going to destroy Sam Raimi's Spider-Man universe, and it's going to kill Dr. Octopus and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man.
Man.
After how much everyone just really liked, certainly that aspect of No Way Home, like universally?
I'm telling you, right, the statement I just made, there's a billion problems. It's like, why? What, I'm sorry, the X-Men?
Wow.
And you know, you could obviously they'll bring him back in Secret Wars or the end of Doomsday, whatever the fuck. They know people like him, and they're probably doing the thing that they did in the other ones, where it's like, isn't that shocking? Isn't that shocking? And you're just sitting there like, yeah, it's as shocking as watching John Connor get shot to death, man. It's real shocking.
Well, and I mean, it feels particularly awkward when in Infinity War, because of course, Infinity War wisely opens with Loki dying. Because that's a really good way to... Because when Heimdall dies, it's like, oh, man. But, like, you're not, like, a main guy. But when Loki dies, like, oh, shit. We're actually, like... We're getting rid of some people. But,
beating the Hulk in a fight. Of course,
we now know... Yeah, and beating Hulk effortlessly. And it's a good way of establishing stakes. However, you undermine anything you might want to do in the future when you undo literally every single one. Every single one got undone. Everyone. Vision, Gamora... Obviously, all the people who got snapped. Who am I forgetting in Infinity War?
Vision, Gamora. There is a third, isn't there?
Vision, Gamora, Loki, and...
Well, and you said Heimdall.
Nevertheless, right? Wow. Yeah, but he's in Valhalla, so he's alive in a way.
With Jane Foster.
With Jane Foster. For Love and Thunder. That's a movie that exists and made $800 million.
He's talking with Odin. Yeah,
but yeah, like the logic from what can be gathered is just that there's universes because of course, by the way, this is the story is like all of the universes. It's going to be the thing from DC and Infinite Universes that we loved watching on EFAP Batwoman arc. All the universes, they're all dying, and so
our first 1 out of 10.
And I understand the context is not yet with us. We haven't seen the film, but it's just the idea of the X-Men are like, oh no, our universe is dying, so let's go kill a different one. And then they just kill Spider-Man. It's like, okay.
This guy is to blame. Fuck this guy.
And you're like, oh hey, you haven't seen what makes it happen. It's like, fine. I'm just saying, Jesus Christ, man. This story doesn't need to have any of the things that I just said, but it's like, there it goes. And I love it. Why not make it even worse? Just have a scene where Tobey Maguire, Spider-Man, and Doc Ock are having a real good heart-to-heart moment, and then Cyclops comes in and goes, and just chops their heads off. Yeah. Why not? Why not?
It's Doomsday. He has to say it's Doomsday.
Oh, there's gonna be just non-stop fighting as well with everyone we've ever seen, and everyone just getting killed, and it'll be like, yeah.
By the way, I'm going to assume that most of you fellas in chat have not been won over by these trailers because you shouldn't be clued in. You know what's up.
You're media literate.
The amount of people saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, I doubted you, Russos," because Cyclops blasted some lasers out of his eyes. I can't believe.
But it's more comic accurate than ever.
Well, that's good. Yeah, that's good writing. That's good writing when he uses the lasers in his eyes.
Do. They know that if they give you the suit, your brain doesn't work for a few months, and then a few months later you'll go, "Oh, that was kind of shit, actually. That movie, Deadpool and Wolverine, that was kind of crap." It's like they know, like we are well past the 2000 X-Men where they make fun of they'll still make fun of it, but they'll put it in there. They know that they should do that. It's to their benefit.
Well,
anyway, back to because we're nearly finished. We're at the end of this
so much to do.
Weird marathon where it's not that long, but also kind of long.
We made it a lot longer by talking about things.
we just get sidetracked. Episode 8, the final episode, begins with our last flashback. Simon and his dad, they've gone out to get some boigas after the movie, and they're talking about the actor for Wonder Man and his sunglasses and the jetpack and everything. And his dad says, Simon, he doesn't sound like that. He says, Simon, I can't wait to see you on the big screen one day. And he encourages him to be an actor because there's no limit to what you can do if you work hard for it. All right, flashbacks are over.
By the way, this might be a good time to note. I was as the show was going on, I figured there might be some tragic backstory with the father related to the powers.
Fire, yeah.
No,
he just died independently of the fire. Yeah, the fire and him potentially having a brother or someone else who got killed, or the dad.
I will say, having a connection there wouldn't be great necessarily. I don't think it's very interesting, but instead there's nothing.
So it would give him a better reason to hide his powers or to keep them contained,
hide his
other than want to be an actor.
A generally negative sense of self. If that was true, but instead it's like, no, I mean, he had his dad and he was a good dad and he just died at some point independently of him having superpowers. And it's like, okay, I mean, there was an opportunity and instead you did nothing. I don't even
Yeah,
think
the
it was a
death of the
particularly good
parent is
opportunity,
fertile
but, you know,
ground for building up backstory, but it just wasn't
depending on what you
used.
do with it, for sure. But yeah, it's
Yeah,
just kind of
absolutely.
nothing.
Yeah, it's just mentioned, yeah, he died a long time ago, and that was that. No reason given, no nothing, no nothing. Yeah. So yeah, obviously there's a huge explosion at the warehouse that the last episode ended with. So Agent Cleary and all of the FBI guys, they pack into their trucks and they go to investigate. Now, it cuts to the next morning where Simon's in his apartment.
By the way,
watching
they would never
the
be
news.
inside that structure. None of them. It's not happening.
It's too unstable.
Yeah, the brick is all cracked on all the outside walls. That thing could fall at any moment. They have no idea what they're doing, and they're just like, yeah, just send everyone in. That would totally happen, yeah, 100%. Bullshit. But what they will have confirmed, Rags, with their forensics team immediately, is there was no explosive. Yep. But there was a force.
It was, yeah, as they'll say later in the episode, they'll explain that it's basically ionic energy. He can harness ionic energy.
There are certain explanations for this now that will not work.
So we cut to the morning. Simon's in his apartment watching the news. He was just able to leave.
Yeah, why not?
We know this because he's at his apartment in the morning. Yeah. There's a big manhunt underway for who's responsible. The story of the explosions on the news. Everyone's talking about it. It's a really big deal. And he's worried that the cops know that it's him. So he calls his mother to tell her he loves her.
Really happy to hear from him, by the way, since the last time when she just fucking had to deal with him blowing up her house.
Yeah, he kind of ruined the kitchen renovation that she was really proud of and really happy with.
No, she's happy. She's actually really chill.
Yeah, no closure. When I said at the end of the birthday party, when she just stops being a member of this story, that is true. All she says is like, "What's wrong?" And he says, "I love you," and that's it. She's not part of the story. The family just doesn't. They're not really here anymore. That never gets resolved. If you seek resolution, you'll find it nowhere, not elsewhere, nowhere. So Trevor calls him on the telephone and he says he's figured everything out. He's had a lot of opportunities in life that he's bungled, but he's not going to let Simon's big opportunity be ruined. Trevor is taking responsibility, and he makes Simon promise that he'll live his life to the fullest and savor every moment. And then Trevor says goodbye and hangs up. Oh my goodness, what does Trevor have planned? Well, I don't know if you guys are ready for this, but I was I admit I did laugh a bit. This one was pretty amusing. I did giggle a bit. So, Trevor has sent a bunch of tape. Yeah.
I mean, just so that chat, before you explain it, like the situation, a warehouse exploded. The Department of Damage Control believe that it was likely Simon because they've been tracking him for his abilities, and they've got just with the fire things. Like, we're pretty sure it's him, and then he's abandoned the whole set, and it's like, well, that's pretty fucking suspicious as well. And with everything we've seen, it's just like, what could Trevor possibly do to make this all go away for Simon in a very convincing way? That is the challenge he has at hand.
Because Simon doesn't even get a visit or anything. They, boy, does Trevor do a good job. But it makes sense because of, well, the method that he used. This flawless plan, this excellent flawless plan.
Such a flawless plan, yeah.
Trevor has created and distributed a number of recordings where he is playing the Mandarin again. And he says that the United States government is working with the entertainment industry to shape people's minds. And last night, he struck at the heart of the indoctrination factory. And he takes credit for the explosion on the Hollywood set inside of the warehouse.
So,
the Mandarin has returned to blow up a random warehouse on the Wonder Man set.
Jesus.
Yes.
Christ.
First of all,
the mighty have fallen.
This is a farce.
This was funny.
Just absolutely absurd.
Guys, this movie's gonna be so shitty. I cannot allow it to
The Mandarin hates Wonder Man so much. He hates that IP. It's just,
he loves the original so much. He cannot allow it to be remade.
Second, this doesn't save Simon.
No.
It's like, oh, well, you're going down and we'll still be looking at him because obviously this is consistent with everything we know about him. so
There's
far.
no explosive evidence.
You know about the Mandarin. It's like, well, obviously, like the government has to know that he's been covering for him. Like all his behavior all the way through the movie has been incredibly suspicious. Not contacting them, losing his wire, not giving them all the information they ask for. It's like obviously he's covering for him and has been for ages.
And also, what are they going to say at court? Like, how did you plead guilty? But there's
no proof.
If anything, there's anti evidence that you committed this crime. You
the
couldn't have possibly done
would
this.
show the fucking acting Simon walking into the building and then walking back out after it explodes,
and then walking out. Yeah, they're like, we can't convict you for it. You clearly didn't do it. You're just lying.
A third thing as well. I think Mola, you mentioned it a bit earlier, but even though Iron Man 3 sucks, the clear contrast between the
new and the old
production values of the old Mandarin videos versus this new one, it's just like, yep, this was made by like post Infinity War Marvel.
Yeah,
you can see
also,
it.
Earlier on, Trevor didn't even know like if scheduling things on YouTube was possible, but he was able to make a really relatively slick edited video overnight very quickly and then distribute that to all of the news organizations and the internet and stuff himself. That's just a thing that he's able to do. He just made another one and he's still got his costume and everything.
Yeah, where did he get that? Like this, how did his ass? Like, why would you have your Mandarin outfit? He hates that role. Remember, that's the whole meme.
It's very funny. It did make me laugh. It brought me joy.
It's so absurd. You knew that it was just going to clear Simon completely, even though it would make no fucking sense.
Completely and totally. Yeah, they don't even go to question Simon. They're completely off his case.
And they say the whole high-profile arrest thing as though they weren't already arresting him anyway. It's like, oh, we got the Mandarin now, so we don't even need Simon. You already had it.
That line is in there because he actually says, like, it doesn't matter. A body's a body. So it's like, well, then why did you go after this one hyper-specific person anyway? Why not just
he would just go to a normal prison? He wouldn't go to a Department of Damage Control. He'd just go to prison. This wouldn't do anything for the funding. This is just a guy. He's not superpowered or anything. He's just a guy lying about blowing up a warehouse. Also, don't handcuff him or anything. That's kind of weird. How you just like gently escort him like he's an old grandma who needs to go out to the store to get her medicine.
On top of that, the real Mandarin was really pissed off with, by the way, the real Mandarin, because they've got two different people claiming to be the real Mandarin. But the real Mandarin is dead, and the return of the fake Mandarin has happened, so he outlived the real one and the real one.
But everyone would know that the Mandarin is a role that he's playing. I know that there's a line where he says that, no, Slattery was the act the whole time. It's like, bullshit. That's obviously not true.
So it was all an act the whole time, so that about 15 years later, you could destroy a movie set.
It makes... it's
part of a movie
fucking
set.
crap and stupid.
Yeah.
Look, the Mandarin has fallen. He's not as sharp as he used to be. He's gotten a little rusty over the last decade plus, 13, 14 years.
I have destroyed your precious warehouse in the set of Wonder Man. Will you recover?
Imagine if he just was the Mandarin all those years ago. He just was. That would have been cool.
Oh well.
He just hated movies. He hated
what is the studio's response? Like, oh no, he's just added $10 million to our production budget. Oh well. And off they go again. It's not even believable that he'd want to he wouldn't achieve anything by doing this. And insurance.
You momentarily delayed it and now been arrested, so you can never do anything like this again.
Seems a little bit suspicious to me.
He'll be watching Wonder Man reruns from jail.
They have changed Wonder Man's race, and that is, I am offended by this disgusting
I have delayed
display.
The release date of Wonder Man.
Enough race swapping, Hollywood.
I hope you didn't pre-order your tickets, because you'll have to ask for a refund. So, what an agent of chaos. Incredible. But yeah, so apparently Von Kovac never misses a day of shooting, which I think he would not shoot on this day because
No.
of the explosion. But yeah, if you say so, film. Yeah, right. Never misses a shoot day. Sure. They say, Simon, you got to go on to set. So Simon arrives on set, and Kovac's there. He tells him that he can do this. He was born to play this role. He's a pep talk. And then one of the costume designer guys shows up and presents him with the original Wonder Man sunglasses that the original actor Brent Willard wore in the original movie. So, yeah, he puts on the glasses. He's got his suit. Not very exciting or inspired suit.
No,
he's got it on.
This was their little moment thing of like, look, it's Wonder Man. And I'm just like, guys, nobody knows who that is. And nobody cares about this suit.
And I don't like this guy.
No, he's a psycho.
He's a bit of a psycho weirdo who cares way too much about movies. And that's us saying this. This guy's got a problem. He needs to get into Sonic the Hedgehog or Trains or something.
This suit is particularly like just black trousers. And
when you compare it with the old 80s one that they had on the show where it's like green with the red boots and gloves and the bright yellow jetpack, it's like that's a statement. That's saying something. But this is just like, is this like, who's this Blade? What's going on?
What's just because he's here? Black, Rags? What are you, the Mandarin?
True. They all look the same. Got me. So, yeah, not a big fan of the outfit. If I'm to be honest, I think the color from the original, I don't know, it's whimsical. It's kind of fun. It stands out, makes a statement. But yeah, he shoots his scene, and they're watching it in the premiere at the movie theater of the movie's completion. We get no more of the making of this movie. Simon and his mother and brother are there, and Janelle's there, and everyone's like, oh, wow, amazing. They clap. Wow, what a movie. Walking out of the theater, we get Von Kovac, who says he tells Simon he doesn't believe in doing sequels, but they should think about it just in case. Keep some ideas in mind. Oh, kill yourself. Now, Eric tells Simon, you remember the mean brother? He tells Simon he did a really good job in the movie, and he wishes Dad was there to see it, and they are great now. All right, that's good.
Sweet.
Wrap that up nice and neat. They're
good stuff.
The destroyed kitchen. Look, God, the past is in the past. Don't worry about it, man.
Assume he can afford to buy them a new one, and did offer to do that off screen.
Buy my mom a new kitchen. Damn.
Kid you not, right? When I saw there's 10 minutes of show left, I was like, what is the closure scene other than, I guess he goes to Trevor Slattery's prison? Like, is that going to be a thing?
Well,
anyway,
that doesn't make any sense.
That wouldn't make any sense.
Yep. So everything works out great for Simon. What a happy ending. But you see, we've still got time left. You can't go home yet. No, you can't go home. Oh, dear God, no. So we get like a little story at the end where Simon goes to talk to this guy in some little town. Chuck Eastman is his name, and he tells him, I'm this famous actor guy, but I'm doing some research for a role, and I can't tell you what the role is. It's a secret, and don't tell anyone that I'm doing this, but I'm going to follow you around, and I'm going to eat dinner with your family and stuff, and I'm just going to watch you like a psychopath or like an actor, and I'm just going to keep notes on what you're doing so I could really get absorbed into this role that I'm working on. So we have a few conversations with him and the family at the dinner table, and then he's talking with them outside about his job and how he might be getting sick and whatnot from all the people he deals with at work. And he talks about his medical issues with the daughter, just normal people stuff. And I'm wondering where this is going. What's going on? What's going on here? Series show? What are you trying to do for me? What's happening? Well, it turns out that Chuck Eastman works for the Department of Damage Control. And he gets Chuck Eastman, he's a prison guard who works at the DODC prison, to get him posing as a man named Alfonso inside of the prison so that he can break out Trevor Slattery from his prison cell. That is the plan.
No.
What part about this doesn't make sense?
I don't know. The fact that nobody recognizes the A-list actor of the biggest movie that just released that time, like a few months ago, or the fact that you can't just blag yourself, like your friend's jobs in a maximum security prison. And no, you actually do need to go through clearance and identity checks before you're allowed to work in places like that. Like, there's a few problems.
Some paperwork. His name's Alfonso now.
You
so
remember?
He can go inside and he could be on payroll. He could just be walking around in an outfit and talk to the other guards.
Totally makes sense. Nobody would recognize him. But do you remember in Star Wars Outlaws when there's that huge plan that's devised in order to break into the vault, and then they have the bomb expert blow them open an exit to get out straight away, and then they have the awkward reality of, oh, why didn't you just blow in where you created the exit? So you didn't have to do that insanely convoluted plan.
I do remember.
So he grabs Trevor and just bursts out of a wall and they fly away. Why didn't you just dress in some kind of suit that makes you impossible to tell who you are, burst down into the room, grab him, and fly away? What was the point of all of this? This insane, convoluted plan that had no fucking reason.
No, he has to go in the prison, Mahler, because he has to figure out which cell it is that he's in.
Oh, sorry. So I just said, since when could he fly? Welcome to the MCU, where characters just realize they can also fly. Much like Monica, much like Captain Marvel. You can just fly. Just fly. You can just fly.
Did you not hear Fringy at the beginning of this episode talking about all of Wonder Man's powers, which is all of them? His immortality.
Flight. That's right.
And his flight. Yeah, it's the last one on the list. Flight. See, you guys got to pay attention. This is a callback.
A callback to when you independently decide to look it up on Wikipedia and find out what his abilities are.
Yes. Well, no, it's a callback to the character's history from the comic books. So he has it at the very end of the show. So that's the connection he does on the comic books for all the people who know who he is, which is, I mean, it's not going to be very many people who are familiar with Wonder Man from the comic books, if I'm to be honest. But he just does now. He can fly now. This is a certified they fly now moment, just to be clear.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's the convoluted plan to break out Trevor Slattery by flying with him through the ceiling, which I'm sure will not harm Trevor in any way, especially with how fast he shoots up into the air.
Protects him
That's an 82-year-old man.
Ion, blood ion. He protected him with ion.
So his ion shield. Yeah, that's probably a power.
That's right. Yeah,
he has ion. He can harness ionic energy. Because while this is happening, they have investigated, the warehouse explosion, and the DODC guys are saying, well, Simon Williams is capable of harnessing ionic energy. He's extremely dangerous, or potentially a powerful asset. That's some season 2 setups. When Wonder Man season 2 comes out, the DODC is going to talk, and they're going to be like, yeah, well, you were a bad guy, but we're going to make you a good guy. And it's just like the comic books where he starts bad, but he turns good.
Seems to me Marvel have decided it won't get a season 2 well before it was released. So don't worry about it, audience. You don't need to decide anything.
Seems they regret a season 1. Yeah. Wow, look at them. What a pair. What a crazy, wacky duo. And that is the end of the one and only season of Marvel Spotlight's Wonder Man. Incredible. I think that was a stellar stuff.
Well, that's
that was good.
It's kind of like a self-evident verdict, isn't it? It's like, sorry, what was that? You're like, yeah, I don't know, really. Yeah.
Calling it an entire season's worth of TV doesn't feel right.
But it is. I mean, it's 8 episodes. They're short, but I mean, it's a substantial amount of content. 8 episodes.
One's a side quest. One has nothing to do with the story, really. And it's like 25, 30 minutes of actual show, really, per episode. So it's not as bad as the other shows.
No, I think in a weird way it annoys me more though. It's because it's just like, it's not as bad, but then there's so much less in it. It's like, what?
That's what it's got. Gets its advantage. we say, the less there is, the more of an advantage it is.
I feel like we usually watch an insanely complicated task being failed miserably versus this is like watching, I guess, Dean Takahashi tackle the average like Mario level. You're just like, wow, he still no, he doesn't know how to do that. Nope, he still hasn't figured that out. Nope, that's okay. Well, yeah, there it goes. When you mostly just have to push forward, if you know what I mean, and jump every once in a while. It's really
it's a simple low stakes story that I feel has been done many times before about, friendship kindling betrayal, a man trying to follow his passions and he's got a secret he has to hide. And it's all been done a million times before and obviously so much better. But they really do fumble it. It doesn't do anything to the credit of the MCU. If anything, it raises more stuff that we have to ask questions about. It brings back this character who doesn't seem like he has any logical reason to be walking around and free again. It's just like and no one's talking about it. It seems like I haven't seen anybody. I had to go out of my way to find people talking about it. And obviously, a lot of the people who talk about it have extremely positive things to say, but they say positive things about all the shows. So what's the fucking point?
And then 3 months later, they're like, "Oh, actually, it was kind of a bit shit." Actually,
I don't know if this one will get that because no one will even think to speak of this one.
No, that's
they won't know about it to talk about it.
They'll say, because again, this got reviewed well. And the tagline for a lot of it was like, "Oh, it's one of Marvel's best television shows that they've made." But that's not going to be the case because it will be completely forgotten. It will have no enduring legacy like good TV shows tend to have. And it does make me wonder if these people watch good. I've been watching The Pit. I think that's good. I don't think it's great, but I think it's a good show. And it's like, dude, do you just need to get these people to watch what a television show is meant to look like, where it's actually like a story that's taking advantage of being a long form, spread across long form, but somewhat structured into individual episodes. Have people just forgotten what TV shows used to be? That TV shows weren't like this? That even kind of the boring, normal TV shows like NCIS are not like this? Do these people even know what television... And of course, it completely devalues when they say positive things about actual good television shows that come out.
Yeah.
Because could you imagine talking to these guys about Pluribus? It would be fucking painful. They'd be saying so much dumb shit. Kind of like the people going, "Man, I didn't realize the Hive were evil until the thing with the baby goat." It's like, dude, you're just not paying... No, you guys don't pay attention. You're not watching these things. They're just on for you to sort of passively consume. And then say, "Yeah, that was good," but you said about everything.
It makes no difference. Yeah, they could give 90% to Pluribus, 90% to Wonder Man, and so that's a worthless metric. And you're praising both, but I don't trust your praise of either. One of those things might deserve the praise, the other one doesn't. But because you praised both equally, what's the point? No, we wouldn't know. But no, I mean, I suspect, given how few people are talking about it already, I mean, even the studio itself hasn't exactly wanted people to talk about it. It's like, just dump it all in one go on a very dark, cold January evening and not advertise it anywhere and hope that it just sort of goes away. And that's it. And it's not, there's nothing in it that's going to be worth revisiting either. There's nothing in it that's really worth visiting for the first time. I did a whole video. I went through all the way through Echo, and my video title is "It's the most pointless video I've ever made." I'm not even going to do a video on this one, which tells you something about how pointless it is.
Yeah. And like we've said before, this show once again proves that I don't know if Disney would be able to recognize a good show to even be able to copy it or to make it.
I don't think they know how to make television.
They don't know what a good show is.
They can't do it. Though it's funny because a lot of people would say, yeah, they don't know how to make television shows. It's like, no, they don't know how to make anything. But yes, they do very uniquely not understand how to make television shows, clearly, which is so funny because it's not like there are a lot of superhero television shows when you think about it throughout, even if you move past the Marvel ones that they've made, like the Netflix shows or Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or any of those ones. It's like you had Smallville, you had a whole bunch of animated shows that you could be looking at, like DC animated shows. There's a lot of reference to just how to make a TV show. And these TV shows didn't cost as much to make. Like Smallville did not cost that much money to make. you know, and
Well,
you could just do
Spotlight, they're
that.
supposed to be the cheap ones for Marvel. These are the streamlined budget
cheap for
sort of
them is
things. These are supposed
still
to be the cheap ones.
cheap for them is still ridiculous. You know, it would have to be. Meanwhile, again, a lot of these older shows, they were working on insane time constraints of like turning around an episode in 6 days because they needed to make like 20 plus episodes per season. How can you not find enough story to fill 8? How is that possible? 8 30-minute episodes. That's a third of The Simpsons. That's the third of a season of The Simpsons. And think about what you get in 8 episodes of The Simpsons. How much story you get, how many jokes, how many laughs.
It is a bit of an indictment of the entire model. The argument for taking a year, 2 years to make an 8-episode season, even one with like the traditionally longer runtime episode-wise, like an hour episode each, is that you can, you know, maybe there were some older shows which, by virtue of their time constraints, were somewhat unfocused, or there's lots of filler episodes. So the argument for condensing it in this way is you get big cinematic quality effects, but also you get a huge amount of time to make sure that you pack as much story into all of that time as possible. And it just hasn't happened. Like the opposite has happened, like you've been saying, is that you've got less focused story, less story overall, with way longer spent writing it, supposedly. What's the point?
You know, a thing that people often say is that it feels like it's the story of the film expanded into 6 episodes, which it doesn't exactly like mirror what you could describe as the problem, but it does speak to it in some sense. If you just don't have enough story to fill the runtime, and your runtime isn't that long, but at the same time, you can do a lot in 6 episodes. The first season of Breaking Bad is like 7 episodes. You can do it, and you can make like a worthwhile show, but they're incapable. I mean, fuck, the new season of Daredevil was only going to be 8 episodes. What the fuck? Daredevil was 13 episodes when it was on Netflix, and even that they could have stood to have more stuff. How are you only making 8 episodes? Yeah. What are you doing? Like, what the hell? How did they turn around a season of 24 every single year? You know, a show that by comparison to a lot of these is pretty logistically complicated. You know, you got Jack Bauer in all sorts of fucking locations. You got action scenes regularly, like a crazy scope. How did they manage to do that every year, 24 episodes a year, and, you know, for at least for a little while, maintain like a pretty high level of quality? Meanwhile, you can't do 8 episodes of a guy just trying to land a role in a movie. What is wrong with you? What are you doing?
First season of TNG had 25 episodes. Jeez.
It's just not unusual that this was the case for a lot of shows. But now it's like you've got seasons that are 6 episodes long, 8, 10 tops. Occasionally you might get 13, and you have to wait like 3 years for the next season. Again, it's one of the things that's like, oh, it's nice about The Pitt. It's 15 episodes per year, every year. At least if season 1 and 2's gap is to be a precedent. It's like, yeah, but that's because it's a fucking TV show that's made within the scope of a TV show. Like, relatively, you know, you're not going to many places. You've got it in in a sense, a contemporary, like, real-world setting with no crazy scope or anything. But Marvel's like, oh, so what you're saying is we need to have even more action scenes. Or in the case of this one, it's like, oh, so what you're saying is we need to have an episode about the doorman and the adventures of the doorman and, like, what he got up to for an episode. That's going to be, yeah, okay, yes, we're doing television, right? It's like... It just blows my mind, the amount of money that they've wasted in these last 5 years producing absolute crap, and just how reliable it is that it sucks. Like, it's they haven't made anything that is good, like just plain good. They haven't done that.
And I don't even know what the budget of this is going to be. It might be ages till we find out because it's a Disney Plus show. It's not like a budget for a box office or anything. As far as I know, there's no. There's no
you have to
information that's available.
Like, but Wonder Man was like #1 on Disney Plus. Like, yeah, because Disney Plus doesn't have as much original content anymore. Have you noticed? Like, they don't have much stuff that they release anymore. It is massively reduced, the amount of stuff that they were making, because they'd be like, oh, we were making too much stuff. It's like, sure, but it was mainly that the writing sucked. And I mean, what do you mean you're making too much stuff? Like, how the hell do Fox or like NBC, how do they do it? How do they manage to make, how does HBO manage to do it for the last 20 years of like consistently making a whole bunch of television shows every year? What are we talking about? Like, oh, you made too much because you made like 2 Marvel shows a year. Are you kidding? Like, oh man, this is unmanageable. It's just ridiculous. It's just incompetent.
How they've scaled back, and just the Hail Mary attempt that Doomsday is.
I mean, bear in mind, right? Like, this is it for this year, right? This is the only thing that's coming out this year for a Disney Plus television show for Marvel, right?
Something that they wouldn't even show putting out at all.
And it's January.
Like it was said, it was almost like that they had to fight to get this out.
And last year, it was just Daredevil, right? Last year was just Daredevil, right?
What a banger!
That was it. I think.
Agatha, was that last year or was that the year before?
Man, no, that was not last year. No, that
Agatha release date was September of 2024.
Yeah,
oh,
it was Daredevil.
Hell, how long ago that was?
That's all that they managed to get out. And the only thing they've got is Daredevil season 2. That's what Daredevil season 2, and then they're done.
Oh, Ironheart. People are pointing out. How could we forget the glorious Ironheart? They just put that out.
Oh, sorry. Shit. No, they have made 2 shows a year. It's just that one of them doesn't matter, like at all. And
wait, which one do you mean doesn't matter?
Well, because Daredevil, as much as it clearly didn't do that well, it did sustain some conversation for a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say it matters in the sense that all the people who are hanging on get to be nice and disappointed.
But how much is season 2 gonna, what's it gonna look like? I don't know, man.
Everyone's gonna give it the same fucking treatment again of to be fair, they're giving their chance this time.
Yeah, they're doing it right, and it's probably going to just obliterate everybody. It's going to destroy everybody even more than they already did in season 1.
One of the first things I saw, by the way, about this show, because I mentioned earlier, it was I saw someone saying, like, what the fuck are even his powers? Which is a fair question to ask by the time you reach the end of this. But the other one I saw was, what was the point of the season? Like, what was the point of the show?
Chase your dream.
Be
authentic.
Be yourself.
Even if you're
Which,
a psycho.
by the way, I think we need to normalize don't be yourself. Change. Fix yourself.
Yeah, fix your fucking flaws, you psycho.
Yeah, we need to normalize that. There have been so many particularly like superhero related things where the lesson is you were awesome just the way you were. We need to normalize character arcs again.
Maybe the way you are could use some improvement.
I don't know, it's just kind of a recurring theme of all of the Phase 1 projects. Iron Man, Thor. You could say that even to some extent, stuff like Captain America deals with change and growth, Like, he's a good man better, right? That is an arc. That is still an arc. And then, of course, Avengers. Goddamn. we got a lot going on in that one. Remember movies, fellas?
Theory.
I do remember.
Isn't it crazy? If you just watch Iron Man and then you watch like the Marvels or something back to back, isn't that just insane? It's like, dude, this used to be like cool. This used to be like actually exciting and fun. On top of being well made.
And now it's neither.
No, now it's like, not only is it not well made, but it's kind of like what it promises is not very exciting anyway. It's not, it feels like there needs to be a reminder of that. It's cool. It is okay to try and be cool and like make something that's cool and fun and like not just like, oh haha tee hee hoo hoo haha. You can actually try and make something that appeals to people. That's actually trying to be exciting. Anyway.
Yeah.
About
it is
perhaps on Wonder Man,
it's really depressing. I mean, every time we hope. But as Fringy said, there is no reason to hope for anything.
No, pretty much. Not from Marvel. And not from DC for the time being either, except for anything that's not in the DCU. So the Matt Reeves Batman stuff, you can be a little bit more optimistic about that, but certainly not the upcoming. Man, Supergirl is going to be great, and Lanterns by the people who made Watchmen, the HBO one. That's going to, good times ahead for superhero media, huh? The Boys season 5, I'm sure it's going to be great.
It'll take an entire top to bottom, complete, thorough restructuring of like the way that these companies operate until you can even realistically hope for it.
And why would that happen when they keep getting feedback that they're doing things right while also losing money, so they have no idea what the fuck to do? Yeah, no, Thunderbolts was great. Keep doing that, but it failed. Yeah, but keep doing that.
So, you know, there's always next week where we talk about something else.
Yeah.
You know,
well, we're done.
I'm ready to never talk about Wonder Man ever again.
It's gone.
It's done. It's finished. I wish I could make a flushing noise. Maybe if I had one on the soundboard, I'd be able to do it. But like, man, it's gonna be gone, just like the other ones are gonna be gone. And there's nothing even really that interesting about it because Ironheart's kind of memorable for how bad and audacious it is in a way, in its badness and in its stupidity.
I can see why someone would feel that way, but that one is gone too. That is just like out.
All I remember from it now is just she was like a hyper crazy, amazing inventor, engineer person, and she decided to commit crime to get money.
She was iconic.
Insane.
Iconic.
Insane. Oh well, lads, what's everyone doing? What do you want to let chat know about before we head out of here?
I mean, I'll be doing some February's kind of when stuff will start happening for me. So I'll see y'all in February doing some stuff, some videos, and
but it is February.
It is February.
Oh yeah, well, not yet, not for me. I got a little bit of time left. I still have 5.5 hours of January.
Who?
See you in that distant future,
so to speak.
I'm in the dungeon.
The far off month of February.
I'd be in the dungeon, just working away.
I should have a video tomorrow if it ever escapes copyright.
About Wonder Man?
No, sadly not. Stranger Things, because we didn't talk enough about that.
Yes.
So I figured I'd do a video, or at least one.
I
In fact, there's
talk
going to
about
be more
Stranger
than one.
Things and Wonder Man.
There was more to say, but this is part 1 of the season 5 stuff, and then I have the big one, which will come at some point in the very far future. But I'm also sick, so I can't record that one yet. But everything else is recorded.
Still holding out hope for that 9th episode, guys. The second it comes out, we will make an episode.
Yeah, the full video is done, then I'll be able to include that probably, because it'll be out by then.
Any day now. Any day now.
What a crazy like collective psychosis event that is.
Yeah,
that's some S tier level coping.
Can't believe they made a fake documentary about the fake season as well. That's crazy. Well, on my end, I'll be doing probably another Expedition 33 stream tomorrow, so Sunday and Monday, I think, because I'm looking to I want to stream Mugenics when that comes out at least once, and possibly Slay the Spire 2, and both of them are on the way. Some games coming out this year. It's going to be interesting,
Yeah, it will be interesting. Games certainly are got more hope for games than I do for TV shows.
And then, just usual stuff like Real BBC, Open Bar, and of course EFAP, which next week we're going to talk about that movie that did come out from that YouTuber called Markiplier, called Iron Lung.
Another YouTuber's movie?
And so I guess this is your, I don't know, I was about to say warning, maybe that's not the right word, but if you want to go and check it out so that you'll have context.
That might be a bit tricky because it's like doing really well. It can be hard to find a seat.
That is actually
so
no joke.
That is
no
relevant.
Joke.
It's I think it's #1 at the box office this weekend. So it beat out Sam Raimi's new movie and the Melania Trump documentary.
Well, and then of course as a tidbit, it has tripled the box office of Shelby Oaks already, right?
And this is just domestic. This isn't including international, which it is having an internet. It is like it's been released internationally.
Well, I will say so.
I might be wrong in saying this. It made more in pre-sales than Shelby Oaks made.
Yes, it did.
Run.
It already made it made $3.5 million for its previews.
It is,
and it's
that's
it's
good.
$9 million domestically already. Not even opening weekend figures.
You might say it.
I'm gled to hear that. That's good. That means that Markiplier won't have to do those gambling ads on his streams to make ends meet.
Yeah.
It has twitted Shelby Oaks' tipples. It has.
Yeah, pretty much.
Thoroughly.
Dude, that's crazy how we made a movie, failed, and then came back crawling back to YouTube doing ads for no real money, no gambling, slot machine.
What an insane
what a prick.
we'll probably talk about this next week as well, but I just want to mention, so I've seen it, and my cinema, so like the second it was available, I decided, because I happened, like, just happened to see that it had entered, and I was like, oh, I'll book for, I think, a Friday. And the one that I was gonna go for was already fully booked, so I went to the following Friday, and half of it was already booked, which is unprecedented, I'll just say, for my local cinema. I was like, what the fuck? And so I got my seat.
But, like, man, that is cool.
It's really crazy cool.
Like he's going and making a movie.
Fully self-funded and self-published, like he's doing everything himself.
That's the part that earns tremendous points. The fact that he funded it himself. That's like,
yep,
that's really cool. He's actually taking the risk.
Took the risk.
He's going out on a limb with this, and it looks like he's going to be rewarded massively.
Let's just say Markiplier fan base is a hell of a lot more passionate than certain other fan bases.
Which again, you might say, well, Markiplier is more popular. It's like, yes, but Markiplier doesn't market himself as a filmmaker. He's like a video game Let's Player dude who kind of doesn't take himself very seriously. So the fact that it's working like this, it says something, right?
Yeah, so, with all that in mind, though, it was also the only film, I think, since Avengers Endgame would be the other time I think this has happened in recent memory, but the audience unironically clapped when the film finished. And I was
doesn't surprise me.
Look at them go.
Surprise me.
It definitely surprises me because the British do not clap basically for anything ever.
So Australians don't tend to clap for movies either, but I watched Rooster Teeth's film Laser Team. I watched that in a theater. It's not a good movie, but I mean, everybody clapped when it was finished, and that very much came across as, hey, look at them go. They were making, like Halo Machinima, and now they've made a feature film. So it doesn't surprise me.
As a sort of comparison, whereas, and I'm not trying to pick them out here, but it would just be where I would go for it. An American reaction to Cap picking up Mjolnir would be whole thing explodes, like the theater. In Britain, from memory, it was like you'd hear, I'd say 30% of the audience sort of yelling, and a few people starting to clap or cheer or whatever. It's just like a, you'd hope you would get a full thing. But again, Platoon knows what I'm talking about. It's just British people are a bit more reserved.
You've just reminded me that someone, when I watched Fantastic Four, tried to start a clap and it didn't work.
For Fantastic Four.
Yeah, he did. He tried to start it up and nobody did it because of course they didn't. It was really, really awkward.
But yeah, and also as I was leaving, I was looking around and I couldn't spot a person over age 35, like just from a general guess. So it's just crazy to me in the sense of like, wow, that is the era we're in, where directors like Sam Raimi can't pull people in, but influencers can, which is like, yeah, that's where we're at. Well, not all of them, apparently. So,
no,
anyway,
not everybody.
But yeah, we'll try and talk about the film itself as well as maybe some things around it, like we did with. Right? Like we did with Mr. Stuckman's movie. We'll have a look-see. I'll dig around, because maybe Markiplier has done loads of gambling ads, and we just haven't, yet seen them. What I do know is that he was one of the earliest people to be critical of Honey before any of the controversies happened. That's kind of an interesting contrast, isn't
I've
it?
seen some of his clips out there about that. He's like, well, wait a second, this money's got to be coming from somewhere.
Yeah, he did the basic math thing of just like, how could they possibly be doing this?
For this?
Anyway, so see you next week for that, folks. And as for now, don't watch Wonder Man. And bye-bye.
See you later, everybody.
Yeah, goodbye, everybody.
Bye,
See you later.